Hey truckers, today we're seeing villain tricks heroines into hating the MC Part 8. Let's dive into the video. Su Yuding and Meng Xiangyi, two young women from prominent families, were leading very different lives. Su Yuding had recently received a summons from her family, prompting her to leave Qianwei town and return to the capital city of the everlasting mystic empire. On the other hand, Meng Xiangyi was still reeling from the recent battle that had taken place in Qianwei town. She had retreated to the safety of her mansion, where she was trying to come to terms with the terrifying events that had unfolded in the town square. A week had elapsed, and Meng Xiangyi was finally beginning to move on from the traumatic battle that had taken place in Qianwei town. However, her peace was short-lived, for Wang Jian made an unexpected visit to the Meng clan's mansion. This time, the guards did not dare to impede his entrance. "I have a proposition for you, Mr. Meng," Wang Jian said, his voice even and composed. "I would like your daughter to join my faction and return to the everlasting mystic empire to work for me. I can guarantee that she will be provided with the best resources, training, and techniques to aid her development." The city lord was almost swayed by Wang Jian's words and replied, "I will discuss this matter with my daughter." Later that night, the city lord entered his daughter's chamber and informed her of the proposal. Meng Xiangyi responded with a bitter smile, "It seems that I have no choice." Indeed, the city lord sighed. Since Wang Jian's arrival, the power dynamics of Qianwei town have been utterly disrupted. Despite the Meng clan being the dominant force among the clans, I have a feeling that will change soon enough with the Lin clan and the Ji clan having Wang Jian's backing. To ensure our clan's stability, we need Wang Jian's support, and to obtain it, you must accept his offer. Meng Xiangyi couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "I understand the situation and the need for our clan to have a strong ally," she thought to herself, "but it would have been nice if father had asked for my opinion." As she mulled over her thoughts, she couldn't shake off the feeling of being treated like a mere pawn in her father's game of politics. Does my opinion not matter? Am I nothing more than a tool to be used for the benefit of our clan? Meng Xiangyi wondered. Despite her inner turmoil, she knew that she had to accept the proposal. "I agree to this proposal," she said aloud to her father. The city lord let out a sigh of relief and patted her hand. "Thank you, Xiangyi. I know this is not what you would have wanted, but it's for the greater good of our clan." Meng Xiangyi simply nodded and put on a polite smile. "I will do my duty as a daughter of the Meng clan." The city lord soon left her room without paying any attention to his daughter's thoughts. Visit en Velben. cm for you ovals. Meanwhile, Wang Jian granted official freedom to Xiao Ling and Mei Yan, who had been held captive in the Black Castle. The two reunited in the grand hall of the castle, where Xiao Ling rushed into Mei Yan's arms, expressing her relief and joy. "Master, I am so glad to see you safe and sound. Please take care of yourself." Mei Yan hugged her disciple tightly and replied, "I will, my dear. And you must take care of yourself too. You have shown immense bravery and resilience in the face of danger." At that moment, Xiao Ling couldn't contain her joy at the fact that she had made the right decision by accepting Wang Jian's deal. He had kept his word and released her beloved master. Mei Yan shared the same sentiment as she took in her disciple's appearance. There wasn't a single mark on her, and her purity was intact. This reassured Mei Yan that Wang Jian hadn't violated her. "Be patient, my dear. I will come back to free you soon," Mei Yan whispered softly into Xiao Ling's ear. Unaware of her master's deal with Wang Jian, Xiao Ling could only assume that Mei Yan would come back with a powerful force to rescue her from Wang Jian's grasp. The women parted ways, and as soon as Mei Yan was gone, Wang Jian turned his attention to Xiao Ling. He ordered her to put on her maid uniform and begin her duties, a stark reminder of her new life as a servant in his household. Xiao Ling followed his order and wore her maid uniform. It was placed in her room. She looked quite different in her maid uniform than she did in her usual attire. The dress was made of a smooth, black fabric that hugged her curves and flowed gracefully around her ankles. It was adorned with silver buttons down the front and had a white collar and cuffs that contrasted beautifully against the darkness of the fabric. Her long, flowing hair was neatly pulled back into a sleek ponytail, with a few strands left loose to frame her face. Her eyes, which were usually full of determination and strength, were now lowered demurely, adding to the meekness of her appearance. As Wang Jian laid eyes on Xiao Ling in her new maid uniform, his twisted smile widened, betraying his wicked intentions. "Let us proceed to the dungeon," he commanded. Xiao Ling was taken aback by the order, but soon realized its purpose. They were going to meet Zhang Fei, and Wang Jian intended to reveal her new status to him, causing him humiliation and anger. Although nervous, Xiao Ling was also eager to witness Zhang Fei's reaction. It was the other reason she had agreed to Wang Jian's proposal. It would give her the opportunity to exact revenge upon Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was startled as the door to his cell creaked open, not expecting visitors outside of mealtime. But his shock only grew as he saw Wang Jian standing before him, flanked by none other than Xiao Ling. The sight of her in a maid's dress stunned him. He couldn't help but wonder how things had come to this. After all, not too long ago, Xiao Ling was his beloved, and they had shared a deep love for one another. Unbeknownst to him, it was the truth that Wang Jian had revealed to Xiao Ling about Zhang Fei and the Zhang clan, which had caused her a change of heart. Zhang Fei struggled to keep his composure as he looked upon the woman he once loved, now standing alongside the man who had imprisoned him. He couldn't fathom how things had gone so wrong between them. Why are you standing by his side, Xiao Ling? And why are you dressed like that? Zhang Fei's voice trembled with a mixture of confusion and emotion as he gazed at her, searching for answers in her eyes. Is it truly so difficult to guess? Wang Jian sneered, as he placed his arm possessively around Xiao Ling's waist and pulled her in close to his body, his touch intimate and forceful. Your dear Xiao Ling has simply found me more charming than someone like you. Xiao Ling's body tensed at the touch of Wang Jian, and she fought the urge to pull away. Though she desperately wanted to resist his advances, she knew that in order to completely destroy Zhang Fei's mentality, she needed to go along with Wang Jian's plan. So, she forced herself to remain still, even as Wang Jian's grip on her waist tightened. Zhang Fei's heart sank as he watched the scene before him. He couldn't believe that the woman he once loved was now in the arms of his greatest enemy. His fists clenched in anger and despair as he struggled to maintain his composure. He longed to unleash his most powerful blow on Wang Jian, but the heavy chains that bound him made it impossible. Even if he could break free, it would change nothing. The only satisfaction he would gain from such an action would be the temporary relief from his pent-up frustration. Xiao Ling couldn't help but feel a twisted satisfaction as she gazed at Zhang Fei's pained expression. You must be thanking the heavens that you're still alive, but it's a shame really. If you had died during your execution, you wouldn't have to witness the sight of your former lover in my arms, Wang Jian said with a cold, calculating smile. At that moment, Xiao Ling's words landed like a crushing blow to Zhang Fei's heart. She declared, serving His Highness brings me such immense joy, Zhang Fei. You can't even begin to imagine. Wang Jian seized the opportunity and added, did you hear that? Don't worry, Zhang Fei. I'll take good care of her, with a wicked grin on his face. Zhang Fei's eyes betrayed his dismay, and Wang Jian continued, but she won't be the only one. I'll take care of all your lovers. At this moment, Zhang Fei's despair reached the depths of the abyss. And Wang Jian received a notification from the system. Upon reading the notification, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He turned to Xiao Ling and commanded, this will be your first task as my maid. Kill Zhang Fei. Xiao Ling was startled as her intellect processed Wang Jian's utterance. She had not envisaged that he would direct her to terminate Zhang Fei. Despite being incensed with Zhang Fei for his clan's involvement in the obliteration of her Xiao clan, Xiao Ling was not without reservations as she contemplated the idea of taking his life. As Xiao Ling pivoted towards Wang Jian with the intention of imploring him to revoke his command, she came to an abrupt halt as she apprehended the unyielding expression in his eyes. His gaze bore into hers with unwavering severity, conveying an unmistakable message that his directive was non-negotiable. I don't have a weapon on me, Xiao Ling offered weakly, racking her mind for any possible excuse to escape Wang Jian's command. A sly grin crept across Wang Jian's countenance at her words, and he deftly extracted a dagger from its ornate sheath, handing it to Xiao Ling with a flourish. The blade glimmered wickedly in the dim light, its razor-sharp edge honed to perfection. Its hilt, crafted from rare ebony wood and studded with gleaming amethysts, provided an exquisite contrast to the menacing steel of the blade. Xiao Ling hesitated, her fingers trembling as she reached out to accept the weapon, realizing the gravity of the task that lay ahead. With the weapon now in her possession, Xiao Ling strode purposefully towards Zhang Fei, the clink of her heels echoing through the stillness of the room. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. As their eyes met, a jumble of feelings swirled within her, making her heart race and her hands shake. But she knew that she couldn't afford to hesitate. She drew a deep breath and with a decisive gesture, plunged the dagger into Zhang Fei's head, obliterating any vestiges of life that remained within him. The room was momentarily filled with the sickening sound of metal meeting bone, before falling silent once more, save for the sound of Xiao Ling's ragged breaths. Wang Jian had a smile on his face as he witnessed the scene. He soon approached Xiao Ling and hugged her while whispering, "You did a wonderful job." The reason he gave this order was because the system had given him a prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully devastated the protagonist Zhang Fei, ensuring his downfall. You have absorbed all his luck and are rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. And now that he had killed Zhang Fei, Wang Jian received another prompt. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated the second protagonist. You have been granted the enchantment ability and the Black Castle teleportation. Enchantment ability. This ability can only be used on females. Depending on the target's luck level, two outcomes are possible. First, if the target has much higher luck than the user, there is a 20% chance of increasing the target's positive feelings towards the user to 50. Secondly, if the target has luck equal to or below the user's, the enchantment ability will instantly increase their favorability towards the user to 50. The cooldown period for this ability is 3 months. Black Castle teleportation. Through this ability, the host can summon the Black Castle or even reverse summon himself inside the Black Castle. It has a cooldown period of 1 week. Apply the enchantment ability on Yu Qing, Wang Jian instructed the system. Considering Yu Qing was from a higher realm, Wang Jian hoped for the 20% chance to work. Using the enchantment ability on the selected target, heroine Yu Qing. Failed. The enchantment ability failed to work on the selected target because of her high luck value. Wang Jian couldn't help but sneer at the system's failure. I knew the system would disappoint me at this crucial moment. However, he did notice something peculiar. The system was mentioning Yu Qing as a heroine even after Zhang Fei's death. This indicated that Yu Qing was a heroine to another protagonist. There was also a chance that this change occurred after Zhang Fei lost all his luck. Wang Jian was certainly surprised to see this, but he calmed down quickly enough. Status. Name, Wang Jian. Age, 20 years old. Destiny points, 467,965. Cultivation, first stage of the King Realm. Cultivation technique, Soaring Dragon Technique, level 4, requires 500,000 destiny points to level up. Skills, Origin Fist, Beam of Destruction, Mystic Force, Divine Shielding Iron Body, Enhanced Strength, Spiritual Sensitivity, Moonrise Fist, Lunar Shield, Moon Shadow Step, Shadow Manipulation, Dark Fog, Eclipse Domain Annihilation, Tranquil Mind Divine Mantra, Black Castle, Elemental Genius, Dragon's Prestige, Enchantment Ability, Level 1. Ocular Abilities, True Eyes, Level 2, 200,000 Destiny Points. Bloodline, Blue Moon Eclipse Devil Bloodline. Second level, next level, 500,000 destiny points. Physique, Chaotic Yang Body, Dormant. Spirit, Dark Flame Double-Headed River Dragon, 7-star Spirit, Mutated. Weaknesses, Holy Attribute. Solar Attribute. Wang Jian had successfully deceived and conquered Xiaoling, thereby ending her relationship with Zhang Fei, and in doing so, he was rewarded with almost 100,000 destiny points. Additionally, Bishi Xuyan's imprisonment in the Black Castle caused her to spiral into a state of deep despair, and her shattered mentality left her utterly terrified. This, in turn, earned Wang Jian more destiny points. As Wang Jian relished his stay in the Windhaven Kingdom, a series of dramatic events unfolded in Arya City, the capital of the everlasting Mystic Empire. One of Wang Jian's associates, Li Wei, had been mercilessly murdered. Li Wei was the son of a prominent member of the notorious Lotus Assassins and had met his end while en route to his mission to eliminate a target. His corpse was found by the city guards who were on patrol as they heard someone fighting. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the site, Li Wei had already passed away. The assailant was nowhere to be seen. At first, Wang Jian's companions were grief-stricken by Li Wei's demise. However, eventually, they came to terms with it and accepted that he had simply been unlucky to cross paths with a more formidable opponent. The situation took a turn when one of Wang Jian's accomplices, Tang Xiaohui, the scion of a prosperous merchant, embarked on a journey to transport valuable goods to a client in a distant city. However, while en route and at a considerable distance from the city, Tang Xiaohui's carriage was ambushed. What was unusual about this ambush was that it was carried out by a solitary figure. Thankfully, Tang Xiaohui was a prudent individual who had arranged for several top-ranking guards to accompany him at all times. The shadowy figure engaged in a fierce battle, valiantly fending off each of Tang Xiaohui's guards with ease. Despite coming perilously close to ending Tang Xiaohui's life multiple times, the assailant's luck seemed to have turned against him. Tang Xiaohui was taken aback by the sudden ambush, left with no understanding as to why this individual would target him. The mysterious assailant wielded a two-handed heavy sword. It was truly a sight to behold. It was a massive weapon, measuring at least 6 feet in length and almost 2 inches in thickness, making it an intimidating sight to anyone who crossed its path. The blade itself was made of a rare and sturdy metal that shone brilliantly in the sunlight, while the hilt was wrapped in a sleek black leather that provided a comfortable and secure grip. The most distinctive feature of the sword, however, was its elemental affinity. The blade was imbued with the power of the wind, which was evident in the way it glowed with an ethereal blue aura. Whenever the mysterious assailant swung the sword, it would create a powerful gust of wind that could knock back Tang Xiaohui's guards. The weapon was clearly crafted with the purpose of harnessing the power of the wind, and it was a truly magnificent weapon to behold. As Tang Xiaohui gazed at the heavy sword, he recalled the fatal wounds found on Li Wei's body that were inflicted by a similar weapon. The connection was clear: this assailant must have been the one responsible for Li Wei's demise. Exhausted and outnumbered, the assailant was forced to flee to preserve his life. He soon found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff, and with no other option, made a fateful leap into the abyss, ensuring that he would not fall into the hands of Tang Xiaohui's guards. Upon witnessing the mysterious assailant's fatal leap, Tang Xiaohui breathed a sigh of relief, assured that the assailant had met his end. Promptly, he relayed the news to his companions, who were initially jolted by the revelation but eventually shared his sense of ease. This occurrence led them to speculate whether someone was targeting them. The fleeting period of tranquility was abruptly interrupted when Luo Ying fell prey to an ambush. He was en route to attend a competition when the attacker struck. Fortunately, being the son of a high-ranking member of the Celestial Talismans Guild, he was provided with the assistance of expert guards, who were concealed from plain sight. Upon witnessing the heavy sword in the attacker's possession, Luo Ying realized that he was the same mysterious assailant who had been targeting his acquaintances. However, the assailant's prowess seemed far more formidable than what Tang Xiaohui had described. In addition to wielding the wind element, the assailant also unleashed flames of a pure vermilion hue. This assailant was quickly forced to escape by the combined efforts of Luo Ying's guards. Once he had escaped, Luo Ying immediately sent a note through messenger birds to all his comrades that the assailant was still alive, and he was purposely targeting them. In due course, word reached the ears of the everlasting Mystic Empire's sovereign regarding Wang Jian's activities in the Windhaven Kingdom. According to the informant, Wang Jian had compelled Wang Lan to depart from his domain. Furthermore, it had come to light that Wang Jian had seized control of the kingdom with an iron fist, disregarding the fact that it had been assigned to Wang Lan by the emperor himself. The emperor was infuriated by this display of audacity and disrespect towards his authority. Wang Jian's actions were viewed as a brazen affront to the emperor's prerogative and an egregious violation of the trust placed in him. As a result, the emperor issued a summon for Wang Jian to appear before him in the imperial capital, to answer for his actions and face the consequences of his disobedience. Upon receiving the emperor's summons, Wang Jian was not taken aback as he had anticipated this turn of events for some time. It was highly probable that Wang Lan's associates had covertly leaked the information to the emperor's contacts in Solterra City. Alternatively, the emperor's spies in the Windhaven Kingdom could have noticed that King Chen had once again established his rule over the region. Following a thorough investigation, the informants must have uncovered Wang Jian's actions and promptly informed the emperor. Since Wang Jian had expected this, he had naturally prepared an excuse. However, the timing of the summon order seemed rather inconvenient for Wang Jian, as had not yet initiated his plan to interact with Bishi Shuyan and Lady Zhuoran. I must take them with me, Wang Jian mused, realizing he had no choice in the matter. However, he also realized that leaving the silver-tailed fox clan in the Beast Claw Grove without Lady Zhuoran's protection would be a grave mistake. The clan was integral to Wang Jian's faction, and its destruction would severely hinder his progress. With this in mind, Wang Jian determined to bring the clan with him to Aria City. After reaching this decision, he proceeded to the dungeon to meet with Lady Zhuoran. As Wang Jian descended into the depths of the dungeon, he beheld the sight of Lady Zhuoran, his captive, chained with special chains designed to restrain King Realm experts. Despite the restraints, she still emanated a beauty that left him breathless. Her 5 silver tails lay still on the cold stone floor, devoid of their former vibrancy. Her curvaceous body now seemed to be draped in rough clothing that somehow made her even more gorgeous. Wang Jian's depraved and evil reaction was evident on his face as he reveled in her helpless state. Lady Zhuoran, on the other hand, had a lifeless and terrified look in her eyes as she gazed at Wang Jian. Her dark, midnight black hair was now disheveled, and her piercing green eyes seemed to have lost their inner fire. Even in her weakened state, her curves were still accentuated by the tight-fitting clothing she wore. Wang Jian approached her with an arrogant stride, taking in every inch of her beauty with twisted delight. She could feel his gaze piercing through her, causing her to shiver in fear. Lady Zhuoran's voice quivered with fear as she spoke to her captor. Pray tell, what is it that you desire? And how long do you intend to keep my daughter and me in this dreadful place? She asked, her piercing green eyes betraying her anguish. Her silver tails lay limp on the ground as she awaited Wang Jian's response. Wang Jian's lips curled into a sinister smile. You see, your beauty is too exquisite to let go of so easily. And your daughter will serve as a suitable bargaining chip to ensure your obedience. Lady Zhuoran's heart sank as she realized the true depth of Wang Jian's depravity. You will not get away with this, she spat out. My lover, the Jade-Eyed Tiger, is the king of the Beast Claw Grove. He will not rest until we are free, and you are punished for your insolence. Wang Jian rolled his eyes as he heard this threat and sneered. Do you think I have been idling all this time? I have already investigated the details of situation going on within the Beast Claw Grove. This Jade-Eyed Tiger is indeed your lover, but you have always hated it and kept it at a distance as it killed your husband. How do you have such detailed information about my clan? Lady Zhuoran's eyes widened as she asked this question. Wang Jian didn't answer her question. Actually, he received this information from one of the beasts that the Lin and the Ji clans had captured. I have a task for you. You have 3 hours to return to your clan in Beast Claw Grove and bring them all here. We will soon depart for Arya City, Wang Jian spoke. Noticing the defiant look in her eyes, Wang Jian added with a sinister smile, if you don't return, I will have my fun with your daughter, Bishi Shuyan, before turning her life into a living hell. Lady Zhuoran's heart sank as she realized the true depth of Wang Jian's depravity. You monster, she spat out, her voice trembling with anger and fear. Wang Jian just chuckled at her defiance. Oh, my dear, you have no idea what kind of monster I can be. But I promise you this, if you try to play games with me, your daughter will pay the price. Lady Zhuoran's eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Wang Jian, the man who held her captive and threatened her family. She knew she had no choice but to comply with his demands. I will do as you say, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. But please, spare my daughter. She is innocent in all of this. Wang Jian smirked at her, his eyes glittering with cruel amusement. Don't worry, my dear. I will make sure not to do anything to her as long as you return by the appointed time. With those words, he unlocked the chains that had held her captive, the sound of clanking metal echoing in the dungeon's cold, musty air. Despite being free from her restraints, Lady Zhuoran remained cautious, her wary gaze fixed on Wang Jian. She dared not even consider retaliating against him, her fear of the repercussions too great to bear. Without warning, Wang Jian closed the distance between them, his lips meeting hers in a forceful and depraved kiss. He groped at her curves, his hands exploring every inch of her body with a cruel fascination. Lady Zhuoran was left dumbfounded and terrified, unable to resist as tears streamed down her face. She knew that any resistance could result in Wang Jian taking action against her daughter, and so she remained still, allowing him to do as he pleased. The taste of his lips made her sick, and she longed for the freedom that seemed so far away. Finally, Wang Jian pulled away, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Your time starts now, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Lady Zhuoran ran out of the dungeon, her heart racing with fear and worry for her daughter and her tribe. She knew she had to hurry if she wanted to save them all from Wang Jian's grasp. She ran through the dark and narrow passages of the dungeon, not looking back even once. Wang Jian, on the other hand, approached Bishi Shuyan's cell with a predatory grin on his face. He knew exactly how to manipulate the young girl and make her do his bidding. As he reached her cell, he could see her huddled up in a corner, her eyes wide with fear. He opened the door and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Well, he said in a low and menacing voice. Look who we have here. The daughter of the beautiful Lady Zhuoran. You're just as pretty as your mother, aren't you? Bishi Shuyan looked up at him with a mix of fear and disgust. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice quivering. Wang Jian stood before Bishi Shuyan, his eyes flickering with malice as he delivered his ultimatum. Your mother has promised to return within 3 hours with her clan. And when she does, I will have my way with her. But if she doesn't show up, then I will take you instead, he sneered. Bishi Shuyan felt a rush of anger and fear at his words. She knew the vile and wicked intentions of the man in front of her. Please, I beg of you, she said, her voice trembling. Don't harm my mother. I will do whatever it takes to satisfy your desires. Wang Jian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. And what makes you think you could do that? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. Bishi Shuyan's face grew hot with embarrassment as she stammered out her response. I am willing to do anything you want. Anything at all, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Wang Jian considered her words, his face contorted in thought. Lady Zhuoran was more his type, and giving up on her didn't feel right. I'm not sure, he said, his voice trailing off. I have a rare gift, she said, her voice low and urgent. My body is attuned to the flow of energy in the world, and I can sense the presence of valuable resources that are hidden from ordinary senses. I know of secret caves and hidden treasure troves that would make you richer than you ever dreamed possible. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Wang Jian's eyes widened with interest, but he remained stoic. What else do you have to offer? He demanded. I can give you control over my entire clan, Bishi Shuyan said, her tone unwavering. I am the heiress of my clan, and no one would question my decisions. With my guidance, you can take everything they have and use it to your advantage. Wealth, power, influence, it could all be yours. Wang Jian's eyes lit up with avarice at the mention of secret caves and hidden treasures. Interesting, he murmured, his mind racing with the possibilities. Tell me more, and if your words are true, I will spare your mother. But in exchange, you will become my personal maid and serve me for as long as I desire. Bishi Shuyan's heart sank at the thought of living under this man's roof, but she knew she had no other choice. Very well, she said, gritting her teeth. I will tell you everything I know. But remember, you must keep your promise and spare my mother. Wang Jian's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I always keep my promises, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Now, let's begin. After receiving the valuable information from Bishi Shuyan, Wang Jian wasted no time in dispatching the fastest messenger bird to deliver it to King Qin. At first, Wang Jian had intended to take advantage of Bishi Shuyan's vulnerable position and force himself upon her. However, upon learning of her unique abilities, he reconsidered his plans. If the information she provided turned out to be genuine, it could potentially bring a significant advantage to his faction. He slowly understood that she might have been a vital heroine for Zhang Fei's rise. Wang Jian swiftly commanded his subordinates to prepare wagons and carriages for a lengthy journey ahead. After 2 hours, Lady Zhuoran returned to the Black Castle, accompanied by a stunning array of foxes. These creatures were breathtakingly beautiful, each adorned with a coat of fur in a unique and vibrant hue. However, they all shared a distinguishing feature, their silver tails. It was clear to Wang Jian why Lady Zhuoran's clan was renowned as the Silver-Tailed Fox Clan. As he surveyed the group, he noticed that only 3 women were in human form, each possessing the same silver tails as their fox counterparts. However, there was a notable difference between these women and Lady Zhuoran. While she boasted an impressive 5 tails, the others had only 3. Meanwhile, the remaining foxes belonging to Lady Zhuoran's clan possessed a mere 2 tails each. Wang Jian quickly discerned that only foxes with 3 or more tails were capable of assuming a human form. And apparently, no male with such bloodline was present in this clan right now. Well, it made sense as Wang Jian recalled that battle in Qianwei town where multiple human-looking fox clan members were killed. Perhaps all the men with powerful fox bloodlines were slaughtered that day, or maybe they died while resisting the attacks of the other beast clans who took advantage of Lady Zhuoran's absence. These are all the members of my clan. As soon as Lady Zhuoran spoke, she immediately fell to her knees in a submissive gesture, causing the members of her silver-tailed fox clan to stir in shock. They had never seen their clan mistress bow down to a human before. The members of the clan exchanged uneasy glances, whispering among themselves in a flurry of fox-like chattering. Some of them even backed away nervously, unsure of what to do next. Wang Jian could sense their unease, but he remained calm and composed. Rise, Lady Zhuoran, he said in a commanding voice. I am not here to harm you or your clan. I merely seek your cooperation. You see, I am planning to bring you to a region with even richer spiritual energy. Lady Zhuoran's voice was devoid of any emotion as she responded, We are grateful for your offer. Turning his attention to the silver-tailed fox clan, Wang Jian instructed, Would you please assist my servants in preparing the wagons and carriages? I require a private audience with your clan mistress. The members of the Fox clan looked at Lady Zhuoran, seeking her approval. She nodded, and Wang Jian pointed them towards his courtyard, Go in that direction. You will come across my maids. The Fox clan members quickly departed, leaving Wang Jian alone with Lady Zhuoran. She looked at him with a questioning gaze and spoke softly, May I please see my daughter? Wang Jian smiled amusedly and replied, "Of course." In no time, the mother and daughter were reunited, hugging each other tightly. Lady Zhuoran breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to see that her daughter was safe and well, and that Wang Jian had kept his promise. Bishi Shuyan, too, felt a sense of relief at the reunion of the mother and daughter. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. As Wang Jian watched the heartwarming scene, his mind wandered to Xiaoling and Mei Yan. They were in a similar situation as both sides were completely oblivious to the other person's deal with him. Their brief reunion concluded, the mother and daughter turned to Wang Jian and gave him a subtle nod of approval, silently acknowledging that he had upheld his end of the bargain. Wang Jian spoke, "Can you please go and help your clan members settle their things in the carriages and wagons? We will be departing for Solterra City soon." The mother-daughter duo walked towards the courtyard to help Wang Jian's maids set up everything required for this long journey. As the sun began to set, Wang Jian's imposing black castle welcomed a new arrival, the caravan of Meng Xiaoni. With the city lord informed in advance, preparations had already been made for Meng Xiaoni to accompany Wang Jian on his journey to Arya City. Though she was hesitant to leave her homeland, the young woman knew that defying Wang Jian's orders would lead to dire consequences for her clan. Once Meng Xiaoni had settled in, Wang Jian knew it was time to set out on their journey. Before departing, he dispatched his trusted griffin to deliver a message to the emperor at the royal palace of the everlasting mystic empire, asking for forgiveness for his delayed arrival, as he was bringing an entire entourage along with him instead of traveling alone on his griffin. The first stop of Wang Jian's entourage was the royal palace of the Windhaven Kingdom. They had to pick up Qinian as well. It was a 2-day journey on the road. Once they began this journey, they took 4 breaks each day and set up a camp in the wilderness near the road. As they set up camp for the night, he motioned for Meng Xiaoni to join him alone in his tent. When she entered, he fixed her with a cold stare. "Listen to me carefully," he said, his voice low and menacing. "If you reveal anything about Zhang Fei to Qinian, I will make sure your clan suffers the most excruciating pain imaginable. Do you understand?" Meng Xiaoni was visibly shaken, and she nodded quickly. "Good," Wang Jian said, satisfied. "You're a smart girl. I don't want to hurt your clan. But if you betray me, I won't hesitate to make an example out of them." The next morning, Wang Jian took Xiaoling aside as they were packing up camp. "I have a command for you," he said, his eyes narrowed. "Do not say anything about Zhang Fei to Qinian. If Qinian finds out anything about Zhang Fei, I'll make sure that Mei Yan suffers a fate worse than death. Do you understand?" Xiaoling stared at him, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes," she said softly. Wang Jian stepped closer, his breath hot against her ear. "And if you do as I say," he whispered, his hand sliding up her arm, "I'll make sure that you're rewarded." Xiaoling shuddered at his touch but didn't resist as he pulled her into a passionate kiss, his hands roaming over her body. She hated every moment of it but knew that she had no choice but to endure his advances. When the kiss finally ended, Wang Jian looked down at her with a wicked smile. "Good," he said. Later that day, Wang Jian sought out Lady Zhuoran in her tent. As she welcomed him in, he immediately grabbed her waist and pulled her onto his lap. "Listen carefully," he said, his voice cold as ice. "If you tell Qinian anything about Zhang Fei, I'll make sure that your daughter, Bishi Shuyan, suffers for it. Do you understand me?" Lady Zhuoran's eyes widened with fury, but she knew she had no choice but to endure his advances. Wang Jian kissed her neck while fondling her, causing her to shiver in disgust. "I understand. So, please, let me go," she whispered, but Wang Jian only tightened his grip. "Not yet," he said, his lips brushing against her ear. The two shared some rather intimate moments before Wang Jian finally let her go. He left her tent. Wang Jian's steps echoed in the silence of the night as he made his way towards Bishi Shuyan's tent. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light and his lips twisted into a wicked smile. Bishi Shuyan was sitting outside her tent, lost in thought. When she saw Wang Jian approaching, her heart skipped a beat. She stood up, her hands shaking, and looked at him with a mixture of fear and defiance. Wang Jian's eyes gleamed with a wicked lust as he walked towards Bishi Shuyan, who sat alone outside her tent. He had been searching for her, knowing that she possessed information that could threaten his power. He approached her with a sly grin, his fingers itching to touch her. "I have a message for you," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "If you breathe a word about Zhang Fei to Qinian, I'll make sure your mother suffers the consequences. Do you understand?" Bishi Shuyan trembled with fear, her heart beating frantically in her chest. Wang Jian reached out and caressed Bishi Shuyan's slender form, running his fingers down her soft skin. As he touched her, he focused his attention on her 4 silver tails, which swished and twitched under his fingers. Bishi Shuyan couldn't help but purr in pleasure at his touch, though she despised herself for it. "Yes, I understand," she murmured pitifully, her eyes downcast. Wang Jian's fingers continued to fondle her tails, eliciting a soft purr from Bishi Shuyan. "Actually," he said, his voice dripping with amusement, "I'd love for you to make a mistake so I can have some fun with your mother. But since I have this deal with you, I won't lay my hands on her. But don't forget, this is only if you keep on obeying my orders." After a grueling 2-day journey, Wang Jian and his entourage finally arrived at the royal palace of the Windhaven Kingdom. With a sense of purpose, Wang Jian strode confidently into the throne room to speak with King Qin. "I have received the Emperor's summons," Wang Jian said, his tone calm and measured. King Chen's eyes widened in surprise, but he couldn't detect any hint of urgency or concern on Wang Jian's face. "What is it about?" King Chen asked, feeling a sense of unease creep up his spine. "It concerns the recent events that have occurred in your kingdom," Wang Jian replied cryptically. King Chen's heart raced with anxiousness as he was worried that the emperor might be displeased with his actions and might be thinking of dealing with him a bit radically. That would be terrible. But then Wang Jian surprised him further by asking, "I would also like to take Qin Yan along to the Arya city." King Qin was taken aback by the request, but he couldn't deny the excitement that bubbled up inside him at the thought of his daughter exploring the capital of the empire. However, a tinge of worry crept in as he couldn't help but ask, "It will be safe for her, right?" With a reassuring smile, Wang Jian replied, "Trust me. I won't let anyone harm her." "So, do you have any other concerns?" Relieved by Wang Jian's assurance, King Qin responded, "Of course not. I would be honored for my daughter to accompany you on this journey. It will be a splendid opportunity for her to witness the marvels of the empire and expand her horizons." "Excellent," Wang Jian exclaimed before turning on his heel and striding purposefully towards Qin Yan's quarters. "I shall go and inform her of this marvelous news." Wang Jian knocked softly on the door of Qin Yan's room. Qin Yan was sitting by a low table, sipping on a cup of hot tea, when she heard the soft knock on her door. She placed the cup back on the table, setting aside the book she had been reading moments earlier. New estirais at n/vel/b/i/n.co. As she stood up, her long black hair cascaded down her back in gentle waves, framing her heart-shaped face perfectly. Her eyes, a deep brown, sparkled with curiosity as she made her way to the door. When she opened the door, Wang Jian stood before her, his face beaming with excitement. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. "What is it, Jian?" she asked, her voice soft and melodious. Wang Jian stepped inside, his smile widening. "Yan, I have wonderful news," he said with amusement in his voice. Qin Yan raised her brow in curiosity. "What news?" she asked. "I'm heading to the royal palace of the empire tomorrow, and your father has agreed to let you accompany me." Qin Yan's eyes widened in surprise. "What? So soon?" she said, her heart beating fast. "I never expected to accompany you to the capital so quickly." Wang Jian chuckled. "Don't worry, Yan. Everything will be fine. Your father has already given his blessing, and I promise to keep you safe." Qin Yan felt her nervousness ease a little at Wang Jian's words. "I'll have to pack my things," she said, still a little apprehensive. "Good idea," Wang Jian said with a grin. "Order your servants to pack up your most important belongings and join us on this journey. We leave at dawn." Qin Yan nodded slowly, still processing the news. "Okay, I'll do that," she said softly. Wang Jian put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Yan. This will be an adventure, and I'll be with you every step of the way." Qin Yan looked up at him, grateful for his reassurance. "Thank you, Wang Jian. I know I can trust you." With that, Wang Jian turned and left the room, leaving Qin Yan to start her preparations for the journey to the royal palace of the empire. As she started to pack for the trip, Qin Yan called for her maids and gave them specific instructions on what to bring. "Make sure to pack my silver-embroidered silk robe and the jade hairpin that my mother gave me," Qin Yan instructed. "And don't forget to bring my favorite fan and the box of perfumed oils." The maids nodded in acknowledgement and began to gather the requested items. Wang Jian, meanwhile, had returned to the camp where they were staying. The next day, Qin joined Wang Jian's entourage, and they set off on their journey towards Arya City. However, the journey was not a short one, and it would take them more than a week to reach their destination. In the meantime, Wang Jian's message reached the emperor's court, in which he humbly apologized and explained the delay. The emperor's vanity was appeased as he perused the humble letter composed by Wang Jian, and he realized that the latter may have had valid motives for his unconventional method of arrival. During this period, another event occurred. Xia Shiwei, Luo Ying, Tang Xiaohui, and Lu Yu gathered for an urgent meeting to discuss the recent series of attacks they had suffered. Xia Shiwei had not been targeted yet, and he guessed it was because he had not left the safety of Arya City. "I propose that we pool our resources to hire a mercenary group to protect me," Xia Shiwei suggested, his voice determined despite the risk involved. Luo Ying was quick to agree. "That's a good plan. If we can catch this attacker, we can put an end to all of this." Tang Xiaohui, on the other hand, had her reservations. "But what if the attacker is too strong? We don't want to put Xia Shiwei in danger." Xia Shiwei replied with conviction. "I'm willing to take that risk. We need to be proactive in catching this attacker before they cause any more harm." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "I agree. It's better to take action than to wait for the worst to happen." The group discussed the details of Xia Shiwei's plan and eventually agreed to fund the mercenary group. However, they were all surprised by the fact that Xia Shiwei and Lu Yu had not been targeted by the attacker. To be on the safer side, they hired the services of powerful and discreet guards and left Arya City, but nothing happened. The group held a discussion, trying to make sense of the situation. Xia Shiwei spoke first. "Could it be that the assailant is scared to attack us now? He tried 3 times but succeeded only once." Tang Xiaohui and Luo Ying shared a skeptical glance before shaking their heads. Tang Xiaohui replied, "No, I don't think so. Even though the cloth around his face obscured his identity, I could sense the intensity in his eyes. He doesn't seem like someone who would easily give up. Remember, he didn't stop even after we forced him to jump down a cliff." Luo Ying nodded in agreement. "I share Xiaohui's opinion. It feels like the assailant has a specific reason for targeting us, the 6 outlaws of Arya City. It could be because we have harmed someone close to him." Xia Shiwei looked worried and asked, "But who could it be? We've committed so many heinous crimes, it could be anyone." Lu Yu spoke up, a sly smirk forming on his face. "Maybe it's someone seeking revenge for the time we burned down that entire village and killed all its inhabitants." Tang Xiaohui sneered, "Or perhaps it's the family of that merchant we robbed and left for dead on the roadside." Luo Ying added, "And let's not forget about that time we kidnapped the mayor's daughter and held her for ransom. We got away with it, but maybe someone is finally coming for us." Xia Shiwei suddenly had an idea. "What about the family of that man we framed and executed for a crime he didn't commit? They could be seeking vengeance." Tang Xiaohui shook his head. "That's a possibility, but we've committed so many atrocities over the years, it's impossible to pinpoint one exact reason." Lu Yu spoke up again, a twisted grin on his face. "Whatever the reason may be, we can't let our guard down. He is bound to make a mistake sooner or later. We just need to be prepared and ensure that our security is never lacking." Luo Ying spoke seriously. "Right," everyone agreed with him. Then, Tang Xiaohui asked aloud, "Should we tell Jian about this assailant?" Xia Shiwei responded, "Nah. Jian is currently in the Windhaven Kingdom and doesn't need to know of such minor matters. In fact, he might look down on us if we can't even deal with this assailant." "True. Correct. You are right." Everyone in the room conveyed their affirmation to Xia Shiwei's words. "Let's make sure to find this assassin and deal with him before Jian returns." "Yeah." They all cheered collectively. As they rendezvoused in camp, Wang Jian revealed to Qin that he had enlisted the services of a pair of women for his journey. Upon witnessing Xiao Ling, Meng Xiangyi, and Bishi Shuyan in his employ, Qin was taken aback. Recognizing the trio as Zhang Fei's paramours, she was curious as to their presence. Each of the women responded differently to her query. Xiao Ling and Bishi Shuyan were left gawking at Wang Jian, whereas Meng Xiangyi simply cast her gaze downwards. Swiftly, Wang Jian constructed a plausible explanation for their participation, claiming that they yearned to witness the wonders of the everlasting mystic empire, and that he had presented them with an unparalleled opportunity. Xiao Ling's teacher, Mei Yan, was elated at the prospect of her apprentice joining the expedition and implored Wang Jian to bring her along. Despite his reluctance, he ultimately relented to her request. Meanwhile, Bishi Shuyen and her mother were being oppressed by a local beast king in Beastclaw Grove, so they desired to depart and migrate to a region where the spiritual energy was more abundant. As a result, they decided to join Wang Jian's entourage. In contrast, Meng Xiangyi's father desired his daughter to venture out and partake in the world's myriad wonders. Upon learning of this, Wang Jian offered them the opportunity to bring her along and utilize her expertise to mentor a few disciples. As Wang Jian spun his web of deceit, the women's gaze bore into him, transfixed by his words. Each uttered falsehood was an arrow to their hearts, for the truth was that Wang Jian had strong-armed them into joining his entourage. He had threatened their loved ones, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Their simmering anger was not directed at Chen Yan, who smiled naively at Wang Jian's words and sang his praises. No, their fury was reserved for Wang Jian himself, a manipulative and conniving villain who, even at this moment, was deceiving the muddle-headed Chen Yan. After 4 days of travel, Wang Jian's entourage had left Solterra City far behind and crossed into the territory of the everlasting Mystic Empire. The Windhaven Kingdom's domain was now just a distant memory, and the landscape had transformed into one of the rolling hills and dense forests. For the past 4 days, Wang Jian had been making an effort to spend as much time as possible with Chen Yan on their journey towards Arya City in the everlasting Mystic Empire. They walked side by side, conversing heartily, and laughing aloud at each other's jokes. As they traveled, Wang Jian would occasionally point out things of interest, such as a particularly beautiful flower or a picturesque view, and Chen Yan would listen intently, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Meng Xiangyi, Xiao Ling, Bishi Shuyen, and Lady Zhuoran watched in disbelief as they witnessed the side of Wang Jian's personality. They had always thought of him as a wicked man, ruthless in his dealings and merciless in his actions. But seeing him now, so loving and kind towards Chen Yan, completely shattered their preconceptions. Despite this, Wang Jian's behavior did little to change their opinion of him. They still saw him as the same evil bastard they had always known, and they were wary of his intentions towards Chen Yan. It was only Meng Xiangyi who believed that Wang Jian's feelings towards Chen Yan were genuine. She somewhat understood why he would be furious enough to completely destroy Zhang Fei and his clan for blaspheming such a pure-hearted woman. During these 4 days, Wang Jian spent his days with Chen Yan, but when night fell, he would retreat to the tent of one of the 4 women in his entourage. On this particular evening, he visited Meng Xiangyi's tent. Upon entering, he saw Meng Xiangyi sitting with her back against a pillow, looking through a small book. "Hello, Meng Xiangyi," Wang Jian greeted her calmly. Meng Xiangyi looked up and forced a small smile. "Hello, Wang Jian." Wang Jian sat beside her and began, "I wanted to talk to you about your job in Arya City. You will be assisting Su Xian in training her disciples. You will have to train hard and dedicate yourself to the task." Meng Xiangyi's eyes widened as she processed the information. "I see. I didn't expect that Wang Jian had actually spoken half-truth regarding my job in front of Chen Yan," she thought to herself. "Is there anything else you want to know?" Wang Jian asked. Meng Xiangyi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Well, I am slightly interested in venturing into Arya City. Can you give me further details about my task?" Wang Jian nodded and proceeded to give her a detailed account of what she could expect during her time in Arya City. As he continued to speak, she found herself genuinely fascinated by the prospect of Arya City and the details of her task. She nodded along and asked a few questions. After finishing, Wang Jian stood up and said, "I hope this conversation has helped you. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask." Meng Xiangyi nodded and forced another smile. "Thank you, Wang Jian. I will make sure to work hard and do my best in my new job." Wang Jian nodded and left the tent, leaving Meng Xiangyi to her thoughts. She couldn't help but feel wary of Wang Jian and all his smooth talking. She knew that he had coerced them into coming with him and that there was something off about him. Despite her suspicions and hatred towards him, she knew she had to be careful and maintain a facade of friendliness, lest she reveal her true feelings and suffer the consequences. The next night, Wang Jian spent with Xiao Ling in her tent. Wang Jian sat on a silk cushion, lounging in the corner of the tent while Xiao Ling knelt before him, her eyes cast down in subservience. He flicked his wrist, signaling for her to start fanning him with a beautiful, intricately designed hand fan. "I understand that you hate me," he said, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, "and you should. But don't forget that I am the man who gave you what you wanted, the man who helped you get revenge on the one who caused you so much pain and was the source of your despair." Xiao Ling gritted her teeth, trying to hide the hatred that boiled inside her. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice barely masking her disgust. Wang Jian chuckled, his eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure. I simply wanted to see you, my dear. You amuse me, and your hatred is like sweet nectar to me. I enjoy playing with you like a cat with a mouse. Xiao Ling's heart sank as she realized that she was nothing more than a toy to this man, a plaything for his sick amusement. She continued fanning him, her hands trembling with anger and fear. Wang Jian's countenance shifted to a more solemn one as he addressed Xiao Ling. Perhaps you are not aware, but you possess a unique constitution, the coveted sacredine physique. This is the underlying cause of your prodigious abilities. Without such an innate gift, despite any potential, it would have been impossible for you to achieve the Lord Realm at such a youthful age in the Windhaven Kingdom without some fortuitous intervention. Xiao Ling was taken aback upon hearing those words. The revelation was indeed true. She had never encountered any cultivation impediments since beginning her training. Despite starting her cultivation journey later than Zhang Fei, she swiftly matched his level within a matter of months. News to rise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Such a meteoric rise was unparalleled within the entire Windhaven Kingdom. It was her exceptional cultivation speed that had earned her the distinction of being a core disciple and the privilege of receiving personal guidance from the sect mistress of the Celestial Dragon Sect, Mei Yan. Wang Jian leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a cruel determination. Listen closely, Xiao Ling, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You may hate me, but you need me. And if you keep obeying my orders, I will give you everything you need to become even stronger. In this world, only with strength can you accomplish what you desire. Xiao Ling's heart pounded in her chest. She knew that Wang Jian was not to be trusted, but she also knew that he spoke the truth. Without strength, she would never be able to protect herself or those she cared about. After a moment of consideration, she nodded her head resolutely. I'll do it, she said, her voice steady. But don't think that I trust you, Wang Jian. I'm only doing this for myself. Wang Jian smirked. Of course, he said. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. But mark my words, Xiao Ling. Until you become stronger than me, you will continue to act as my maid. I understand, Xiao Ling spoke decisively. Wang Jian's face twisted into a wretched grin as he spoke in a tone dripping with malice. Excellent. Then you can start by massaging my back. But remember, you can only use your breasts for this task. Xiao Ling's face contorted in disbelief and anger at his vile request. She felt like she was being degraded and humiliated. Are you kidding me? She spat out, her voice trembling with rage. Wang Jian chuckled darkly. No, I'm not kidding. Do it now. We don't have all day. Xiao Ling felt sick to her stomach as she watched him strip down to his underwear and lay on the ground. She knew she had no choice but to obey his orders if she wanted to survive in this cruel world. With trembling hands, she began to carry out his depraved request, using her breasts to massage his back while trying her best to block out the disgust and shame she felt. On the third night, Wang Jian intended to spend it with Lady Zhuoran, as he had prepared a special surprise for her. However, his plans were abruptly changed when Bishi Shuyan barged into his tent, bearing news of paramount importance. According to her, she had detected the presence of an incredibly rare treasure in the vicinity. Whether it was a precious herb or a valuable resource, she could not tell for certain, but her instincts led her to believe that it was something truly exceptional. Despite having only a vague sense of the direction it lay in, Bishi Shuyan was certain that the treasure was worth seeking out. Wang Jian's eyes glinted with excitement as he listened to Bishi Shuyan's words. He had always been fascinated by rare treasures and the potential power they could bring him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Bishi Shuyan by her slender waist, admiring the way her four tails protruded from her back, and lifted her up into the air with ease. The wind rushed past them as they soared through the sky, Bishi Shuyan's tails swaying behind her like ethereal ribbons. Wang Jian couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement run through his body as they drew closer to their destination. He could sense that they were getting closer to the treasure, and he knew that it was going to be something truly special. As they descended towards the ground, Bishi Shuyan pointed in the direction of the treasure. Wang Jian followed her lead, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of it. Finally, he saw a glimmer of light in the distance, and his heart leapt with anticipation. He knew that they were about to find something truly incredible. It was a petal of the golden lotus. Golden lotus was something that bloomed in the midst of a thunderstorm. Its petals contain a rare substance that can enhance the cultivator's affinity with thunder-based elemental powers and grant them the ability to absorb lightning to replenish their energy. Wang Jian could sense a sea of qi throbbing as it longed to acquire this rare herb. As Wang Jian examined the rare golden lotus petal in his hand, he realized that its potential could not be fully realized through simple absorption. Instead, he could transform it into a powerful pellet that could greatly enhance his lightning element prowess. Luckily, he knew just the person to help him achieve this feat, Xia Shiwei, the son of an esteemed elder of the Tao of Alchemy Society in Arya City. With his connections, Wang Jian could procure the services of a master alchemist to craft a potent pellet using the golden lotus petal as the primary ingredient. Its consumption was said to grant the user a glimpse into the profound mysteries of the laws of lightning, making it an invaluable resource for cultivators specializing in this element. It was rumored that those at the peak of the Lord Realm who consumed the Thunderbolt Lotus pellet could instantaneously break through their bottleneck and ascend to the esteemed King Realm. Such was the power of this wonderful pellet. You have displayed a remarkable performance. It is clear evidence of your ability, praised Wang Jian, as he gave a pat on Bishi Shuyan's head, acknowledging her skills. As he caressed her head, his fingers grazed over her pointed ears, which elicited a purring response from Bishi Shuyan. Although, it was brief and she regained her composure quickly, giving a stern gaze to Wang Jian in response. You better keep your end of the deal, Bishi Shuyan spoke with a warning tone. Wang Jian was not the type of person who would let a threat slide. He responded in an amused tone, and you better continue finding treasures for me. If you become unproductive, I may not be able to resist doing something entertaining. It's so difficult for me to do nothing every day when I see Lady Zhuoran. Bishi Shuyan was unable to resist cursing aloud, you disgusting scoundrel. You just have to make sure that you are earnest in serving me, Wang Jian responded with a wicked smirk. The two soon returned to the camp. Upon their return to the camp, Lady Zhuoran was taken aback to see Bishi Shuyan flying down with Wang Jian, his arm tightly wrapped around her waist. Knowing Wang Jian's lascivious tendencies, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, fearing that he had harmed her daughter. Moving forward with a fierce expression, she demanded, "Where have the two of you been?" Bishi Shuyan quickly reassured her mother, "Mother, there's nothing to worry about. We were out on a treasure hunt, and I sensed something valuable." Lady Zhuoran's sharp eyes narrowed as she listened to her daughter's explanation. She knew that Bishi Shuyan's talent for sensing treasures was second to none. She turned to Wang Jian and asked, "Is this true? Did you really find a treasure?" Wang Jian's lips curved into a sly smirk, as if he found Lady Zhuoran's question amusing. He responded with a hint of pride in his voice, "Of course, Lady Zhuoran. We stumbled upon a petal of the golden lotus." Lady Zhuoran's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help but be doubtful that they would stumble upon this rare herb. She asked warily, "Can I see it?" Wang Jian's smirk widened, and he replied, "But of course, my lady." He then pulled out the petal of golden lotus and displayed it to Lady Zhuoran. As soon as she laid her eyes on the petal, Lady Zhuoran breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the two had indeed stumbled upon the coveted herb. Wang Jian couldn't resist adding with a lecherous grin, "It seems that Bishi Shuyan's ability to sense treasures is as valuable as ever. Perhaps I should keep her by my side at all times." Bishi Shuyan's face turned beet red, and Lady Zhuoran shot Wang Jian a sharp glare. "That would be highly inappropriate," Lady Zhuoran rebuked. Wang Jian's sly grin only widened, "Oh, I see. Well, I do occasionally seek out Shuyan to help me locate rare treasures. Her ability is too valuable to waste, don't you think so, Lady Zhuoran? Visit nvelben.cm for EU ovals." Bishi Shuyan knew exactly what Wang Jian wanted her to say, so she quickly interjected, "It's fine, mother. I don't mind helping Wang Jian find treasures." Lady Zhuoran shot a skeptical look at Wang Jian, unsure whether to trust his intentions. But she knew that her daughter's ability was a valuable asset, and she didn't want to discourage her from using it to its full potential. She reluctantly nodded her approval. Each of them returned to their tents, and the night soon ended. As the fourth day came to an end, the night fell over the camp. The night was pitch black, the darkness enveloping everything in an eerie, suffocating embrace. As Wang Jian approached Lady Zhuoran's tent, a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. He found her inside, the flickering flames of a small lantern casting shadows across her delicate features. Wang Jian strode towards Lady Zhuoran, his tone authoritative. "Lady Zhuoran," he said, his voice low and commanding. "I need you to come with me." Lady Zhuoran looked up, startled by the sudden change in Wang Jian's demeanor. "Why? Where are we going?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to take a walk with you," Wang Jian replied, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. "Now come." Lady Zhuoran felt a knot forming in her stomach, but she knew better than to disobey Wang Jian. She followed him out of the tent, and they began to walk through the empty fields surrounding their camp. Wang Jian's arm was around Lady Zhuoran's waist, his grip tight and possessive. Lady Zhuoran tried to step away, but Wang Jian held her firmly in place. "We need to have a chat, my dear," Wang Jian spoke with a menacing tone, his eyes fixed on her. Lady Zhuoran's heart raced with fear as she listened to his words. I don't know what you mean," she stammered, trying to keep her voice steady. "Oh, but you do," Wang Jian smirked. "You dared to speak to me in that rude tone in front of your daughter. That's quite a bold move, my dear." As he spoke, Wang Jian smacked Lady Zhuoran's buttocks with a heated gaze, making her moan in pain. Lady Zhuoran gasped as Wang Jian continued to strike her buttocks, each hit sending waves of pain through her body. She tried to struggle free, but his grip was too strong. "You don't speak to me like that, Lady Zhuoran," Wang Jian growled. "Especially not in front of your daughter. You need to learn some respect." Lady Zhuoran's mind raced as she tried to figure out a way to escape his grasp. She had never felt so vulnerable before, and the pain of his strikes was almost too much to bear. "I'm sorry," she whimpered, her voice barely audible. "Please, let me go." But Wang Jian had no intention of letting her go. He continued to smack her buttocks, each hit harder than the last, relishing in the power he held over her. "Maybe this will teach you a lesson," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You're lucky I'm not doing worse to you." Lady Zhuoran's eyes widened with fear at his words. What else was he capable of doing to her? She felt sick to her stomach as she realized she was completely at his mercy. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Jian finally released Lady Zhuoran, and she fell to the ground, gasping for air. She tried to gather her strength and composure, but her terror was still visible in her eyes as she looked up at him. Wang Jian stared down at her with a twisted smile, his grip still possessive. "You detest me, don't you?" he taunted. "But so what? Even if you hate me, you can never escape this life. You have no choice but to be my slave for the rest of your lives." Lady Zhuoran's expression hardened as she heard this, her eyes narrowing with determination. She refused to give up hope, even in this desperate situation. Wang Jian noticed the defiance in her eyes and decided to crush it. "I'm sure you might not believe me," he sneered. "But let me tell you why it is impossible for you two to escape from me. I have utilized a special technique to mark your daughter and your souls with my spirit. I can instantly find you both if I want to." Lady Zhuoran's eyes widened in shock. "And no way. That's impossible," she stuttered, her voice quivering with fear. Wang Jian was indeed lying, but he maintained his arrogant look and continued, "Oh, please. Don't judge this world by your small standards." He leaned down closer to Lady Zhuoran, his hot breath on her face, as he issued a warning. "If you ever try to escape, the consequences won't be pretty. And if your daughter does try to escape, I can still forgive her since she doesn't know of this information. But only if you stay behind." Lady Zhuoran felt a surge of anger and frustration. With that, the two returned to the camp. Wang Jian didn't actually take her body today as he was conducting an experiment. To do that, he refrained from any sex with any of the women along with him. This experiment was related to the protagonist in the everlasting Mystic Empire. On the 5th day of their journey, Wang Jian rode atop his trusty brown stallion, its hooves clopping rhythmically alongside the white mare of Qinian. As they rode towards Arya City, Qinian couldn't help but reminisce about her adventures with her friends. "Jian, I remember when I used to sneak out of the palace with my friends and dress up as commoners. We would roam around the city, visit shops, and enjoy street food. It was so much fun." Wang Jian chuckled at her confession. "You're quite the troublemaker, Ian." Qinian blushed and laughed. I know. But it was worth it. Those memories are some of my fondest." Wang Jian smiled warmly at her. "I can imagine. It sounds like a lot of fun. I wish I had the chance to experience something like that." Qinian turned to him with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Well, maybe we can do something similar on our way back. We could disguise ourselves and roam around the city like commoners. What do you say?" Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "That sounds rather fun." Qinian grinned at his response. "Great. We can plan it out when we get closer to the Empire." And don't worry, I'll make sure to disguise you well enough that no one will recognize you as a prince. Wang Jian chuckled. I have faith in your disguise skills, Yan. As they continued their journey, Qin Yan told Wang Jian more stories of her past adventures, and he listened intently, enjoying her lively and carefree spirit. He found himself feeling more relaxed and carefree as well. Although he was a lascivious fellow, he couldn't help but admit that spending time with Qin Yan was a refreshing change of pace. This was a similar feeling to when he spent time with Su Xian. Such a serene pace was interrupted by the sound of a sharp whistle. Wang Jian's instincts kicked in, and he quickly realized they were under attack. He looked around, trying to identify the source of the threat, but it was too late. A dagger was hurled towards him, and Wang Jian barely had time to react. He quickly jumped from his horse to dodge an incoming dagger. Qin Yan gasped in horror as she saw the attacker emerge from the nearby bushes. It was a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by a hood. Wang Jian tensed, ready to face the assailant. Suddenly, all of Wang Jian's guards sprang into action, surrounding the assailant with weapons drawn. Identify yourself! You dare to ambush the convoy of the 7th Prince of the Everlasting Brolia Empire? One of the guards barked out. With a cold and menacing tone, the cloaked figure responded, I am here to kill Wang Jian. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes, sizing up the attacker. Meanwhile, his system beeped and notified him of the attacker's identity. The host has been ambushed by protagonist Yi Chen. So, his name is Yi Chen, Wang Jian muttered to himself. Warning! The host is recommended to flee due to the immense luck disparity between the host and protagonist Yi Chen. Wang Jian's eyes widened as he read the notification. He didn't think that this protagonist's luck would be so high that the system would recommend him to flee immediately. Utilizing his true eyes, Wang Jian checked the protagonist's luck. Luck. Host, 16,012. Protagonist Yi Chen, 120,111, rising rapidly. Wang Jian's shock was palpable. Despite Yi Chen's cultivation being only at the Lord Realm, his luck was 8 times that of Wang Jian's. It was an almost insurmountable advantage. But there was no time to dwell on the odds. Wang Jian was determined to protect himself and Qin Yan. Stay back, Yan, he said firmly, readying himself to face the attacker. Guards, attack him. Make this fool pay for his insolence. Wang Jian barked out an order. Most of these guards were at the Origin Realm, while the captains of respective teams were at the Lord Realm. As soon as they received the order, they immediately leaped at Yi Chen with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's eyes glinted with determination as he brandished his heavy sword. His sword emitted a brilliant glow as if it was alive and ready to strike. With quick movements and intricate sword techniques, Yi Chen blocked every attack with ease. His eyes followed the guard's movements as he calculated his next move. With a resounding cry, Yi Chen unleashed his famed sword technique known as the Heavenly Might Slash. The air crackled with a surge of potent sword chi that sliced through the guards' defense, impaling them with deadly precision and ending their lives in an instant. Wang Jian's eyes widened slightly as he witnessed the sword chi. He could sense the laws of sword from it. He found it a bit inconceivable that Yi Chen could already utilize the laws of sword without even reaching the King Realm. However, Wang Jian calmed down quickly enough as he recalled Yi Chen's status as a protagonist. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Yi Chen spoke murderously. By this time, Meng Xiangyi, Xiao Ling, Bishi Shuyan, and Lady Zhuoran had arrived. They gazed at Yi Chen with shocked expressions. In fact, except for Meng Xiangyi, the other 3 women gazed at Yi Chen with hopeful expressions. They actually wanted him to win against Wang Jian. Yi Chen also cast a glance at them, and a perverted look appeared on his face. He couldn't believe that there were 5 beauties accompanying Wang Jian. At this moment, Wang Jian received 3 notifications from the system. Xiao Ling has regained her status as a heroine. Bishi Shuyan has regained her status as a heroine. Lady Zhuoran has gained heroine status. Upon seeing these notifications, a cunning grin spread across Wang Jian's face. His experiment had proven successful. However, he now found himself unable to flee. If he were to attempt an escape, Wang Jian would forfeit his hold over the 3 heroines, and possibly even Meng Xiangyi and Qin Yan if he permitted them to interact with Yi Chen over an extended period. Knowing that it would be unwise to directly confront the protagonist with such an exceptionally high luck value, Wang Jian weighed his options and devised 2 potential courses of action. The first path involved a passive but safer approach. Wang Jian would promptly retreat from the scene and avoid any contact with Yichen until his luck value surpassed that of the protagonist. On the other hand, the second path called for an active and risky approach. Wang Jian could choose to engage Yichen in battle and overwhelm him with sheer force, in hopes that the world's essence would intervene and rescue him. This would lead to Yichen's retreat. There was one thing Wang Jian did recognize. He had no chance of killing Yichen today. With a sudden burst of speed, Wang Jian lunged forward, his origin fist striking out with lightning-fast movements. Yichen, anticipating the attack, responded with quick reflexes, holding up his heavy sword and blocking the punch head-on. However, Wang Jian's origin fist was no ordinary punch. It was imbued with dense King Realm Qi that sent Yichen hurtling backwards with a tremendous force. The impact shook the ground beneath them. While Yichen was still mid-air, Wang Jian concentrated immense energy over his two index fingers and launched a beam of destruction attack at him. The beam was a destructive force that could level mountains, and Yichen knew he had to act fast. With fierce determination, he rotated his body in midair while launching a powerful sword technique named Revolving Slash. This technique was known for its overwhelming sword chi that could cut through anything in its path. The two attacks collided, creating a deafening explosion that shook the surrounding area. The force of the impact sent dust and debris flying, obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust cleared, Yichen stood firm with his heavy sword still held high. Across from him, Wang Jian sported a sly smirk on his face, clearly unimpressed. "You're quite powerful for a Lord Realm cultivator," he admitted, his voice dripping with condescension. Yichen was quick to call out Wang Jian's deceitful tactics. "It's shameful that you would use your full strength against someone ranked lower than you." Wang Jian simply shrugged. "I'll do whatever it takes to win." "Let's make this battle more interesting," Wang Jian spoke as flames enveloped his arms. Yichen countered it by unleashing the sword chi within his body. The two continued their battle soon enough. As Wang Jian charged towards Yichen, flames erupted around him, making it hard for Yichen to even see him. He quickly raised his heavy sword, using his wind element to create a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the flames and allowed him to see his opponent. Yichen's first attack was Whirlwind Slash, a move where he swung his sword in a circular motion, creating a whirlwind of sharp blades that moved towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian swiftly dodged the attack and launched his enhanced strength attack, striking Yichen with a powerful punch. Yichen staggered back, but quickly regained his balance and retaliated with Gale Slash, a powerful attack that used his wind element to create a blade of wind that sliced through the air towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian countered with Mystic Force, a technique that enveloped his body in flames and made him harder to hit. Yichen used his wind element to increase his speed and launched a flurry of attacks, each named after a different wind element: Tornado Thrust, Hurricane Strike, Typhoon Slice, and Cyclone Cleave. Despite Yichen's quick and powerful attacks, Wang Jian effortlessly dodged each one and struck back with his Moonrise Fist, a move where he channeled the power of the moon to increase the strength of his punch. This punch hit Yichen squarely on his chest as he was hurled back by 100 meters. However, Yichen possessed a strong physique and he quickly picked himself up while gazing at Wang Jian with a determined expression. He realized he needed to come up with a new plan if he wanted to win this battle. He focused on his heavy sword, channeling his chi into it to create a new technique called Stormbreaker. With this move, he swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that pushed back Wang Jian's flames and shattered his Mystic Force technique. As Wang Jian staggered back from the force of the attack, Yichen saw an opening and launched his Gust Slash, a move that created a blade of wind that sliced towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian countered with his Lunar Shield, a technique that created a shield of moonlight that blocked Yichen's attack. Unfazed by the setback, Yichen retreated a short distance and activated a blue glowing ring on his finger, indicating it was a spatial ring. In the next moment, Yichen produced a collection of sachets and metallic plates inscribed with mystical symbols. Wang Jian's trained eye quickly recognized these items as talismans, powerful tools imbued with magical properties. Judging from their potency, he surmised that they were of at least king rank quality. With a deafening cry, Yichen activated the first talisman in his arsenal, known as the Death-Dealing Sword Talisman. This talisman unleashed a flurry of sword chi strikes, each one capable of delivering a fatal blow to opponents caught within its range. The talisman caused a storm of sword chi strikes to rain down upon Wang Jian, each strike possessing the lethal capability to strike down any foe caught within its range. Wang Jian, being within range, was forced to bear the brunt of this devastating attack, and his previously solid lunar shield was shattered into pieces. With a grimace of pain and a hard glare, Wang Jian charged straight towards Yichen, his determination unshaken despite the brutal assault. Yi Chen stood his ground and waited for Wang Jian's approach, clutching a small sachet tightly in his hand. And when Wang Jian finally came within range, Yi Chen tightly grasped the sachet, causing a sudden overflow of laws of sword that permeated the entire area. This was the Celestial Blade Talisman. When activated, this talisman summons a spectral sword made entirely of pure sword qi, which can be wielded by the user to devastating effect. With a burst of energy, Yi Chen's heavy sword became enveloped in the powerful laws of sword, radiating a deadly aura that left Wang Jian visibly alarmed. But before Wang Jian could react, Yi Chen let out a fierce battle cry and unleashed the full force of his attack. Whirlwind Slash! The sound of Yi Chen's voice echoed throughout the arena, sending shockwaves through the air as he launched a whirlwind of sharp blades that possessed an unreal power of laws of sword, all aimed at Wang Jian. As the sharp blades slashed Wang Jian's body, Yi Chen's heart swelled with triumph. A wide grin spread across his face as he watched his attack connect with his opponent. Finally, he is dead, Yi Chen muttered triumphantly. But his victory was short-lived. A voice from behind him shattered his elation. My apologies, who is dead? Wang Jian's voice was laced with amusement. Yi Chen spun around, his heart racing with fear and confusion. How could Wang Jian still be alive? He had seen his opponent's body torn apart by his attack. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Then, he stammered out, "Why you? I thought you were dead." Wang Jian's voice dripped with disdain as he spoke, "I can understand your confusion, but explaining it to you would be a waste of my time." With a mocking tone, he continued, "I doubt your feeble mind could grasp it." As he spoke, Wang Jian activated his laws of flame in his left hand and channeled his mystic force to empower his qi to an even higher level. Get latest level CHDRs on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. Without warning, he struck Yi Chen with an origin fist, hitting him square in the chest. Despite Yi Chen's strengthened body, he was unable to withstand the full force of the blow, and he felt several ribs snap upon impact. Wang Jian was well aware that the battle was far from over. Despite the gruesome injuries inflicted on Yi Chen's body, he slowly rose to his feet, his determined gaze fixed on his opponent. In his hand, he gripped a circular metal plate etched with intricate symbols that emanated a vivid green glow, enveloping his body in an aura of power and vitality. Yi Chen's body was regenerating at an astonishing pace, the wounds that were once there now closing up in a matter of minutes. But before he could fully heal, Wang Jian interrupted his recovery with a swift movement of his moonshadow step. In response, Yi Chen immediately gripped the phantom sword talisman with his other hand. This new talisman was capable of producing countless illusory swords that created confusion and disorientation in the opponent's mind, leaving them open to a swift strike. As soon as Yi Chen activated it, hundreds of swords materialized in front of Wang Jian, their deadly aura palpable. However, Wang Jian was unfazed and simply ignored the illusions as he charged straight towards Yi Chen. With a steady hand, Yi Chen launched all the swords at Wang Jian, but to no avail. Many swords passed harmlessly through Wang Jian's body, as they were nothing more than mere illusions. Yi Chen had hoped to gain some time with this tactic, but to his surprise, Wang Jian was not deterred. Suddenly, Wang Jian stopped in his tracks and, with a precise strike of his origin fist, shattered an incoming sword. Yi Chen's complexion turned sour as he realized that Wang Jian had discerned the only real sword among the multitude of illusions. It was easy for Wang Jian to see through these illusions as he possessed spiritual sensitivity. The fake or illusionary swords didn't possess any spiritual energy, so it was easy to differentiate them from the real sword. With a menacing expression, Wang Jian stepped forward and landed a flurry of punches on Yi Chen's face. The blows were so swift and powerful that Yi Chen could barely keep up, struggling to block or dodge them. Despite his best efforts, Wang Jian's fists connected with Yi Chen's face multiple times, causing him to reel in pain. In an attempt to retaliate, Yi Chen threw a punch of his own, but his movements were uncoordinated, and his aim was off. Wang Jian effortlessly sidestepped the clumsy attack, leaving Yi Chen wide open for another strike. Before long, Yi Chen's battered body fell heavily to the ground, his face bloodied and bruised. Though he was still alive, his injuries were so severe that he could no longer fight. Wang Jian crouched down next to him, a small smile on his lips. "So, let's have a little chat," he said, his voice almost friendly. "Why did you attack me?" Yi Chen gasped for air as he struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and weak. You dared to bully Guanyin," he managed to say, his words interrupted by a coughing fit. "She's my childhood friend." Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk. "Oh, really?" he replied in a mocking tone. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with fury. Yes, really, he spat out, his fists clenching in anger. And I won't let you get away with it. Wang Jian's smirk turned into a grin. Is that a promise? He asked, his voice laced with amusement. Yi Chen nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Yes, it is, he said, his voice firm and resolute. Next time, I'll definitely succeed. Wang Jian tilted his head, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. As Yi Chen glared at him, his gaze suddenly flickered down to the talisman he held in his hand. But before he could react, Wang Jian had already snatched it from him with lightning-fast speed. Yi Chen's expression turned from one of anger to one of fear as he realized the gravity of his mistake. Is this how you plan to escape? This must be one of those 1,000 miles escape talisman, Wang Jian commented as he observed that jade talisman with an interested look in his eyes. Yi Chen felt extremely humiliated as he heard those words. He had messed up badly. Wang Jian stared at him with an amused and mocking look. I will take your silence as affirmation. This makes me wonder how you are going to fulfill your promise. Yi Chen wanted to die of embarrassment. He clenched his fists tightly, but Wang Jian was quick to stomp his arm with his feet, preventing him from moving it. If I were in your place, I would rather kill myself than endure such humiliation. Perhaps I should help you with that, Wang Jian chuckled as he spoke these words. Yi Chen glared at him hatefully while uttering, laugh while you still can. I have come across countless people like you who were just as arrogant. However, they all had one thing in common. They all died by my hands. Wang Jian rolled his eyes in disdain, yeah. But I just want to know how you will kill me if you die today? To this, Yi Chen had no response. A brilliant gleam flickered in the vicinity, followed by an intense beam hurtling towards Wang Jian with astonishing speed. Wang Jian was on high alert, and all of his senses were keenly attuned to his surroundings as if he was anticipating an attack. Therefore, he immediately detected the incoming beam. With lightning-fast reflexes, Wang Jian leaped backwards to evade the beam while simultaneously turning his head to locate the source of the attack. From afar, he saw a group of people quickly approaching him, their footsteps echoing through the air. As he looked closer, he could see a woman with blonde hair and piercing dark blue eyes emanating a radiant, holy aura. Her features were delicate yet fierce, with high cheekbones and a sharp jawline, accentuated by her long hair falling in waves down her back. Her eyes were fierce and determined, conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. As she led the charge, Wang Jian could sense a formidable power radiating from her, and he braced himself for what was to come. Sister Mei Lin! Yi Chen shouted delightedly. Hong Meilin's countenance twisted into a disapproving frown at the sound of Yi Chen's shout, which rang out with unbecoming familiarity. Her voice took on a chilly edge as she addressed him. I would appreciate it if you refrained from addressing me by my given name, Daoist Yi. Ignoring her request, Yi Chen continued with the same level of familiarity. I cannot express how grateful I am that you are saving me, Sister Mei Lin. Hong Mei Lin sighed heavily. I was only passing through when I sensed a disturbance in the nearby vicinity. I decided to intervene, as I owed you a favor as you saved my life in the Celestial Sage's temple. However, after this deed is done, we shall no longer owe each other anything. Despite Hong Meilin's cool demeanor, Yi Chen's expression remained elated. As you wish, he replied with a nod. Wang Jian's attention was focused on the faction's flag that Hong Meilin carried. He recognized the emblem and spoke with a composed voice. I see you carry the symbol of the Church of the Divine Light. May I ask who you are? Hong Meilin stood tall and composed as she introduced herself, exuding a regal aura that commanded respect. I am Hong Meilin, a disciple of the esteemed Church of Divine Light, she announced with a dignified tone. Wang Jian maintained his composure as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Hong Meilin. I understand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 7th Prince of the Everlasting Mystic Empire, he said, his voice steady and firm. I must ask, do you still intend to obstruct me, despite being aware of my identity? One of Hong Meilin's group members spoke out in a rude and loud manner, you heretic, don't think you can scare our saintess with that identity. Wang Jian was not taken aback by Hong Meilin's reputation as a saintess. It would have been astonishing if someone as powerful as Hong Meilin were simply an ordinary disciple of the Church of the Divine Light. She was at the peak of the Lord Realm. Are you not curious about the reason behind my fight with this man? Wang Jian inquired in a calm, measured tone. Hong Meilin's voice was as icy as her reputation. I don't need to know the reason, she replied, as I plan to save him regardless of what it is. Yi Chen's eyes lit up with gratitude, moved by Hong Meiling's unwavering kindness. But Wang Jian was not so easily swayed. With a roll of his eyes, he spoke with disdain. Well, just for the sake of it, I will tell you. This man ambushed me here and wanted to kill me. Giving him a swift death is already mercy towards him. Hong Meiling's pupils widened in shock, and she turned to Yi Chen with a hint of frustration in her expression. After a moment's pause, she spoke through gritted teeth. I would still implore His Highness to let him go for today. I will owe you a favor. Wang Jian chuckled in amusement. You should have realized the disparity between our cultivation realms, he said, his tone mocking. If I want to kill him, you can't possibly stop me. Or is it those King Realm experts hidden amongst your followers that give you such confidence to stand before me? The old follower of the Church of Divine Light stepped forward, accompanied by another follower with a long white beard, signifying his high age and experience. So, you have already discovered us, Your Highness, he said, acknowledging Wang Jian's keen perception. These two King Realm experts had been assigned to protect Hong Meilin from any possible dangers, and they stood ready to fulfill their duty. Wang Jian's demeanor was unperturbed as he answered with nonchalance. It wasn't hard to detect, given that only the two of you retained a composed and focused demeanor, while everyone else bore a relaxed and foolish countenance. His words naturally elicited angry reactions from all the followers accompanying Hong Meilin. They all turned towards the two older men, and one of them spoke with a tone of urgency. Lord Bishop, please take action against this blasphemer for showing disrespect towards the Radiant God's followers. Yes, we demand justice. This man should be punished for his insolence, cried out another follower with righteous indignation on his face. The two bishops remained silent, assessing the situation with a watchful eye. Finally, the older man with the long white beard spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. This is not the way of the Church of the Divine Light. Violence and anger are not the answers to our problems. The other bishop added, we must show compassion and understanding towards our fellow humans, even those who may not share our beliefs. It is through kindness and tolerance that we can spread the Radiant God's message. The followers seemed to calm down at the bishop's words, but their eyes still glared at Wang Jian, who remained unfazed by their anger. The two bishops gazed at Wang Jian with a composed demeanor. The elder with a long white beard addressed him in a smooth tone, Your Highness, it would be wise to accept the Saintess's proposal. It is a favorable deal for you. The other bishop interjected, Indeed. You may not be aware, but this brat is the sole disciple of the previous Heavenly Blade sect master. As you know, the old monster is at the Emperor realm. Despite their words, Wang Jian maintained his composure and approached Yi Chen. What if I choose to end him today? I am not afraid of the Heavenly Blade sect's retaliation. The two bishops exchanged a glance, silently seeking guidance from Hong Meilin. They preferred to avoid confrontation with Wang Jian, especially over Yi Chen. Although the former sect master of the Heavenly Blade sect was formidable and daunting, he was no match for the Emperor of the Everlasting Mystic Empire. Hong Meilin's expression hardened as she spoke with steely resolve. Although you are at King Realm, I have two King Realm experts by my side. If we fight, our victory is inevitable. Leave now before you force our hand. Wang Jian let out a low, amused chuckle upon hearing Hong Meilin's words, causing her followers to tense up, sensing that he had made his decision. He thought, I didn't think I would hear these words again. And so soon at that. The last time Wang Jian heard these words, it was from Lady Zhuoran. However, Wang Jian knew he couldn't make the mistake of underestimating these two bishops of the Church of the Divine Light. Unlike Lady Zhuoran and Mei Yan, these bishops had lived in the Everlasting Mystic Empire for all their lives and possessed much more powerful cultivation and battle techniques compared to those in the Windhaven Kingdom. Moreover, this particular church possessed the light element with a holy attribute, which was one of Wang Jian's only weaknesses. It was a deadly combo against Wang Jian, so he inferred it would be unwise to fight both of them at the same time. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of Wang Jian's demise, his eyes greedily scanning the 5 beautiful women who had retreated from the fray with the rest of the caravan. Once this bastard is dead, I will take good care of all of you, Yi Chen thought, his mind consumed with lust. Wang Jian's eyes gleamed with a sly glint as he addressed Hong Meilin. Before you decide to make any move against me, have you really scanned the region properly? Are you absolutely sure there are no other King Realm experts lurking in the shadows? His statement stirred up a sense of astonishment among the followers of the Church of Divine Light. The two bishops promptly extended their senses to scan the area, only to discover the presence of another mid-level King Realm expert. Get your avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. This individual was naturally none other than Lady Zhuoran. The revelation caused both bishops to wear sour expressions and direct their gaze towards Hong Meilin. In low voices, they spoke, "He's right. There's another King Realm expert here and at mid-level strength. This fight may not be as straightforward as we had initially thought." Hong Meilin's fists clenched tightly as she glared at Yi Chen with fury. She couldn't believe that he would choose to attack someone like Wang Jian, who held a special identity and was protected by powerful individuals. "Are you truly determined to lead this to a battle? Don't forget that I can summon the Pope by activating the Radiant Light Guardian Talisman," Hong Meilin spoke coldly. Wang Jian responded nonchalantly, "That threat might have worked on someone else, but it's useless against me. I possess the Royal Guardian Jade Talisman that would immediately summon an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, my father will also be alerted about this incident. I wonder how the Church of Divine Light will explain this matter to him." Hong Meilin was utterly astonished to hear his words. She didn't think that Wang Jian would actually be so prepared. It was only natural for her to be shocked. Not all princes of the everlasting mystic empire were blessed to receive the protection of an Emperor Realm expert. In fact, only the top 3 princes or princesses were entitled to this service. It was because they were the only individuals who were considered serious contenders for the throne. The rest of the princes had extremely weak factions in comparison. Noticing Hong Meilin's stupefied look, Wang Jian truly wanted to laugh aloud, but he held it inside. In reality, it was all a ruse. He possessed no such jade talisman and was just intimidating her. Wang Jian knew that he couldn't prolong this game any longer. Continuing this charade could put him in a precarious situation, forcing him to face Hong Meilin in a battle that could potentially be disastrous. He had a few reasons for engaging with Hong Meilin for as long as he did. Get your avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Firstly, he wanted to discern the true nature of her relationship with Yi Chen. After observing her for some time, he came to the conclusion that their relationship was strained, to say the least. This allowed him to gain a better understanding of Hong Meilin's personality, a proud individual who would stop at nothing to fulfill her promises. It was evident from her actions summoning the Pope and offending a royal prince that she would do whatever it took to repay the favors. Naturally, the prerequisite was these favors must not demand her to do something she was completely repulsive of. Secondly, Wang Jian was assessing the possibility of reinforcements arriving to aid Yi Chen. After conversing with Hong Meilin for a while, he realized that no one else would be coming to assist Yi Chen. The world's essence seemed to have determined that Hong Meilin's presence with her entourage was sufficient to safeguard Yi Chen's life for the time being. Furthermore, Wang Jian had a third motive for prolonging the interaction with Hong Meilin. He sought to establish a genuine sense of indebtedness in her towards him. This was a far cry from when Hong Meilin had first requested Wang Jian to release Yi Chen. Had Wang Jian complied with her request at that point, Hong Meilin would have assumed that he acquiesced out of fear of the Church of Divine Light. Given that her status as the saintess of the Church was higher than Wang Jian's status as the 7th prince of the everlasting mystic empire, this would have been a reasonable assumption. Thus, Wang Jian had to maintain his bluff, such that Hong Meilin would truly believe that he was capable of eliminating Yi Chen even if she tried her hardest to stop him. Wang Jian's lips curled into a sly grin. "You should understand by now that even if you try your hardest, Yi Chen will still die," he said with a taunting tone. "Are you still determined to stand against me, Hong Meilin?" Hong Meilin's response was chilly and resolute. "So be it." Wang Jian chuckled, his amusement clear. In response, Hong Meilin pulled out a dazzling command seal. This was precisely the Radiant Light Guardian Talisman which would instantly summon the Pope for her protection. Wang Jian spoke once more, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "Very well, if you insist on fighting to protect Yi Chen, I'll release him. But keep in mind, this isn't out of fear for the Church of Divine Light. It's because you asked me to. And remember, you now owe me a personal favor." Hong Meilin and her entourage were taken aback by Wang Jian's unexpected retreat from the battlefield. They watched him as he made his way towards his caravan. Taking her eyes off Wang Jian, Hong Meilin turned to her comrades and suggested, "Let's take Yi Chen with us and escort him to the nearest city. We cannot be sure that Wang Jian won't change his mind and return to kill him." Her followers readily agreed with her proposal, nodding their heads in unison. "You are right, Saintess." As Hong Meilin's group set off carrying Yi Chen and tending to his wounds, Wang Jian met up with Chinian. Approaching Wang Jian with a visible look of concern etched on her face, Chinian gently placed her hand on his body, searching for any signs of injury or harm that he may have sustained during the battle against Yi Chen. You're not hurt, are you, Jian? She asked with worry in her voice. Wang Jian's lips curled into a smile as he responded, do you think so little of me? I am not so weak that I would be injured by someone with lower cultivation than mine. Qin Yan was taken aback by his response and quickly tried to clarify, no, that's not what I meant. I knew you would easily win the battle. Wang Jian chuckled softly as he gazed fondly at her. You're adorable when you get flustered like that, he said while brushing his fingers against her flushed cheeks. Qin Yan blushed at his words and laughed with genuine happiness. Meanwhile, Wang Jian's attention shifted to the four women standing nearby, observing them with a calculating look in his eyes. Meng Xiaoyi, Xiao Ling, Bishi Shuyan, and Lady Zhuoran were the four women standing close to Wang Jian. Among them, he believed that only Meng Xiaoyi held no resentment towards him. On the other hand, the rest of them found him distasteful, and he suspected that they wished for Yi Chen to emerge victoriously from the battle. As Lady Zhuoran had become Yi Chen's heroine alongside Bishi Shuyan, Wang Jian suspected that Yi Chen was a perverted man who did not discriminate based on the social status or identity of the women he fancied. This was the only plausible explanation as to why the world's essence had designated Lady Zhuoran and Bishi Shuyan as Yi Chen's heroines. Additionally, Wang Jian was aware of another crucial piece of information: a former heroine could regain her heroine status if she encountered a new protagonist and developed positive feelings towards him. These feelings could be as simple as hope or even a shared goal and didn't necessarily have to involve romantic attraction. The four women couldn't help but shudder in terror as they noticed the calculating expression in Wang Jian's eyes. Bishi Shuyan wore a look of regret on her face, and she glared angrily at her mother. In fact, while Wang Jian was fighting Yi Chen and talking to Hong Meilin, Bishi Shuyan had urged her mother to take advantage of the situation and flee. It was the perfect opportunity to escape. However, to Bishi Shuyan's surprise, Lady Zhuoran had rejected her suggestion without offering any explanation. In reality, Lady Zhuoran had also considered the idea of taking advantage of the situation and making a run for it. However, her feet remained rooted to the ground as she recalled the information Wang Jian had shared with her the previous night. He had revealed that he had injected her and her daughter with his spirit using a special technique that allowed him to track their every move. Even if they were to escape, he could easily find them. If that were to happen, their fate would be much worse than death. Thus, she instantly rejected her daughter's idea of fleeing. Wang Jian employed the True Eyes technique to assess their luck levels. Luck. Host, 17,217. Meng Xiaoyi, 1,584, stagnant. Heroine Xiao Ling, 4,023, rising rapidly. Heroine Bishi Shuyan, 5,161, rising rapidly. Heroine Bishi Zhuoran, 8,654, rising rapidly. Upon reviewing their luck values, Wang Jian deduced another critical fact. The rapid increase in their luck is due to their perception of Yi Chen as my opponent, and they view him as their ally. Nevertheless, their luck hasn't grown enough to make it beyond my control, he contemplated. With a lecherous grin, he realized, I can now finally indulge myself after enduring for so long. Wang Jian no longer had any reason to restrain himself from engaging in sexual relations with these women. After a while, the caravan resumed its journey towards the royal palace of the everlasting mystic empire. As they had crossed the border and entered the empire's mainland, they encountered many inns along the way where they could take a break and rest for the night. Wang Jian took charge of booking accommodations for the entire entourage, ensuring that they were able to stay in comfort and safety for the night. After settling in, they decided to set up a bonfire outside the inn and enjoy some quality time together before retiring for the night. The warm glow of the fire and the sound of the crackling wood provided the perfect backdrop for Wang Jian and his group to unwind and relax after a long day on the road. Once they had their fill of the outdoors, they headed inside the inn, where they were greeted with warm meals. The group members, including the women, savored the delicious food before returning to their rooms to get some rest for the night. However, the peacefulness of the night was soon interrupted by a loud and persistent knocking on Xiaoling's door, causing her heart to race with fear and anticipation. As soon as Xiaoling opened the door, Wang Jian greeted her with a depraved and cheeky grin, relishing the sight of his maid in front of him. My dear maid, I couldn't help but pay a visit to your room. I hope you don't mind my intrusion, he said, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. With a fake smile, Xiaoling forced herself to utter, Please come inside, master. Wang Jian entered her room, and the door behind him closed slowly. As soon as Wang Jian entered Xiaoling's room, he gave her a wicked grin that made her feel uneasy. "Come here, my little maid," he ordered in a husky voice. "I want you to give me a special massage tonight." Xiaoling's heart raced as she saw the lust in his eyes. She knew that this would not be an ordinary massage. Without saying anything, Wang Jian lay down on the bed, and with a devious smirk, he instructed her to use her breasts for the massage. Xiaoling felt humiliated, but she dared not refuse. With trembling hands, she sat next to Wang Jian and leaned over to massage his back with her ample bosom. As she did so, she could feel his breath on her neck and his hands wandering over her body. Wang Jian let out a low moan of pleasure as Xiaoling's breasts kneaded his tense muscles. "That's it, my little maid," he said, "you're doing a good job." Xiaoling felt sick to her stomach but kept her composure, knowing that she had to endure this for her own survival. Wang Jian's expression turned lecherous as Xiaoling continued to massage him with her large breasts. His mind was consumed with a primal desire to take advantage of her in every way possible. "Remove your top," he commanded, his voice low and husky with desire. Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat as she realized what he wanted. "No, please, I can't," she pleaded, but Wang Jian was not going to take no for an answer. "Do as I say, Xiaoling. You're my maid, and you're here to serve me," he growled, grabbing her roughly by the arm and pulling her closer. With trembling fingers, Xiaoling slowly unbuttoned her blouse, exposing her creamy skin and pert breasts. Wang Jian's eyes widened with lust as he took in the sight before him. "Good girl," he murmured, pulling her down onto the bed beside him. "Now, use those beautiful breasts of yours to give me the ultimate massage." Xiaoling closed her eyes, trying to block out the humiliation of what she was doing, as she massaged his back with her bare breasts. Wang Jian let out a satisfied groan, reveling in the sensation of her soft flesh against his skin. "Excellent," he purred, rolling over onto his back and gazing up at her with a wicked grin. "Now, let's see what other talents those breasts of yours have, shall we?" Wang Jian's hands quickly snatched onto Xiaoling's breasts before she could comprehend his words. He started to grope and squeeze them roughly, causing her to cry out in pain. Wang Jian chuckled and said, "These are some really big and soft tits you've got here, Xiaoling. I can't resist the urge to play with them." As Xiaoling was about to protest, she suddenly let out a loud moan when Wang Jian pinched and twisted her nipples. "Ah, ah." Wang Jian's depravity knew no bounds as he continued to play with her breasts, squeezing and groping them with increasing force. "You like that, don't you? You're a naughty little maid," he taunted her with a wicked grin. As if that wasn't enough, Wang Jian then began to rub his erect member beneath his pants against Xiaoling's pussy, causing her to gasp in both pain and pleasure. "You're so wet already. I bet you want me inside you," he whispered into her ear with a perverse smirk. Xiaoling's eyes widened in horror as Wang Jian suddenly removed his pants, revealing his massive, throbbing member to her. "No, please stop," she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear and disgust. Wang Jian's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Oh, I will stop," he said, "but not until I'm done with you, my dear maid. Now then, my little maid, I wonder if you will be a good girl and remove your clothes by yourself, or do you need my strong hands to help you?" Wang Jian asked with an evil grin, his eyes fixated on Xiaoling's body. Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, but knowing that there was just no way to stop Wang Jian, she finally gave up and began to undress herself. She could feel Wang Jian's lustful gaze upon her as she removed her clothes, piece by piece, until she was entirely naked before him. As soon as Xiaoling was stripped of her clothes, Wang Jian wasted no time in thrusting his massive, throbbing member into her tight, virgin pussy. Xiaoling let out a loud, pained cry as she felt him enter her. Blood began to trickle down her thighs, but Wang Jian paid it no mind, continuing to thrust into her with a frenzied motion. Xiaoling's body shook with each thrust, and she felt like she was being torn apart. But Wang Jian was relentless, his cock relentlessly pounding her tight pussy. As he continued to thrust, Wang Jian could feel the walls of her pussy contracting around him, providing him with the ultimate pleasure. He groaned with ecstasy, his breathing becoming labored and heavy. He even leaned in to kiss Xiaoling at this moment while placing his palms over her buttocks and holding them tightly, increasing the intensity of his thrusts. "You're so tight," he grunted between kisses, "I can't get enough of you." Xiaoling lay there, helpless, as Wang Jian relentlessly pounded into her. She had given up trying to resist him and instead focused on the waves of pleasure that were starting to course through her body. It was accompanied by excruciating pain, but slowly, the pleasure was increasing and the pain was reducing. Wang Jian was enjoying every moment of it, grunting and groaning as he thrust into her with increasing intensity. His hands were all over her body, caressing and fondling her breasts, gripping her buttocks tightly. Xiaoling's body was responding to his touch, despite the pain and discomfort she was feeling. Her nipples were erect and sensitive, and every time Wang Jian touched them, she moaned in pleasure. It didn't take long before Xiaoling was on the verge of an orgasm. Her body was trembling with anticipation, and she let out a series of moans as she felt herself getting closer and closer to the edge. Wang Jian could sense that she was about to climax, and he quickened the pace of his thrusts. He was determined to make her come. Finally, with a loud cry, Xiaoling reached her peak. Her body convulsed as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her, and she let out a long, shuddering moan. Wang Jian let out a deep grunt as he reached the peak of his pleasure, his hot seed shooting inside Xiaoling's tight pussy. The sensation of being filled up with his cum made her shudder with revulsion and disgust. But Wang Jian didn't seem to care about her feelings, he was simply satisfied with what he had done. As he slowly pulled out his erect member, it was drenched with white fluid mixed with crimson blood. Wang Jian was not done yet. With a dangerous glint in his eye, he ordered her to move into the next position. "On your hands and knees," he growled, grabbing her roughly by the hips and flipping her over onto all fours. Xiaoling whimpered as he entered her again from behind, the pain and pleasure mingling in an intoxicating haze. She could feel his hands gripping her hips tightly, his thrusts becoming more frenzied with each passing second. And yet, despite the pain, despite the fear, she found herself succumbing to the pleasure even more, this time. 0w current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. The night stretched on endlessly for Xiaoling as Wang Jian seemed to possess an insatiable hunger for her body. His stamina was remarkable, and he showed no signs of fatigue or stopping. He shifted positions with ease, exploring every inch of her body with his hands and mouth before thrusting inside her with a force that left her gasping for air. Each time she thought it was finally over, he would pull her close and whisper, "Not yet," sending shivers down her spine. It was a never-ending cycle of pain, pleasure, and fear that seemed to last an eternity. After hours of relentless sexual activity, Wang Jian finally stopped and pulled Xiaoling close to him. The sweat on their bodies mingled as they both struggled to catch their breath. For Xiaoling, the night had been an eternity of pain and pleasure, and now she could finally rest. "This will be one of your duties," Wang Jian said, his voice low and dangerous, "so you better remain prepared at all times." Xiaoling couldn't help but shudder at the sound of his voice. "I will do that," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Just never harm my master." "Sure. Why would I harm her?" Wang Jian replied with a wicked smile. Xiaoling had no choice but to believe his words. The day she had agreed to the deal with him, she knew that this day would come sooner or later. And now that it has already passed, she felt that the worst had already happened. It was only later that she would discover the truth, that Wang Jian was already in a sexual relationship with her master. The next day, Wang Jian's entourage continued its journey towards Arya City. His activities with Xiaoling remained completely secret from the other members of the group. Right now, he was checking out the wave of notifications. "Congratulations, host. You managed to defeat protagonist Yi Chen in a straight battle. You are rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Due to your interaction with heroine Hong Meilin, she feels contempt and annoyance towards protagonist Yi Chen. You are rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. You have caused heroine Hong Meilin to owe you a favor. You are rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Your victory against protagonist Yi Chen has caused intense terror to develop in the hearts of heroine Xiaoling, heroine Bishi Shuyan, and heroine Lady Zhuoran. You are rewarded with 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. You have thoroughly violated heroine Xiaoling's body by stealing her first kiss and her virginity. You are rewarded with 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. You have utterly broken Xiaoling's mentality and made her give in to carnal pleasure. You are rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. Status. Name, Wang Jian. Age, 20 years old. Destiny points, 526, 965. Cultivation, first stage of the King Realm. Cultivation technique, Soaring Dragon Technique, level 4, requires 500,000 destiny points to level up. Skills: Origin Fist, Beam of Destruction, Mystic Force, Divine Shielding, Iron Body, Enhanced Strength, Spiritual Sensitivity, Moonrise Fist, Lunar Shield, Moon Shadow Step, Shadow Manipulation, Dark Fog, Eclipse Domain Annihilation, Tranquil Mind, Divine Mantra, Black Castle, Elemental Genius, Dragon's Prestige, Enchantment Ability, Level 1. Ocular Abilities: True Eyes, Level 2, 200,000 Destiny Points. Bloodline: Blue Moon Eclipse Devil Bloodline. Second level, next level, 500,000 Destiny Points. Insight in Laws, Flame, initial level, 500,000 Destiny Points. Lightning, nil, 300,000 Destiny Points. Dark, nil, 100,000 Destiny Points. Physique: Chaotic Young Body, Dormant. Spirit: Dark Flame Double-Headed River Dragon, 7-star Spirit, Mutated. Weaknesses: Holy Attribute. Solar Attribute. /N, adding the Insight in Laws category to the status screen. Hope you like it. /N, the cost of upgrading to Insight of Laws to initial level for Flame and Dark elements will always be lower compared to the other elements that Wang Jian will acquire through his Elemental Genius ability. The cost will depend on his affinity with that element, and it will decrease as his affinity with that particular element rises. Wang Jian had quite a number of destiny points at this moment and contemplated how he should utilize them. These points aren't enough to upgrade my cultivation to the Emperor rank. Besides, I am sufficiently strong for a King Realm expert even at this moment. Possessing another element at the initial level wouldn't really boost my combat prowess greatly. It would be risky to upgrade my bloodline as someone might sense it if it grows any stronger. The cultivation technique is also sufficiently powerful at this moment. Thus, the only remaining option is to upgrade my insight in Laws of Flame. Utilize 500,000 destiny points and upgrade my insight in the Flame Laws, Wang Jian commanded the system. As Wang Jian commanded the system to upgrade his insight into the Flame Laws, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. His eyes glowed with an intense fiery light as the system began to transmit vast amounts of knowledge into his mind. He could see the intricate patterns and flows of the Flame Laws, and he understood them on a level that he had never thought possible. The information was so vast that it felt like his mind was expanding to accommodate it. As the process continued, Wang Jian felt his connection to the flames growing stronger. He could feel the flames responding to his will, dancing and leaping at his command. Finally, the process was complete, and Wang Jian's insight into the Flame Laws had been upgraded to a medium level. He stood up, feeling a newfound power coursing through his veins. He raised his hand, and a small flame appeared, dancing and flickering at his command. Read the latest stories novilbin.com. With a simple thought, he directed the flame to take the form of a bird, and it did so, soaring into the air with a burst of heat. Wang Jian had gained a unique ability after the upgrade to the power to shape and control flames with his mind. He could summon them at will and bend them to his desires. His control was so precise that he could even shape the flames into complex forms, like the bird he had just created. That's incredible! How did you learn to do that? Chen Yan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wang Jian responded with a nonchalant smile. This ability can be harnessed after obtaining a medium-level insight into the Laws of Flame. Unbelievable! Does that mean you have a medium-level insight? Chen Yan's voice was filled with awe. Even my father has only managed to gain an initial-level insight into the laws. Wang Jian chuckled in response. Yes, that's right. Your man is a genius. Chen Yan couldn't help but feel envious of Wang Jian's talent. I have the flame element as well, but I wonder when I'll be able to do something like that. I don't have such talent, Jian. Wang Jian's serene smile put Chen Yan at ease. Don't forget that you are my woman. Just give me some time, and soon enough, you'll have abilities like these at your fingertips. Chen Yan felt blessed upon hearing those words. She didn't care if Wang Jian's promise was achievable, the fact that he wanted to help her was enough for her. Thank you, Chen Yan responded with a genuine smile. The journey continued until they reached the next city by the evening time. Amidst all of this, an intriguing incident took place in Hong Meilin's group. After separating from Wang Jian's team, Hong Meilin's entourage was en route to the city where the main headquarters of the Church of the Divine Light was situated. Even after a day of traveling, they had only managed to cover half the distance. But then, out of nowhere, several attackers emerged and encircled Hong Meilin's entourage. The assailants each slammed a piece of paper adorned with intricate markings onto the ground, causing Hong Meilin to recognize them as talisman seals. In a flash, a crimson barrier emerged, enveloping her entourage completely, its range extending far and wide. "Who dares to attack us?" Hong Meilin asked in a cold and commanding tone. None of the assailants spoke, maintaining their silence as if they had made a collective decision to remain tight-lipped. Despite the crimson barrier that enveloped Hong Meilin's entourage, a dozen assailants entered effortlessly, charging straight at them with weapons such as swords, maces, sabers, lances, spears, and daggers at the ready. Hong Meilin pulled out her Radiant Light Guardian talisman and activated it. She felt it would be best to alert the Pope about this ambush. However, a strange thing occurred. The Radiant Light Guardian talisman didn't work. That barrier must have restricted the waves of the talisman to prevent the signal from reaching outside it, the bishop with a long white beard commented. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We can handle them all by ourselves," the other bishop remarked. The two bishops soon revealed their King Realm cultivation, charging towards the incoming attackers. The sudden surge of pressure emanating from the King Realm experts made the incoming assailants falter, causing them to pause momentarily. As the two bishops closed in on their targets, their eyes narrowed with murderous intent. They were determined to eliminate these assailants who dared to attack them. Suddenly, two bolts whizzed past them, striking each of them in a precise location. The first bishop felt a searing pain in his right arm, while the other bishop's left leg was pierced by the second bolt. The assailants watched with smug satisfaction as the bishops pulled out the bolts and prepared to continue their attack. But then, a wave of pain shot through their bodies. "Poison," one of the bishops growled, his face contorted with rage and agony. The other bishop gritted his teeth, clenching his fist in frustration. "You will pay for this with your lives," he declared, his eyes flashing with anger. The assailants merely sneered in response. But then, two new figures materialized within the crimson barrier, their auras pulsating with formidable power. The bishop's expressions turned sour, recognizing the unmistakable signature of King Realm experts. The first figure, known as the Scarlet Viper, was a lean, agile man with piercing green eyes and jet-black hair tied back into a topknot. He wore scarlet robes adorned with golden serpent motifs, and his hands were adorned with serpentine finger claws. The Scarlet Viper was renowned for his deadly accuracy and swift attacks with his twin daggers, which he wielded with a viper-like precision. His enemies often fell prey to his quick strikes and poisoned blades, earning him a reputation as one of the deadliest experts in the Empire. The second figure was Emerald Crane, who was a skilled swordswoman known for her speed and agility in battle. Her long green robes were embroidered with silver cranes, and her sword had a crane-shaped hilt. She was feared for her mastery of lightning magic, which she channeled through her sword to electrify her opponents with each strike. Her lightning-fast movements and deadly precision in battle earned her the nickname Emerald Crane. Hong Meilin's eyes widened with recognition as she saw the two experts charging towards them. "The Crimson Cult," she cursed under her breath, her expression turning foul. The two King Realm bishops, with resolute expressions, flared their holy attribute, slowing down the spread of poison as they advanced towards Scarlet Viper and Emerald Crane. They knew they had to deal with these two experts, or the situation would turn perilous for them. Scarlet Viper and Emerald Crane stepped forward, leaving the field clear for their subordinates to handle the remaining enemies. "Capture that woman and kill all others," Scarlet Viper commanded his subordinates as he drew his dagger and prepared to engage in a fierce battle with a bishop. Emerald Crane, with her sword at the ready, stood tall and focused. "You will die today, old man." The air was filled with the clanging of metal, grunts, and groans as the two sides battled for supremacy. Scarlet Viper and Emerald Crane fought with all their might, showing their true strength and mastery of the dagger and sword, respectively. At this juncture, Yichen disembarked from the carriage upon hearing the ruckus. He had been recuperating since Hong Meilin rescued him from Wang Jian and had restored roughly 70% of his strength by employing the sacred jade dew that he possessed in his spatial ring. As Yichen looked on, he was taken aback by the intensity of the battle unfolding before him between the Church of Divine Light and the Crimson Cult. Within the confines of the barrier, the clash of four King Realm experts sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. The Church's two bishops unleashed their formidable skills, imbued with the power of the light element and holy attribute, in a desperate effort to overcome their adversaries. Meanwhile, Scarlet Viper and Emerald Crane were fighting defensively, strategically buying time to allow the poison in the bishops' bodies to spread and weaken them further. Notably, the bishops were expending excessive amounts of qi, using it both to engage in combat and to contain the insidious poison coursing through their veins. It became evident to the bishops that they were facing an uphill battle, realizing that victory was slipping further from their grasp with each passing moment. Amidst the chaos, Hong Meilin and her loyal followers engaged in a fierce battle against the fanatical members of the Crimson Cult. Hong Meilin, with her prodigious talent and exceptional abilities, was confronting 4 Lord Realm experts simultaneously, utilizing her light elemental chi to overpower them all. Regrettably, the same could not be affirmed for her followers, who were being mercilessly massacred by the Crimson Cult members. In fact, the members of the Crimson Cult had meticulously prepared for Hong Meilin's presence and her entourage. A mole within the Church of Divine Light had leaked information to the Crimson Cult, enabling them to prepare a well-coordinated lineup. The Crimson Cult was well aware that taking down Hong Meilin would not be an easy feat. Hence, they devised a cunning strategy, assembling a small team comprised of skilled Lord Realm experts led by 2 powerful King Realm experts. While a few of their members engaged Hong Meilin in battle, the rest systematically dealt with her followers, intending to overpower her with sheer numbers at the end. Even Hong Meilin would have no choice but to taste defeat by facing 6 or more experts at the Lord Realms simultaneously. Hong Meilin observed the dire state of her comrades with deep concern, realizing that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. She couldn't help but be filled with worry as it became apparent that the Crimson Cult was gaining the upper hand. If the tide continued to turn against them, the Crimson Cult might truly achieve their objective of capturing Hong Meilin. In Hong Meilin's moment of despair, she suddenly heard a loud cry of shock and despair. As she turned her gaze towards the source of the commotion, a massive shockwave erupted, causing 3 members of the Crimson Cult to be flung into the distance. The sight filled her with a renewed sense of hope as she realized that another expert had joined the fray, one who might be able to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. Yi Chen, wielding his formidable heavy sword, emerged onto the battlefield with a determined expression etched on his face. With a masterful display of swordsmanship, Yi Chen effortlessly dispatched his adversaries one by one, employing a seamless fusion of his well-honed sword skills and his profound mastery of the laws of sword. His movements were fluid and precise as he danced gracefully amidst the chaos of battle, cutting down each opponent with surgical precision. Despite his lingering injuries and incomplete recovery, Yi Chen exuded an air of invincibility, as if the battle was mere child's play to him. As he joined the fray, his sheer presence seemed to alleviate the mounting pressure on Hong Meilin. The Crimson Cult members who had been restraining her were momentarily taken aback, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. They hadn't calculated his presence in their carefully laid plans. A cult member barked orders at his comrades, "Surround him." Yi Chen responded with a contemptuous smirk, "Tactics are useless when faced with pure strength." With a swift whirlwind slash, he took down another cult member and then made his way towards Hong Meilin. Hong Meilin observed her attackers focusing on Yi Chen and seized the moment to strike, taking down one of the enemy experts. The situation escalated as the other cult members lost their composure and launched desperate attacks against Hong Meilin and Yi Chen. Unfazed, Yi Chen activated the death-dealing sword talisman, unleashing a flurry of sword chi strikes that carried the power of a King Realm expert. With each strike, a cult member fell, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, Hong Meilin utilized her one-time use talisman, the Angelic Strike Talisman Blast. A powerful blast of pure light chi, akin to that of a King Realm expert's full-powered attack, surged forth, annihilating the remaining cult members and leaving no trace of their existence. The battlefield fell silent, with Yi Chen and Hong Meilin standing victoriously, having effortlessly dispatched their adversaries with their exceptional combat skills and talismans. As they gazed towards the sky, Hong Meilin and Yi Chen watched the intense battle between the bishops and the cult's experts. The bishops were struggling as the poison had spread to their respective limbs. "We must break out of this barrier and summon the Pope to turn the tides in our favor," Hong Meilin said urgently. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. "Go, I'll cover you," he assured her. He reached into the storage space of his spatial ring and retrieved several more talismans, determined to make use of every resource at his disposal in his fight against the formidable King Realm experts of the Crimson Cult. In truth, under normal circumstances, Yi Chen might have considered taking on these initial-level King Realm experts directly, relying on his exceptional skills and techniques. However, his injuries from the previous battle were still hindering him, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Realizing this, Yi Chen made the strategic decision to rely on the talismans he had acquired in abundance. Scarlet Viper and Jade Crane, who were observing the situation from above, exchanged disgruntled glances as they witnessed the failure of their elaborate plan on the ground. "Those fools were utterly useless," Scarlet Viper grumbled with a scowl. "We devised a perfect strategy for them, but they squandered it." Jade Crane nodded in agreement, her frustration evident. "What should we do now? Those brats are getting dangerously close to breaching the barrier." After a moment of contemplation, Scarlet Viper made a decision. Let's retreat. The bishops can still hold out for a little longer. They will undoubtedly sacrifice themselves to prevent us from reaching those two," he said, his voice laced with disdain. "Once the Saintess breaks the barrier, she will immediately summon the Pope. That would be the end for us. There is no point risking our lives any further." Jade Crane nodded solemnly, acknowledging the logic in Scarlet Viper's reasoning. "All right," she agreed, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Simultaneously, Scarlet Viper and Jade Crane hurled several small orbs of dark purple hue towards the bishops. The orbs exploded with a deafening sound, unleashing a massive purple cloud that distorted the bishops' senses, causing them to be disoriented. The bishops, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, quickly lowered their heads and rushed towards Yi Chen and Hong Meilin, anticipating surprise attacks from the cult's experts. However, the expected attacks never came. As the bishops realized that Scarlet Viper and Jade Crane had disappeared from the area, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful that the threat had dissipated. The two bishops delivered powerful strikes to the barrier, assaulting it multiple times until it finally shattered. With the barrier in ruins, the two bishops gradually reduced the output of their holy attribute. As they stopped channeling the holy attribute, the spread of the poison accelerated exponentially, rapidly infiltrating their bodies. Follow EWA's stories at nv.l/by/n.com. Hong Meilin approached the two bishops with a worried look on her face. "Oh no! We have to find a way to deal with the poison," she exclaimed. The bishop spoke with a forced smile. "There is no way to deal with this poison at the moment, Saintess. We have already utilized holy attribute to deal with it but couldn't purge it. This indicates that this poison is sufficiently resistant to our attribute. Not even the Pope can deal with it without possessing its antidote." Hong Meilin felt extremely distressed upon hearing this. "Please summon the Pope. If those two appear again, we might not have the strength to fight them," the other bishop said. Just as Hong Meilin had pulled out the Radiant Light Guardian talisman, Yi Chen stepped forward with a smug look on his face. "I can cure this poison," he said. Hong Meilin and the two bishops stared at Yi Chen with shocked expressions. The two bishops soon adopted disdainful looks and spoke. "Do you even know what poison this is?" "This is the venomous emerald blossom poison." "I can cure it," Yi Chen repeated with a smug expression. Hong Meilin pleaded with the bishops, "Please give Yi Chen a chance. He may have a solution." After a moment of contemplation, one of the bishops responded, "Fine, but we do not have much time left." Yi Chen quickly retrieved several rare herbs from his spatial ring and mixed them together, creating a thick paste. He instructed the bishops to ingest it, which they did hesitantly. To their amazement, the poison in their bodies began to be purged, and they started feeling better. The bishops exchanged surprised glances and turned to Yi Chen with newfound respect. Due to this event, Yi Chen was allowed to accompany Hong Meilin and the two bishops to the main cathedral of the Church of Divine Light. Wang Jian's group had set up their temporary base in the prosperous city of Jinhua, situated on the banks of the tranquil Xi River. The city was renowned for its stunning gardens and serene temples, attracting visitors from all over the continent. The group had secured a luxurious hotel to accommodate their stay, while Wang Jian took the opportunity to give Chen Yan a tour of the city's most prominent tourist spots, including the elegant Plum Blossom Garden, a serene oasis of tranquility amidst the bustling city. Next, they went to the breathtaking Waterfall Gorge, where the thundering sound of waterfalls echoed in the air, and the crystal-clear water shimmered under the moonlight. Lastly, they saw the night market, a bustling bazaar that came to life after dark with an array of exotic food stalls and merchants selling a variety of trinkets and wares. As the duo finished exploring the city's famous landmarks, they headed back to their hotel. While strolling along the bustling streets, a deafening blast echoed from the northern part of the city. The source of the explosion seemed to originate from the opulent estates of the major clans. The city's ordinary folks exchanged rumors and speculations about the incident. "Did you hear that?" "I did. It's probably an attack on one of the influential clans. Judging by the direction of that sound, it could be the Jin clan." "What?" "The Jin clan is one of the three great noble families of Jinhua City. Who would dare to assault them?" "Hush. It's possible that the other two great noble families are involved." As Wang Jian's gaze locked onto Chen Yan, he could sense her concern and curiosity for the loud explosion in the northern region of Jinhua City. He softly placed his hand on her shoulder and inquired, "Do you wish to check it out, Yan?" Chen Yan stood firm and replied, "Yes, I want to see what is happening." Wang Jian smiled reassuringly and gently wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Then let's go, he said with a warm tone, I'll keep you safe. With Chinian tightly held in his embrace, Wang Jian soared towards the site of the explosion in the northern region of the city. Within moments, they arrived at the scene of the chaos, where they were met with the deafening sound of clashing swords and battle cries. Two elderly men were locked in a fierce fight, their skills evenly matched. The first was a tall and proud figure with a full head of black hair, piercing eyes, and a strong build that belied his age. This was none other than the revered patriarch of the Jin clan, Lord Xing. His adversary, in contrast, stood at a shorter stature but exuded a wiry and formidable presence. With dark green hair and a cunning gleam in his eyes, he was feared across the entire everlasting mystic empire as Blade Serpent, a powerful warrior from the notorious Jade Serpent sect. Renowned for his unmatched combat skills and unwavering courage, he was a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. He was a warrior who thrived in frontal battles, striking fear into the hearts of his foes with his lethal swordsmanship and unbreakable resolve. Blade Serpent relentlessly pressed his advantage against Lord Xing, landing blow after blow with precision and speed. Lord Xing struggled to defend himself and was quickly overwhelmed by Blade Serpent's ferocity. He crashed to the ground, battered, and wounded. Men dressed in green outfits immediately closed in, intent on delivering the final blow to end his life. Despite being at a disadvantage, it was no easy feat to take down someone of Lord Xing's caliber. He was a genuine King Realm expert. With his life on the line, Lord Xing summoned his reserves of strength and flared his chi, channeling it through his body. Ha! He focused his mind on the lightning laws he had mastered, and with a sudden burst of power, he generated a tremendous shockwave that sent all the warriors coming to attack him flying backwards. The force of the blast was so intense that it shattered the ground beneath them, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The sheer power required to create such a shockwave came at a cost, however. Lord Xing had expended a significant portion of his chi, leaving him feeling drained and vulnerable. In a swift move, he reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a profound chi recovery pellet, which he quickly consumed to replenish his energy. Despite the temporary reprieve, a grim expression lingered on Lord Xing's face. He could sense the dwindling numbers of his clan members, falling one by one in the midst of the fierce battle. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew that he had to push himself to the limits to protect those he held dear. Lord Xing's face twisted in disbelief and anger as he confronted Blade Serpent. Why would the Jade Serpent sect target my clan like this? We have no conflicts with your sect. Blade Serpent's expression remained smug as he replied, someone finds your clan problematic and came to us with a contract. 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. Lord Xing's eyes widened in realization. It must be the Crown Prince, Wang Hao. What a vicious man! He would stoop so low just because we rejected his offer to join his faction and remained loyal to the second Princess Wang Ying's faction? Blade Serpent nodded slowly. You're quite astute. But I can't let you live with this knowledge, he said, drawing 2 gleaming swords. Lord Xing gritted his teeth and braced himself for the impending attack. I will not go down without a fight, he declared, pulling out a round metal plate from his spatial ring. It was the Thunderous Blast Talisman, one of the rarest treasures of the Jin clan. When activated, this talisman could produce a devastating explosion of lightning energy capable of eradicating even a King Realm expert. Blade Serpent scoffed. Do you believe that the Jade Serpent sect would send me on this mission without knowledge of your talisman? He taunted. He summoned his own talisman, the Wind-Piercing Spear Talisman, into action. A formidable wind spear composed of pure chi materialized in midair and immediately charged towards the thunderous blast. The resulting impact was deafening. But despite the chaos, Blade Serpent's speed remained unimpeded as he continued his advance towards Lord Xing. Lord Xing's eyes widened as Blade Serpent closed in on him, and he instinctively raised his spear to deflect the impending strike. Just as Blade Serpent's twin blades were about to strike Lord Xing, a sudden burst of lightning energy hit him with full force, sending him flying backwards. Fortunately, Blade Serpent's protective talisman, Spirit Shield Talisman, activated automatically and greatly diminished the power of this lightning blast. Lord Xing turned to see the source of the attack, his daughter Jin Meixiang, her dark hair whipping in the wind. Daughter, you must leave immediately, Lord Xing said urgently. I will hold this man off. But father, Jin Meixiang protested, I can't just leave you here. You must, Lord Xing insisted. You will be safe within your sect's boundaries. Promise me you will avenge us in the future. Jin Meixiang hesitated, but Blade Serpent was already on his feet and approaching her. Lord Xing stepped in front of him, his eyes blazing. Go, he shouted, holding his ground against the enemy. With a heart heavy with anguish, Jean Meixiang turned on her heels and sprinted as fast as she could. Blade Serpent bellowed, "Don't let her escape. Strike her down." Jean Meixiang soon found herself surrounded by several experts, blocking her escape in all directions. Lord Xing noticed this and balled his fists in frustration. He channeled his qi and prepared to utilize a forbidden technique that would greatly enhance his spirit's strength and hopefully alter his daughter's fate. In the realm of martial arts, the usage of one's spirit was a delicate matter, especially in a group battle. Most experts refrained from using it due to its heavy consumption and the risk of having their spirit destroyed during the fight. The latter would leave the user rattled and be unable to use their qi for a few seconds, which could prove fatal in a fight. So far, neither Lord Xing nor Blade Serpent had utilized their spirits in the current battle. However, the situation had taken a drastic turn for Lord Xing, as he now had to hold back the swarm of experts closing in on him to allow his daughter to escape. The pressure was immense, and Lord Xing knew he had to use every ounce of his strength and spirit to create an opportunity for Jean Meixiang to flee. Out of nowhere, piercing screams of agony echoed throughout the area, accompanied by the sound of multiple explosions. Lord Xing and Blade Serpent instinctively whipped their heads around to check. They beheld a scene of scarlet flames consuming every expert that had encircled Jean Meixiang, leaving her unscathed amidst the inferno. Ganging up on a single woman, now that's not very courteous. Haven't your mothers taught you any basic etiquette? A voice echoed through the area. Two figures descended gracefully to the ground next to Jean Meixiang. They were none other than Wang Jian and Chen Yan. Jean Meixiang's expression turned grim as she began to explain, "The Jean clan has a total of 5 King Realm experts, my father, my uncle, my grandfather, and 2 granduncles. However," she continued, "my granduncles have been dispatched to the Emerald Coastlands by the Emperor to quell the civil unrest there. And just a few days ago, a group of highly skilled assassins attacked my grandfather. Fortunately, my uncle was nearby and he was able to repel the attackers and save my grandfather's life. Unfortunately," she added with a somber tone, "the assassins' weapons were coated with a deadly poison that has forced them to utilize their entire qi to barely survive. We have already informed the Tao of the Alchemy Society branch about this poison. F0 Low New Hapters at nov/el/bin/.com." With a bitter smile, Jean Meixiang added, "They have conducted a thorough examination and mentioned that a 6-star alchemist would come from Arya City soon. Until then, we just had to provide the 2 with QI nourishment pills to ensure they wouldn't run out of qi. Unfortunately, the Jade Serpent sect attacked us today. Their target was undoubtedly the lives of my uncle and my grandfather. Fortunately, we had shifted them to a secret location earlier. They would have definitely lost their lives if they were here today." Jean Meixiang finished her explanation. Chen Yan took a step forward and reached out to hold Jean Meixiang's hand, her voice was soft and sympathetic. "Your clan has suffered a great deal," she said. "Jean Meixiang nodded sadly before turning to Wang Jian. "Your Highness," she began, "I heard that you were in the Jingguan region. It's such a pity that I couldn't meet you when I was exploring the Lightning King's abode there." Wang Jian's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "You were in the Jingguan region?" he repeated, his tone incredulous. "How come I never heard about you?" "I never entered the town, Your Highness. I remained in the Thundering Hemlock Woods and encountered a man named Lin Feng. He helped me locate the Lightning King's abode and even unlocked it while handling its traps." Jean Meixiang spoke enthusiastically. Wang Jian was surprised to hear Lin Feng's name and realized that Jean Meixiang was the anomaly that allowed Lin Feng to maintain his high luck despite losing 2 women he loved. Lin Feng? That man turned the local tribes against me in the Jingguan region. For his repeated aggressive actions, I executed him, Wang Jian stated calmly. Jean Meixiang was taken aback by Wang Jian's revelation, and she nodded in understanding. He was a man with big ambitions, always talking about becoming the most powerful in the world. "It's a shame he acted foolishly towards Your Highness," she said. Wang Jian shrugged nonchalantly, as if Lin Feng's actions held no significance. Inquisitive, Jean Meixiang asked, "May I know the purpose of your visit to Jinhua City, Your Highness?" "Actually, I was recently in the Windhaven Kingdom, but a few days ago, my father summoned me back. Since Jinhua City lies on the way, we decided to take a break here," Wang Jian replied. He then turned towards Chen Yan and explained, "Yan is the princess of Windhaven Kingdom and has never visited Everlasting Mystic Empire before. I thought it would be an excellent opportunity to show her one of the most popular cities in the empire." Jean Meixiang was intrigued by the princess's identity and was quick to show her respect. "Wow! You are a princess?" Please excuse my lack of manners, she said, bowing humbly. Qin Yan immediately comforted Jean Meixiang, placing her hands on her shoulders and saying, "Don't worry, it's nothing. I would prefer it if you called me Sister Yan instead." Jean Meixiang nodded, feeling relieved. "All right, Sister Yan." "Meixiang, I need to ask you something," Wang Jian said with a serious tone. Jean Meixiang was surprised by his sudden shift in tone, but maintained a cordial smile and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" "On our journey, my group was attacked by an individual named Yi Chen. Do you happen to know anything about him?" Wang Jian inquired. Jean Meixiang shook her head, her eyes glistening with interest. "I don't have much information, Your Highness. But what I do know is that he's a prodigy of the Heavenly Blade sect who joined them 10 years ago. Just a year ago, he gained widespread recognition after he ranked first in the 4 Great Sect tournament," she said. "It's said that his spirit is so mighty that it resonated with the statue of a supreme expert in the Heavenly Blade sect, which stirred the sect's attention. In fact, the previous sect master even emerged from his reclusion to take Yi Chen as his personal disciple," Jean Meixiang finished, her voice low. "I have a request for you, Meixiang," Wang Jian's voice turned grave. He noticed the spark of interest in her eyes and continued, "If you encounter Yi Chen or hear any news of his presence in this city, I want you to send me a message." "Can I count on you to do this?" Jean Meixiang nodded with confidence. "You can leave it to me, Your Highness," she assured him. After spending some time conversing with Jean Meixiang, Wang Jian and Qin Yan took their leave from the mansion. Wang Jian had achieved multiple objectives with his visit. He had successfully established a cordial relationship with the Jin clan and made them indebted to him. Moreover, he had left a lasting impression on Jean Meixiang, who was the heir of the Jin clan and considered a heroine by the system despite the death of Lin Feng. This fact suggested that she was linked to the protagonist of the empire, presumably Yi Chen. Based on the events he had witnessed, Wang Jian conjectured that had he not intervened, the entire Jin clan might have been massacred, and Jean Meixiang would have encountered Yi Chen in a fatal encounter. Wang Jian and Qin Yan made their way back to the mansion where the rest of the entourage was staying. Once there, they parted ways, with Qin Yan heading to her chambers and Wang Jian to his room. He instructed a maid to summon Bishi Shuyan to his quarters. After a few minutes, Bishi Shuyan entered the room with a determined expression on her face. She had a foreboding feeling that Wang Jian had something unsavory in mind for her. Despite her aversion to the idea, she had trained herself to tolerate any sexual advances he might make. Wang Jian glanced at Bishi Shuyan, who had a resolute expression on her face. He could sense that she was hesitant but determined to follow his orders. He leaned forward, looking into her eyes, and said in a commanding tone, "I want you to undress completely." Bishi Shuyan hesitated for a moment, but then she slowly removed her robe and clothing, revealing her naked form. Wang Jian regarded Bishi Shuyan with an appraising gaze as she stood before him, naked and vulnerable. He could sense her apprehension but was pleased with the discipline and obedience she displayed. "Good," he said, nodding his head. "Now, come closer." Bishi Shuyan complied, moving toward him with slow and measured steps. Wang Jian circled around her, inspecting her curves and contours with a critical eye. "You have a fine figure," he remarked. "And your skin is so smooth." Wang Jian moved closer to her and reached out to touch her breasts. She flinched at the sudden contact but made no move to pull away. He squeezed them gently, feeling their weight in his palms, and then trailed his fingers down her stomach. One of his hands moved back to touch one of her foretails, causing Bishi Shuyan to moan involuntarily in pleasure. "So, your tail is quite sensitive," Wang Jian observed as his fingers traced its length. "I wonder what would happen if I gave it a pull." Bishi Shuyan's eyes widened in shock as she tried to back away, but Wang Jian was too quick. He grabbed her tail firmly and yanked it with force, causing Bishi Shuyan to moan loudly and become wet with pleasure. "Oh, ahhh," she cried out in ecstasy as her legs threatened to buckle under the intense pleasure. Wang Jian watched with a twisted grin as she writhed in pleasure. It was clear that he was enjoying her reactions to his actions. Then, he quickly removed his pants, revealing his erect member. He moved Bishi Shuyan to the wall, positioning her with her back facing him. She was already too wet right now, so he plunged his massive erection inside her slick, wet pussy in one forceful thrust, causing Bishi Shuyan to let out a deafening scream. Blood trickled down her trembling legs, implying that she was a virgin. Bishi Shuyan felt as though something huge had invaded her, threatening to tear her apart. She experienced excruciating pain, but it soon gave way to intense pleasure as Wang Jian began to thrust into her. With his strong hands, he grabbed 2 of her 4 tails and used them to guide her movements and increase his own pleasure. As he did so, Bishi Shuyan's entire body quaked with extreme ecstasy, causing her to moan uncontrollably. Wang Jian was taken aback as he felt her pussy contracting around him, making it even tighter and increasing his pleasure. Driven by the rush of his own desires, Wang Jian increased his force while yanking her tails, causing Bishi Shuyan to writhe in a mixture of pleasure and pain. As he plunged into Bishi Shuyan's slick, tight pussy, Wang Jian's mind wandered to the thought of Lady Zhuoran's voluptuous figure. He couldn't help but fantasize about the heightened sensation he would experience if he were to be inside her. Filled with a rush of fervor, Wang Jian vigorously penetrated Bishi Shuyan's intimate core, eliciting an unrestrained moan of impending climax from her. Soon thereafter, with the aid of a forceful tug on her tail, she achieved the pinnacle of sensual pleasure, her nectar flowing freely over Wang Jian's engorged member. Overcome by the intensity of the moment, he involuntarily ejaculated, releasing his seed into her with a passionate fervency. Just as always, this was merely the beginning of a long night. Wang Jian indulged in debauchery with Bishi Shuyan throughout the night, ignoring her virginity and showing no mercy. This was his first experience with a beast turned human, and the outcome surpassed his wildest expectations. Satisfied and satiated, he and his entourage left Jinhua City the next morning and continued their journey to Arya City, which was only 2 days away. The next city they encountered was another bustling metropolis akin to Jinhua City. Nothing noteworthy happened during their stay, except for one alarming piece of information that came to Wang Jian's attention: rumors of his savage combat skills and his actions in Jinhua City. The headlines of all the news outlets were ablaze with the sensational revelation: the enigmatic 7th Prince Wang Jian. The prodigious prince has achieved the unimaginable feat of breaking through to the revered king realm, surpassing the previous record held by none other than the 2nd princess herself. All this, at the tender age of 20. Furthermore, the young prince has demonstrated his unparalleled combat skills by effortlessly dispatching Blade Serpent, a celebrated master of the Jade Serpent sect. Wang Jian could feel the scrutiny of several individuals upon him as they tracked his movements in the city. These were likely informants from various factions, gathering intel on his activities. While some might have been troubled by such attention, Wang Jian remained unfazed. He had always anticipated that news of his cultivation base would eventually be exposed. Hong Meilin, who had already witnessed his prowess, would undoubtedly inform her church about his true strength. As for the matter of killing Blade Serpent, Wang Jian was not too concerned. He knew that the Jade Serpent sect would not dare to retaliate against him for this act. In fact, they would be forced to reconsider their stance after learning of his true potential and would perhaps be eager to make amends and settle their differences amicably. The news of Wang Jian's unprecedented achievement spread like wildfire, causing a ripple of shock and excitement among the sects, religions, and clans. They all scrambled to establish connections with him, recognizing his immense potential and influence. Prior to Wang Jian, only the crown prince and 2nd princess of the royal family's young generation had attained the king realm, with the crown prince doing so at the age of 25, and the 2nd princess at 23. The 3rd prince was next in line, having almost reached the king realm by peaking at the lord realm. Wang Jian's unexpected breakthrough had thrown the power dynamics and politics into disarray, as he had completely altered the trajectory of the royal family's succession. His promotion to the king realm at such a young age was a clear indication that he had a high chance of reaching the emperor realm, with an even smaller possibility of reaching the saint realm, thus making him a rare and invaluable asset to any faction lucky enough to ally with him. Disregarding the reaction of others, even the emperor of the everlasting mystic empire was left speechless upon hearing the news, and promptly commanded his spies to locate Wang Jian's whereabouts. Once the emperor had ascertained Wang Jian's precise location, he immediately mounted his trusted golden rock, known for its swift movement, and set off to the city where Wang Jian was residing. As the day was coming to an end, Wang Jian was taken aback to see the emperor barging into the mansion, catching him off guard. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Quickly regaining his composure, Wang Jian gave a light bow to the emperor and spoke in a respectful tone: "Your Majesty, it is an honor to receive your visit." The emperor was in such awe that he disregarded the formalities and advanced towards Wang Jian to personally help him up. His voice was filled with pride and admiration as he spoke: "It is truly remarkable for someone as young as you to achieve the king realm. You have made us very happy." Wang Jian replied humbly: "It was just luck, Your Majesty. I happened to stumble upon an origin law flame fruit while wandering in the Windhaven Kingdom, which allowed me to advance to the king realm without much effort." The emperor was astounded. "An origin law flame fruit? It seems your luck was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, we believe that luck is also a form of strength. The fact that you could obtain this rare fruit despite being in the Windhaven Kingdom for the first time shows that you are destined for greatness. Come. We have brought this 1,000 spring wine, the emperor spoke as a massive jug appeared in his hand. Wang Jian affirmed, yes, your majesty. He added with a serious tone, I also wanted to inform you of some other matters. The emperor was so happy that he nodded, let's have a long talk then. Pretty soon, Wang Jian led the emperor to a private garden with a large koi pond and a beautiful cherry blossom tree in full bloom. The scent of lotus flowers filled the air as they settled down on a stone bench under the tree. Wang Jian accepted a cup of wine from the emperor and took a sip, savoring the sweet and delicate flavor. After a few sips, the emperor leaned in and asked, now, what is it that you wish to inform us of? Wang Jian recounted the events of his journey to the Windhaven Kingdom. Your Majesty, while I was traveling back, I was ambushed by Yi Chen, the disciple of the previous sect master of the Heavenly Blade sect, he said. The emperor's expression turned serious as he listened to his son's account. Old Chu's disciple, huh? He actually dared to attack you, he said, his eyes narrowing with anger. Yes, Your Majesty, Wang Jian affirmed. I defeated him in combat and was about to finish him off when Hong Meilin intervened. She implored me to spare Yi Chen's life, but when I refused, she resorted to threats, using her affiliation with the Church of Divine Light. She even went as far as threatening me that she would summon the Pope to intervene. The emperor's expression hardened, his jaw clenching. It was unthinkable that these factions would dare to threaten his son. We did not expect the Church of Divine Light to be so arrogant, he declared, his voice laced with pride. We must remind the Pope that his church remains within our borders. Wang Jian responded with a sardonic chuckle. As you may have been informed, my recent actions in Jinhua City have also stirred the Jade Serpent sect as I vanquished the Blade Serpent and came to the aid of the Jin clan, he added. We have been informed of that, and it is of no concern. That imbecile brought this upon himself by assaulting you. The Jade Serpent sect better make amends for that simpleton's actions, or they will pay a hefty price. The emperor declared, his tone leaving Wang Jian satisfied. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a few more cups of wine, the emperor inquired, please enlighten us on your experiences in the Windhaven Kingdom. Why did you seize control from your own brother's grasp, knowing it was rightfully his? Wang Jian humbly bowed his head and replied, I humbly apologize, Your Majesty. However, I had sound reasons for my actions. I discovered that my ninth brother, Lan, was abusing his authority and was governing the Windhaven Kingdom while indulging in his own pleasures. His foolish actions had led to a steep decline in the kingdom's affairs. The local clans stopped providing tributes to the crown and began amassing their own power unchecked. Ninth brother Lan's actions had left the royal family powerless. If this continued, the Windhaven Kingdom would have descended into chaos and disorder, much like the Emerald Coastlands. In fact, the situation may have been worse, as the royal family may have joined the uprising against ninth brother Lan, Wang Jian concluded, his expression solemn. The emperor thought seriously about it and sighed, that would indeed be terrible. So, what is the situation now? With a proud smile, Wang Jian responded, you can rest assured, Your Majesty, as the situation is stable now. How so? The emperor asked while drinking the wine in his cup. Wang Jian maintained his composure as he responded, I reached out to the king of the Windhaven Kingdom and struck a deal with him. I aided him in reclaiming his kingdom while ensuring his loyalty to our empire. During my stay in the royal palace, I developed a close relationship with the princess of the kingdom, and we have decided to wed. The emperor's eyebrows lifted, a sly smile forming on his lips. Excellent. This marriage will undoubtedly strengthen our ties with the Windhaven Kingdom and prevent any hostile actions towards our empire. Wang Jian continued, furthermore, I sought the assistance of Mistress Mei Yan from the Celestial Dragon sect to help King Chen gain the support of the clans and sects within the kingdom's territory. As he concluded his explanation, Wang Jian added, I have no interest in maintaining my control over the Windhaven Kingdom. If ninth brother wishes to reclaim his former territory, he may do so. However, I expect him to maintain order and stability within the kingdom and not allow his personal pleasures to interfere with his duties. The emperor was truly delighted as he finished hearing Wang Jian's explanations. You have done a wonderful job, Jian. We will inform Lan of your words and also order him to provide an appropriate tribute to your faction each month. Moreover, we will also send our personal experts who shall monitor Lan and prevent him from harassing the king of the Windhaven Kingdom. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wang Jian thanked the emperor humbly. The emperor nodded and soon began to speak with a serious tone. Jian, now that you are a king realm expert, we expect you to contribute to the empire by joining the battle against the demons. They possess rare abilities and are one of the most powerful creatures in the world. You must stay cautious while dealing with them. Wang Jian nodded seriously. Actually, he was slightly worried that the emperor would discover his bloodline. However, it appeared that he was worried for nothing. Fortunately, the demonic chi would only appear in his body after he stimulates the blue moon eclipse devil bloodline. Otherwise, the experts in the empire would have sensed it already and spread this news as well. However, Wang Jian's thoughts couldn't help but drift towards Yi Chen. Considering Yi Chen's luck, there is no way he wouldn't encounter a beauty possessing a rare devil bloodline. If I use this information intelligently, I can turn him into the public enemy. Behind a cordial smile appeared a sinister smirk. He now had a plan to deal with Yi Chen. After consuming a few more glasses of wine, the emperor took his leave from the mansion and began his journey back to the royal palace. Wang Jian cordially invited him to spend the night, but despite his satisfaction with the hospitality, the emperor departed resolutely. The outcome of Wang Jian's meeting with the emperor exceeded his expectations. However, he was aware that the reason for his favorable treatment was solely due to his recent cultivation breakthrough, which had propelled him to the king realm. If he had not reached this level, the emperor would not have let him off so easily for seizing control of the Windhaven kingdom from his own brother. The emperor was a shrewd individual who had likely gathered information on the state of the Windhaven kingdom through his own sources. But it was good news that he said nothing about this matter. As the clock struck midnight, a devious grin formed on Wang Jian's face as he made his way to Lady Zhuaran's quarters. Tonight, it was her turn to entertain him. The emperor had kept him occupied with their meeting for a couple of extra hours, delaying his private affairs. If not for the emperor's unexpected visit, Wang Jian would have already been indulging in the pleasures of the voluptuous matriarch of the silver-tailed fox clan. As Wang Jian crept into Lady Zhuaran's chambers, his eyes fell upon her supine figure, her voluptuous curves accentuated by the silk nightgown that hugged her form. A perverted gleam lit up his eyes as he gazed at her, licking his lips in anticipation of the night's pleasures. He took a moment to appreciate her beauty, relishing the thought of ravishing her body. Lady Zhuaran was fast asleep, but that didn't deter Wang Jian. He slowly closed the door behind him, sealing them off from the world, as he made his way towards her with depraved intent. With a perverted grin on his face, Wang Jian crept closer to Lady Zhuaran's bed, where she was sound asleep. Once he was within arm's reach, he reached out and grabbed one of her 5 lustrous silver tails, squeezing it gently. Lady Zhuaran's body reacted involuntarily to the pleasure, and she moaned softly in her sleep, unaware of the source of the sensation. Wang Jian's grin widened as he released her tail and tore off her silk nightgown, exposing her massive, heaving breasts. The sight of her voluptuous form caused his heart to race with anticipation. Without hesitation, he began fondling her breasts, causing them to jiggle seductively. Lady Zhuaran's moans grew louder as he caressed her, and he reveled in the sound of her pleasure. Then, he brought his mouth down to one of her nipples and bit down hard, eliciting a loud, pleasured moan from Lady Zhuaran. The sensation was so intense that Lady Zhuaran's eyes snapped open, and she cried out in ecstasy, "Ah, ha," as her body writhed with pleasure. As Lady Zhuaran's eyes fluttered open, she saw Wang Jian's head buried in her bosom, his mouth sucking and biting on her sensitive nipples. A feeling of terror gripped her as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. In a shaky voice, she asked, "Your Highness, what is going on? Why are you doing this?" Wang Jian lifted his head, a depraved smirk on his lips. "Don't you like it, my dear Lady Zhuaran? I thought we had an understanding," he said, his voice laced with lust. Lady Zhuaran recoiled from his touch, but he held her down with a strong grip. She could feel the heat emanating from his body and the hardness of his manhood pressing against her thigh. Suddenly, Lady Zhuaran remembered her agreement with Wang Jian to serve him and satisfy his desires as long as he promised not to lay a finger on her daughter. Reluctantly, she stopped struggling and accepted her fate. As Lady Zhuaran lay there, resigned to her fate, Wang Jian wasted no time in getting what he wanted. He pulled her up by her hair, making her groan in pain, and pushed her down on all fours. With one hand on her back and the other on her ass, he pulled her towards him, pressing himself against her body. Lady Zhuaran could feel the heat emanating from his body and the hardness of his manhood pressing against her thigh. Wang Jian's rough touch made her shudder in fear, but she knew better than to resist. She closed her eyes and tried to focus on something else, anything to distract herself from what was about to happen. But Wang Jian's hands on her body were impossible to ignore. He pinched her nipples and pulled on them roughly, making her gasp in pain. "Open your eyes, my dear," he growled, his voice low and menacing. "I want to see your face when I take you." Lady Zhuoran opened her eyes reluctantly, dreading what she would see. Wang Jian's face was twisted in a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with a dark hunger that made her heart race. With one swift movement, he plunged his cock deep inside her, making her cry out in pain. He began thrusting hard and fast, each thrust driving her further and further into the bed. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. As he fucked her, Wang Jian slapped her ass hard, leaving red marks on her skin. He pulled her hair, making her arch her back, and whispered dirty things in her ear. Lady Zhuoran felt herself getting wet despite herself, her body responding to his rough touch. Wang Jian continued to ravage Lady Zhuoran in a variety of humiliating positions, each one making her feel more degraded than the last. He was relentless in his pursuit of pleasure, driving her to the brink of ecstasy and then pulling her back, only to push her further than before. As they resumed the doggy position, Wang Jian grabbed her silver tails, pulling them roughly as he pounded into her. The pain, mixed with pleasure, sent shivers down Lady Zhuoran's spine, and she moaned loudly, her body writhing with pleasure. With every thrust, she could feel her pussy getting tighter, the muscles clenching around Wang Jian's cock, making him groan in pleasure. Lady Zhuoran felt like she was losing control, like she was being consumed by the pleasure that he was giving her. But Wang Jian was not satisfied yet. He pulled out of her and flipped her onto her back, her legs spread wide open. With one hand on her throat and the other on her breast, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "You're mine now. Do you understand that?" Lady Zhuoran nodded weakly, her body shaking with a mixture of fear and desire. Wang Jian positioned himself between her legs, his cock pressing against her entrance. With one swift thrust, he entered her again, filling her up completely. Lady Zhuoran cried out in pleasure and pain, her body arching off the bed. As he continued to pound into her, Lady Zhuoran felt like she was being consumed by the sensations that he was giving her. She had never felt anything like this before, never imagined that pleasure could be so intense. Wang Jian, on the other hand, was in control. He was determined to break her, to make her completely addicted to him. And he was succeeding. Wang Jian made her ride him in the cowgirl position, his hands gripping her hips so tightly that she was sure she would bruise. He pushed her onto her back and fucked her while holding her legs up in the air, making her feel exposed and vulnerable. At one point, he pulled out of her and positioned his cock between her breasts, pushing them together to create a tight tunnel. Lady Zhuoran could feel his hot breath on her face as he thrust into the soft flesh of her breasts, making her moan with pleasure and humiliation. Lady Zhuoran's body was aching all over, but she couldn't deny the intense pleasure she felt as Wang Jian continued to use her. She had never experienced anything like this before, and she hated herself for enjoying it. Wang Jian seemed to sense her conflicting emotions and took advantage of them. He whispered in her ear, telling her how good she looked and how much he was enjoying her. He praised her body and told her how much he wanted her. Lady Zhuoran's body responded to his words, even as her mind rebelled against them. She could feel herself getting wetter and wetter as he fucked her, each thrust sending a jolt of pleasure through her body. Wang Jian seemed to be enjoying her reaction, and he pushed her even harder. He spanked her ass with increasing force, making her cry out in both pain and pleasure. He pulled her hair and bit her neck, leaving marks that would remind her of this night for days to come. As they moved through different positions, Lady Zhuoran could feel herself losing control. She was no longer the dignified Lady Zhuoran but a wanton woman who craved the rough touch of her captor. Wang Jian seemed to sense this, and he smiled down at her with a mixture of amusement and triumph. At one point, he pulled out of her and made her kneel in front of him. Lady Zhuoran knew what was coming and braced herself for the worst. But even as she felt his cock push into her mouth, she couldn't help but feel a strange thrill of excitement. Wang Jian held her head steady as he fucked her face, each thrust driving his cock deeper into her mouth. Lady Zhuoran gagged a few times, but he didn't stop. He seemed to be enjoying the feeling of power he had over her, and he made her keep going until she was practically choking. When he finally came, he pulled out of her mouth and sprayed his hot seed all over her face. Lady Zhuoran felt humiliated and degraded, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. For hours, they fucked in every position imaginable, Wang Jian pushing Lady Zhuoran to the limits of her endurance. She came multiple times, screaming his name as he brought her to the brink of orgasm over and over again. By the time he finally finished with her, Lady Zhuoran was utterly spent, her body limp and sated. She knew that what had happened between them was wrong, but at the same time, she couldn't deny that a part of her had enjoyed it. As Wang Jian made his way towards Arya City, a significant event took place in the bustling Yuelu city. Nestled within the city was the prestigious central cathedral of the Church of Divine Light, a magnificent structure that commanded the attention of all those who laid eyes on it. After an arduous journey, Hong Meilin's entourage had finally arrived at their destination. The group arrived at the imposing edifice of the Church of Divine Light, which towered above the city in all its splendor. Upon their arrival, Yi Chen and the other devotees were ushered into the main hall of the cathedral, while Hong Meilin and the two bishops proceeded to ascend the ornate staircase leading to the upper echelons of the church. After a short while, Hong Meilin and the two bishops arrived at the entrance to the Pope's chambers. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a sight that left them awestruck. The Pope was seated in thin air, levitating just a meter above the ground. His eyes closed in deep meditation, his long white robes flowed around him, and his hands were clasped together in front of his chest. The room was vast, with high vaulted ceilings adorned with beautiful frescoes depicting scenes from the history of the church. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with leather-bound tomes of ancient wisdom. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the soft glow of candlelight added to the otherworldly atmosphere. As Hong Meilin and the two bishops approached, the Pope's eyes snapped open, and he fixed them with a piercing gaze. It was as if he could see into their very souls, probing their thoughts and intentions with his sharp mind. "Welcome, my children," his voice boomed through the chamber, echoing off the high ceilings. "I have been expecting you." Hong Meilin and the bishops immediately dropped to their knees, bowing their heads in complete submission to the Pope's authority. The atmosphere in the room was one of profound reverence and awe, as the three visitors paid their respects to the leader of the Church of Divine Light. "Please rise," he said, his tone firm yet gracious. The group quickly obeyed, standing before him with serious and respectful expressions. "I have received a message from the Emperor this morning," the Pope continued, his face solemn. "He informed me of an incident involving the saintess of our church and his son, Wang Jian. It seems that the saintess threatened his son to save the life of someone who had ambushed him." Hong Meilin and the bishops exchanged concerned glances. "Your Holiness," Hong Meilin spoke up, "I understand the gravity of the situation. However, the individual we saved is none other than the monstrous genius of the Heavenly Blade sect. He is also the disciple of the previous sect master. Moreover, I owed him a favor when he saved my life in the Celestial Sage's temple." The Pope's voice thundered in the chamber as he spoke, his displeasure evident. "Regardless of his identity or your personal connections with him, you shouldn't have taken action against the seventh prince of the empire. Our church should not involve itself in political matters or take sides in the conflicts of the secular world." Hong Meilin bowed her head in apology, her voice softening. "I understand, Your Holiness. Please forgive my impulsive actions." The Pope's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained stern. "I understand your intentions, Hong Meilin. However, your actions have caused a diplomatic incident with the Empire. This incident has made the Emperor believe that the Church of Divine Light holds no respect for the throne." Hong Meilin's heart sank at the news. She had only acted on instinct, without considering the potential repercussions. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for her hasty decision. The Pope's voice softened, as if sensing her inner turmoil. "It is unfortunate that the prince in question was none other than the seventh prince," he said. "He is a prodigious talent, having achieved the king realm at the tender age of 20. He is widely regarded as the most talented individual in the empire." The Pope's gaze turned to the two bishops who had accompanied Hong Meilin. "What were you thinking?" he asked them sharply. "You were tasked with protecting the saintess, but it seems you failed in your duty. I did not entrust her to your care just to protect her from physical harm, but also to guide her and prevent her from acting rashly." The two bishops bowed their heads in shame, not daring to meet the Pope's stern gaze. "I understand that the saintess is still young and inexperienced," the Pope continued in a softer tone. "But that is all the more reason why she needs proper guidance and support. You were meant to provide that for her, but instead, you allowed her to act without thinking of the consequences." As the Pope's rebuke continued, the two bishops and Hong Meilin began to feel increasingly ashamed of their actions. Never before had they witnessed the Pope's displeasure expressed with such harsh words. After a brief pause, the Pope's voice echoed through the chamber, "To pacify the Emperor and his son, we must send a tribute of 3% of our annual income, as well as 3 holy blossom fruits and 3 phoenix flame fruits. In addition, we must present the holy aegis pendant." Hong Meilin and the two bishops gasped in disbelief. The holy blossom fruit is a rare and coveted fruit that grows only in the most sacred of places. It is said to be blessed by the divine and infused with a hint of holy attribute that can enhance the strength of its user's attacks. When consumed, the pure energy within the fruit helps the user to break through their cultivation bottleneck, allowing them to advance to the next level. Its outer skin is a radiant white with a slight glow, while the inner flesh is a translucent pink with tiny golden specks. The juice of the fruit is sweet and refreshing, leaving a pleasant aftertaste that lingers on the tongue. Its effects are permanent, and those who consume it are said to feel invigorated and renewed, as if they were reborn with newfound power. The phoenix flame fruit is a rare and highly coveted fruit that only grows in the most extreme of conditions. Possessing an intense and vibrant red hue, the fruit is said to hold within it the essence of the phoenix, a legendary bird known for its association with fire and rebirth. When consumed by those possessing the flame element, the fruit provides an incredible boost to their power, causing their flames to burn hotter and brighter than ever before. The fruit's pure energy also helps the individual to break through in cultivation, allowing them to reach new heights of power and understanding. Moreover, there is a tiny chance of gaining insight into the elusive laws of flame, which is highly sought after by those seeking to master the element. However, the fruit is extremely rare and difficult to find, with many willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Even the Church of Divine Light had a very low number of these rare fruits as it was impossible to grow them. They could only be found in the wilderness where all sorts of conditions for their growth apply. The total number of the holy blossom fruits in the church wouldn't surpass 20. Meanwhile, the number of phoenix flame fruits wouldn't surpass 7. The phoenix flame fruits were considerably rarer as they possessed great energy that could help an expert break through to the king realm. Naturally, it was necessary that the expert possess the comprehension to gain insight in the laws of flame to break through to the king realm. Your Holiness, that's a tremendous price to pay. Hong Meilin exclaimed. Despite the shock from his subordinates, the Pope's expression remained serene. It may seem like a significant cost, but it is still preferable to being excommunicated by the Empire, he replied calmly. The Church's growth owes much to the Empire's support. They have the power to crush us if they desire, and they could easily replace us with another religion. The decision has been made, declared the Pope, his voice firm and resolute. To ensure the Church's continued existence and standing, we must comply with the Emperor's demands. And since this predicament was caused by your actions, Hong Meilin, it is only fitting that you deliver the offerings to the seventh prince in person. Hong Meilin's expression was one of resignation, knowing that she had no other choice but to comply with the Pope's orders. The two bishops beside her exchanged concerned glances, but remained silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. You both will accompany her and also seek an apology from the seventh prince, the Pope added. Yes, Your Holiness, the bishops responded humbly. After this topic was done, the bishops and Hong Meilin informed the Pope about the ambush that occurred on them. The two experts of the Crimson Cult had arrived and nearly slaughtered them. If not for Yi Chen's presence, perhaps they would all have died in that ambush. Upon hearing news of Yi Chen's actions, the Pope raised his brows and couldn't help but sigh, allow him to reside in the church for a few days. Let it not be said that the church has a vicious heart and does not respect its benefactors. Yes, Your Holiness, the two bishops responded collectively. After the long meeting with the Pope, Hong Meilin and the two bishops were left feeling drained. As they made their way back to the main hall, they were greeted by Yi Chen's beaming smile. He rushed towards them with a look of excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, what did the Pope say? Yi Chen asked eagerly. I am sure he must have been full of praise for me. Hong Meilin couldn't believe what she was hearing. This guy was completely clueless. It was all because of his reckless actions that the Pope had scolded them in the first place. She shot him with a cold and angry glare, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. You have no idea what you've done, she said through gritted teeth. Your actions have caused huge trouble for the church. Why would you be so stupid and attack the seventh prince? The two bishops stood by Hong Meilin's side, their faces twisted in anger. They had been humiliated in front of the Pope, and they weren't about to let Yi Chen off the hook so easily. Your reckless behavior has cost us dearly, one of the bishops spoke up. To appease the seventh prince and the emperor, the church has been ordered to send 3% of the church's annual income, along with 3 holy blossom fruits and 3 phoenix flame fruits to the seventh prince. Additionally, we need to gift the holy aegis pendant as well. Yi Chen's smile faltered as he heard this. What? That's a lot, he exclaimed. The other bishop's face twisted in anger as he retorted, yes, it is a lot. And the seventh prince will receive these gifts only because of you. Yi Chen's expression turned anxious as he exclaimed, "What? No, that can't be true." He then demanded, "What about my reward? I saved your lives by slaying those Crimson Cult members." His words only served to provoke Hong Meilin and the bishops further. With a frosty glare, Hong Meilin retorted, "We are already going out of our way to pay for the consequences of your foolishness. Your reward was negated by your foolish actions. If not for us, we could very well have you executed and offer your corpse as a gift to the seventh prince." Yi Chen seethed with anger and humiliation at her words. As the two bishops followed Hong Meilin out of the hall, Yi Chen could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" "To the seventh prince's estate," Hong Meilin spat venomously. "I will personally deliver those items and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps I can mitigate some of the damage that you have caused." With a curt nod, she strode out of the room, leaving Yi Chen alone with his thoughts. He had traveled with Hong Meilin and the others to the central cathedral with the expectation of being handsomely rewarded for his heroic actions in saving the entire group from the Crimson Cult members. However, as he watched Wang Jian receive the compensation that he believed was rightfully his heart sank with disappointment and frustration. Moreover, Yi Chen's ulterior motive for accompanying Hong Meilin was to spend some more time with her, hoping to win her heart with his charms. He was mesmerized by her beauty and wanted to make her fall in love with him. However, his plan backfired when Hong Meilin announced that she would soon be leaving for Wang Jian's mansion, leaving Yi Chen feeling hopeless and defeated. "What a disaster," he muttered to himself, feeling lost and helpless. He couldn't help but wonder if there was anything he could do to turn things around in his favor. "Before she returns, I need to improve the church's impression of me. For that, I need to make them earn a massive profit. I should use the Chaos Essence Bead." This Chaos Essence Bead was the source of Yi Chen's exceptional abilities and resources. It is similar to a spatial space hidden within Yi Chen's Dantian. It is a rare and powerful treasure that is said to contain a small amount of the essence of chaos itself. It radiates an aura of pure energy that can assist the user in absorbing and purifying forms of energy, allowing its wielder to understand these energies on a profound scale. It is also a powerful and mysterious treasure that is capable of enhancing the growth and vitality of living things that are placed within it. By throwing spiritual objects such as corpses and beast cores into the black soil contained within the bead, the vitality inside will rise, allowing medicinal herbs in normal shrubbery to grow 10 times faster than they would outside. However, the real power of the Chaos Essence Bead lies in its ability to amplify this growth even further. When Yi Chen channels his energy into the bead, the growth rate of the plants inside can multiply by thousands, allowing a year's growth to be shortened to just 2 hours. Yi Chen murmured to himself, "Perhaps if I can acquire a few rare herbs, I can cultivate them in the Chaos Essence Bead and offer them to the church as a gesture of goodwill. If I offer them 10 fruits of equal worth to the Holy Blossom fruit, they might forgive me." He realized that it was improbable for Hong Meilin or anyone else in the church to provide him with a Holy Blossom fruit to replicate using the Chaos Essence Bead. Therefore, Yi Chen concluded that he must venture into the Crimson Canopy Woods to acquire rare fruits. You updates tnvel/buy.com. Yi Chen left the cathedral with a determined expression, his mind set on finding the rare herbs that would redeem him in the eyes of the church. As he ventured deeper into the Crimson Canopy Woods, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding in the air. Nevertheless, he persisted, driven by his desire to make things right. Meanwhile, back at the Heavenly Blade sect, the sect master received a shocking message from the emperor. The message accused Yi Chen of attempting to ambush Wang Jian, and even though the attempt had failed, the emperor demanded that the sect forge a sword for Wang Jian in remuneration, utilizing the precious Tyrant's Emperor crystal. The sect master was flabbergasted and furious upon reading the message. The Heavenly Blade sect boasted only 10 kilograms of the formidable Tyrant's Emperor crystal, and forging a sword for Wang Jian would consume at least 2 kilograms of this precious material. It was one of the rarest and most potent stones in existence, capable of enhancing an Emperor Realm expert's fighting prowess while being compatible with all elements. Upon receiving the order, the sect master immediately contacted his predecessor, seeking counsel. The former sect master was also infuriated by the directive but realized the consequences of disobeying the emperor. To defy such a command was to invite the emperor's wrath, and no one in the Heavenly Blade sect dared to risk that. The sect master reluctantly agreed to comply with the emperor's order, despite his dissatisfaction with the situation. Old Chu, the previous sect master of the Heavenly Blade sect, was livid upon hearing about Yi Chen's actions. "I need to have a long talk with that brat," he muttered to himself. "Just because he is my disciple doesn't mean he can go around offending anyone. I have already cleaned up that brat's mess too many times. The current sect master, who overheard Old Chu's grumblings, couldn't resist the opportunity to poke fun at his former master. Isn't that all because of how you boast in front of him? He quipped. He must have believed your boastful words when you mentioned you didn't even fear the emperor. Old Chu's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, maybe I exaggerated a little, he admitted sheepishly. But still, he should know better than to cause trouble like this. Old Chu looked at the sect master. Where is that brat? He asked. The sect master sighed. The last news we had of him was that he went to Yuelu City with the saintess of the Church of Divine Light. I see, Old Chu said thoughtfully. I suppose I'll have to have a talk with him when he returns. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. Make sure you create a sword that is flawless. The Emperor will not tolerate any mistakes, and if we fail to deliver, he will use that as an excuse to loot us. The sect master nodded nervously, already dreading the difficult task ahead. Old Chu's eyes narrowed as he asked his disciple, and what of the demons? Have you discovered anything about their base? The sect master's shoulders drooped in defeat. I'm sorry, master. We've had no luck. The last report we received was that they had retreated to the Grimwood Forest. They've found some way to mask their auras, making it impossible for our mystic aura compass to detect them. Old Chu sighed heavily. We can't let them continue to run rampant. Keep searching. They'll slip up eventually. Yes, master. After returning to the royal palace in Arya City, Wang Jian introduced Chen to his mother, Bai Li Qin, who was thrilled to meet her new daughter-in-law. Welcome to our family, Chen. Make yourself at home, Bai Li Qin said warmly. Wang Jian then informed his mother that they were planning to settle down in Arya City. To their surprise, Bai Li Qin revealed that she had already constructed a personal palace for them in another region of the city. As they made their way towards the new palace, Bai Li Qin excitedly updated Wang Jian on the development of his faction and the current political situation in the city. Ah, my dear son, you truly are a dragon who will soar to great heights. Your breakthrough to the King realm has attracted the attention of all factions, Bai Li Qin declared. She continued, and those tribes you brought from the Xinguan region are thriving at an astonishing rate. I've been providing them with various pills and fruits to enhance their cultivation and strengthen their foundation. Many of their talents have already ascended to the Lord Realm. What about my women? Have they attained the Lord Realm? He asked his mother. Indeed, they have. All of them have already broken through to the Lord Realm, but Su Xian has gone even further and reached the second stage of the Lord Realm. Her cultivation speed is truly remarkable, Bai Li Qin responded with a grin. Wang Jian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, mother. This wouldn't have been possible without your support. Bai Li Qin waved her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I gathered all this power and influence for you. I am just pleased to see that you are finally devoted to developing your own faction. It will be of great help to you in the future, regardless of whether you ascend the throne or not. After a short while, Wang Jian and his entourage arrived at the opulent palace. The palace was built with the finest materials and decorated with intricate designs, making it a sight to behold. As they approached the entrance, a group of servants in uniform appeared to welcome them. The servants were quick to take care of their belongings and lead them to their respective rooms. Lady Zhuoran's silver-tailed fox clan was also given a special area within the palace, decorated with fox-themed ornaments and designs. The members of the clan looked pleased with their new living quarters. With Chen Yan by his side, Wang Jian walked through the halls of the palace, leading her to meet Su Xian and Fen Shuang. The two women were overjoyed to see him and immediately rushed to embrace him upon his arrival. Wang Jian introduced Chen Yan to his women, and they welcomed her warmly. As the evening wore on, Bai Li Qin took her leave from the palace, leaving Wang Jian and his entourage to settle in and make themselves at home. As they sat in the living room, Su Xian and Fen Shuang eagerly bombarded Chen Yan with questions. So, how was the journey to Arya City? Su Xian asked with a curious glint in her eye. It was quite tiring, but it was worth it to finally meet you both, Chen Yan replied with a smile. Fen Shuang leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And what is the Windhaven Kingdom like? Chen Yan took a deep breath, trying to gather her thoughts. It's a beautiful place with lush greenery and rolling hills. The people there are friendly and welcoming. That's great! Maybe we should plan a trip for the Windhaven Kingdom sometime, Fan Shuiying suggested with a bright smile. A smile appeared on Chenian's face as she spoke. That is a great idea. I will guide you around the best spots of the kingdom. It's a promise. Fan Shuiying spoke. Wang Jian couldn't help but smile as he watched his wives chatting and laughing together. However, he knew he had some serious matters to discuss with Su Xian, his first wife. Xianer, I want to have a word with you in private, he requested, motioning towards the door to head to a more secluded area of the palace. I would like to hear a report on your group and how they're doing. Su Xian nodded, her expression turning more serious. Of course, my dear. I will update you on everything. Wang Jian stared at Fan Shuiying and subtly signaled her to keep Chenian occupied and help her settle down. Fan Shuiying understood his signal and smiled while reassuring him. Very soon, Wang Jian and Su Xian were having a walk around the palace. So, first of all, tell me how your group is doing? What is their current level of cultivation? Wang Jian asked curiously. Su Xian's eyes glimmered as she responded, thanks to Madame Bai's resources, they have already reached the origin realm. However, their battle strength is quite weak. I had them spar against some members of the Night Dagger clan, and they were all defeated miserably. Her face expressed guilt as she added, I'm afraid I couldn't train them well enough. Wang Jian placed his hand on her shoulder, assuring her, don't worry, Xianer. You are judging them based on your standards. You are a genius, and not everyone has the same natural talent and quick thinking as you. There is a solution to this, and it's simple. I will invite experts to our palace, masters in various fields, to guide and provide insights to them. This will clear any confusion they may have and allow them to progress quickly, Wang Jian said. He then asked, what about the other tribes? How are they developing? Before departing, Wang Jian had instructed his mother to oversee the faction's development and provide Su Xian with a report on each tribe. He wanted his wife to learn how to manage his faction effectively. Su Xian reported back, the growth of our faction is going extremely well. 4 elders of the Night Dagger clan have recently attained the Lord Realm, and so have 3 members of the Miracle Angel tribe and 2 from the Crimson Mammoth tribe. Moreover, each tribe is currently making remarkable progress in their cultivation and training. By the end of this month, we expect each tribe to have more than 10 Lord Realm experts. Su Xian finished with a smile. Upstadt from N0/V/LBN/.co/M. Wang Jian nodded, pleased with the progress. Excellent news. With such a strong foundation, we can expand our influence in the city. Have they taken on any jobs? Wang Jian inquired. Not at the moment. They are solely concentrating on refining their cultivation, Su Xian replied. That's wise of them, but if they stick to this strategy, it could take a considerable amount of time for them to make an impact in the empire, Wang Jian remarked. After pondering for a while, he suggested, let's create 2 teams, each with 9 members. Each team should have 2 members from each of the 3 tribes and a Lord Realm expert from each tribe. What would be the task of these teams? Su Xian asked eagerly. After a brief pause, Wang Jian spoke, the primary task of these teams will be to hunt down powerful beasts and demons, but they could also take on tasks such as escorting caravans or protecting towns from bandits. The more tasks they complete, the more famous they will become and the more recognition they will gain from the people and other factions. Su Xian couldn't help but voice her concerns, wouldn't the other clans and sects try to sabotage these clans? After living in the empire for a short time, she had gained a lot of insight into the political landscape. She had come to understand that the empire was a brutal place where the powerful sects, religions, and clans had established a monopolistic stranglehold. Wang Jian nodded his head in agreement, that's a valid concern, Xianer. However, my current fame will make them pause and think twice before acting against these clans. For now, there's no need to fear them. Moreover, we should expand our reach by setting up businesses in the capital and other major cities. I have a few ideas in mind that can help us grow. As he was about to divulge more details, a maid arrived and bowed before Wang Jian. Su Xian inquired, what's the matter? Your Highness, the second princess is here to see you. She's waiting in the main hall, the maid responded humbly. Wang Jian raised his eyebrow in curiosity and replied, all right, you may leave now. Once the maid had left, Su Xian looked at Wang Jian inquisitively. What should we do? Why would the second princess come to visit us? She asked. Wang Jian pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's find out, he said with a small smile. I can come? Su Xian was taken aback by the invitation. Of course, Wang Jian replied, gesturing for her to follow him. They made their way to the main hall, where the second princess awaited them. As Wang Jian and Su Xian made their way to the grandiose main hall while gazing at the ornate decorations and intricate designs of the walls and ceiling along the way, the glittering chandeliers cast a soft light that illuminated the entire hall. Wang Jian and Su Xian entered the opulent hall, their eyes immediately drawn to the arresting presence of the second princess, Wang Ying. She sat atop her throne-like chair, radiating regal beauty that captured their attention. Her lustrous blonde tresses cascaded down her back in soft, undulating waves, while her striking green eyes glimmered with a fierce intelligence and commanding authority. Her crimson gown, adorned with intricate golden embroidery that sparkled in the light, hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her alluring figure. Despite her captivating appearance, there was an unmistakable aura of frigid formality and detachment, a common trait among members of the royal family. As she caught sight of the duo, Wang Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, especially when she noticed Wang Jian's companion. Despite her initial shock, she couldn't help but appreciate the woman's beauty. Her delicate features and graceful posture complemented her simple yet elegant attire. Wang Jian gestured towards Su Xian and said, "This is my elder sister, Ying." Su Xian bowed gracefully, showing respect to the second princess. Then, Wang Jian turned to Wang Ying and said, "Elder sister, this is my wife, Su Xian." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Xian," Wang Ying spoke. "Are you one of the beauties my dear brother brought back from the Jingguan region?" Su Xian felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing that question, but she answered calmly, "Yes." In the meantime, Wang Jian's eyes narrowed as he heard that question. "So, what brings you here, elder sister?" "I am sure you didn't come here just to see the face of your lovely younger brother," Wang Jian spoke with a smile. "Ah. But that's the primary reason I came to visit you today. After all, it's been quite some time since I last saw your face, my dear brother," Wang Ying spoke with a brilliant smile on her face. Wang Jian arched an eyebrow, "And the other reasons?" As they took their seats on the thrones flanking Wang Ying, the second princess leaned forward with a wily smile. Find PT Tez on n/VLN.cm. One reason for my visit is to offer my congratulations on your promotion to the King Realm. I was truly overjoyed to hear the news, and I want you to know that you have my full support. If you encounter any difficulties, you can count on my assistance, Wang Ying spoke with a touch of sincerity. Wang Jian responded with a genuine grin, "Thank you, elder sister. I also brought you a gift, the Titan Shield Talisman. It has the ability to withstand a full-powered King Realm attack, but you can only use it 3 times. The talisman can be easily linked to your spirit, and it can be activated with a single thought," Wang Ying explained, holding out a small metallic pendant. Wang Jian's grip on the small metallic pendant tightened as he felt strands of spirit energy leaking from it and heading towards Wang Ying. It was a clever move on her part. The talisman would save his life but also allow her to monitor his location at all times. Wang Jian suppressed a smirk, knowing that his sister was always one step ahead. "Thank you for this wonderful gift, sister," he said, his voice dripping with feigned gratitude. Wang Ying's sly smile widened as she watched him accept the talisman. "I also wanted to thank you for saving the Jin clan. By the time I received the information, it would have been too late to save them." "It was nothing, sis. Did you find out anything about who ordered the attack?" Wang Jian asked, trying to sound casual. With a tinge of anger, Wang Ying responded, "Who else could it be but our eldest brother Wang Hao?" Wang Jian raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Are you sure it was him? It could have been someone else trying to frame him. You have a lot of enemies, sister. Perhaps you are right. But still, our eldest brother is the most suspicious. Also, only he has the resources and influence to convince the Jade Serpent sect to undertake this task," Wang Ying argued. Wang Jian shrugged. "Maybe, but it's best not to make assumptions before investigating properly." Wang Ying thoughtfully nodded before changing the subject. "Let's talk about your time in the Windhaven Kingdom. It should have been under Ninth Brother's control. So why did you forcefully seize control over his faction?" Wang Jian sighed inwardly, knowing his sister would not let this go. "I've already explained my reasons to father. I don't want to talk about it again." "If father let it go, then it must have been nothing," Wang Ying said with a charming smile. Wang Jian's lips twitched in annoyance, but he managed to keep his tone casual. "Nothing much happened, just some minor business deals." Wang Ying couldn't resist teasing her brother. "Oh, and I heard an interesting piece of information. You were ambushed on your way back, but you surprisingly let the attacker go. Was it because that beauty Hong Meilin requested it? She smirked and added, you are really too weak to a woman's charm. I always feared that you might be tricked by a woman one day. As Wang Ying spoke, she subtly observed Su Xian's expression, curious about how she would react to the topic of her husband's interaction with another woman. To her surprise, Su Xian remained composed, which made Wang Ying think he sure found himself an understanding wife. Wang Jian didn't appear fazed by his sister's teasing and responded with a nonchalant expression, killing the attacker wouldn't have brought me any benefits. However, letting him go allowed me to get a personal favor from the saintess of the Church of Divine Light. Wang Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's quite a feat. It seems like you are still as shrewd as ever, brother. She asked ahead with an interested tone, so, what else have you planned, brother? I noticed that your faction is rapidly growing in strength. Do you want my assistance? No, Wang Jian responded curtly. Gee. You really are too cold to your dear sister, Wang Ying spoke with fake sadness. Wang Jian rolled his eyes in disdain at his sister's act. After chatting for some more time, Wang Ying left the palace. Once she was gone, Wang Jian let out a relieved breath. As Wang Jian conversed with his sister, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. After all, their talk had been quite long. However, he had to keep his guard up as 6 peak-level King Realm experts had locked onto him with their spiritual energy. He couldn't afford to let his guard down in their presence. Judging from their immense power, Wang Jian concluded that these experts were much more talented than someone like Blade Serpent. It seems that my sister has hired some very capable experts as her guards, Wang Jian commented. This is to be expected, considering her precarious position as the second princess. Curious about his wife's opinion, Wang Jian turned to Su Xian and asked, so, what do you think of my sister? Su Xian paused for a moment, carefully considering her words before responding. She seemed to have a good sense of humor and was rather childish, in a positive way. She also seemed like a kind-hearted woman who cares about you. Wang Jian let out a heavy sigh, clearly disappointed by her assessment. That's just on the surface. In reality, she is cold, calculating, and extremely ruthless. I doubt she cares much about our sibling status. During the entire meeting, she was testing our bond and trying to extract more information from me. The gift she gave me was a tracker that allowed her to sense my location at all times. Su Xian's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. I had no idea she would be like that, she said. Exactly why I brought you here, my love, Wang Jian replied, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You need to be cautious around her and not let slip any crucial information. Su Xian nodded, her expression serious. I understand. The two continued to chat before a maid arrived and informed him, Your Highness, your friends are here to meet you. What should I inform them? Tell them to come inside, Wang Jian responded, and the maid left the hall swiftly. Once she was gone, Wang Jian said to Su Xian, all right. Go back to your chambers and train. Su Xian pecked his lips before leaving the hall quickly. She was excited to have spent so much time with her husband. Wang Jian's friends entered the hall soon after Su Xian was gone. All of them held relieved smiles as they saw Wang Jian. You are finally back, bro. We have something important to share with you, Luoying spoke. What is it? Wang Jian asked curiously. Soon, the infamous outlaws began to narrate the recent troubles they had encountered. Xia Shiwei cleared his throat before speaking, Brother, we are extremely pleased with your recent advancement and would like to congratulate you and celebrate this momentous occasion. Naturally, we all want a party from you. His expression soon turned grim as he added, however, we come bearing sorrowful news. Wang Jian raised his brows as he asked, what happened? And where is Li Wei? Tang Xiaowei responded with a grave expression, that's what we're here to tell you, bro, Li Wei is no more. There's someone out there who is targeting us as soon as we leave Arya City. Luoying added with a worried tone, he wears dark clothes and a mask to hide his identity. He has already attacked Xiaowei and me. Fortunately, we were able to fend him off with our powerful guards, or he may have killed us as well. Wang Jian spoke nonchalantly, ah, that person, huh? He attacked me too. All of his 4 friends were stunned by his words. They couldn't believe that the assailant would be foolish enough to target a prince. Did you manage to discover his identity? Xia Shiwei asked curiously. The other guys were also eager to know Wang Jian's response. With his strength at the King realm, it should have been easy for him to defeat the assailant who was only at the Lord realm. Wang Jian spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, yes, Yi Chen of the Heavenly Blade sect. Xia Shiwei's face turned red with anger. How dare he? I have many contacts in the Heavenly Blade sect, and I'll make sure he regrets crossing us. His friends nodded in agreement, their expressions similarly furious. Lu Ying's voice was resolute. I might not have many contacts in the Heavenly Blade sect, but I will issue a decree in the Sacred Crane sect to make Yi Chen's death our top priority. Lu Yu chimed in, I will offer free talismans to disciples of all sects on the condition that they kill Yi Chen. Let's see how long he can survive with a bounty on his head. Tang Xiaowei calmly suggested, I will alert all the merchants in the empire to keep an eye on Yi Chen and charge exorbitant prices for anything he wants to buy. Let's cut off his supplies and see how he survives. Wang Jian's sweat dropped upon hearing each one of his friends' declarations. He understood they really deserved to be called the outlaws of Arya City. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a firm and commanding tone, I forbid any of you from taking action against Yi Chen. Firstly, Yi Chen's identity is special. He is the only disciple of the previous sect master of the Heavenly Blade sect. His words hung heavily in the air, leaving no room for argument or disobedience. His friends' expressions changed from anger to fear upon hearing this revelation, The previous sect master was an illustrious figure whose status was far above their own backgrounds. They knew that any reckless action could lead to severe consequences. Secondly, I will take care of Yi Chen personally. You all just need to use your networks and resources to help me gather information about him, Wang Jian stated with conviction. Xia Shiwei looked skeptical, are you sure about this, Wang Jian? Although our background might not compare to Yi Chen's, we can still help you. Wang Jian reassured him, don't worry, I am well aware of his strength. I have defeated him once and I can do so again. However, I need your help on another matter. Could you please invite a few King Realm experts to discuss her insights on cultivation with a couple of warriors? Tang Xiaowei inquired, is there someone specific you have in mind? The experts from the Lotus Blossom sect would be ideal, Wang Jian answered. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully, I know an elder from that sect. I will contact her and ask if she is interested and would know any other experts who can assist us. Thank you, Lu Yu. I appreciate your help. Please let her know that I am willing to offer a generous compensation for her time and expertise, Wang Jian said with gratitude. Ad new chapter s on no/v/e/ln.com. Lu Yu smiled and replied, of course, Wang Jian. We're all good friends here. I'll make sure to convey your message and get back to you with her response. Shiwei, I need you to send an elder from the Alchemy Association to the Jin clan immediately. The two King Realm experts who were poisoned need to be healed, Wang Jian requested. Xia Shiwei raised an eyebrow, Jin clan experts? We did receive a request regarding their condition, but the higher-ups told us to ignore it. Wang Jian shrugged dismissively, it's not hard to figure out that someone who has a grudge against the Jin family may have exerted pressure on the Tao of Alchemy Society to deny their request for treatment. Wang Jian asked nonchalantly, was it my third brother? His friends looked at Xia Shiwei with inquisitive gazes, waiting for his response. Xia Shiwei confirmed Wang Jian's suspicions with a solemn nod, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. I suspected as much, said Wang Jian with a wry smile. It's just like my third brother to pull something like this. He even had the Jade Serpent sect implicate the Crown Prince as the one who instigated the attack. With a serious expression, Wang Jian stared at Xia Shiwei and spoke, regardless of this pressure, I want you to send someone from the Tao of Alchemy Society to the Jin clan's residence and heal those two King Realm experts. Can you do that? Xia Shiwei raised an eyebrow, are you sure it's a good idea to involve ourselves in this political mess? It could lead to trouble with the third prince's faction. Besides, the Jin clan is a part of the second princess's faction, not ours. Should we risk offending the third prince's faction for the sake of the Jin clan? Wang Jian replied with conviction, I understand the risks, but I want to help them. Tang Xiaowei chimed in, I wonder why the second princess hasn't sent an alchemist to the Jin clan yet. After all, they are a part of her faction. It's her responsibility to help them in their time of need. Wang Jian's voice remained steady as he spoke, if my deduction is correct, my second sister must have received a message from the Hua clan, requesting her not to aid the Jin clan. As long as my sister remains passive, she will gain unwavering support from the Hua clan. Lu Yu's voice was filled with incredulity as he said, the political games played in the royal family are incredibly complex. I don't think I could survive even a day in the midst of all this intrigue. Luo Ying sighed wistfully, his thoughts wandering back to his days in the sect. I agree. Life in the sect was a lot simpler. The one with the stronger martial arts skills was the one who made the rules. Also, Jiwei, make sure that the elder you send mentions that it's all because of a personal request from me that the Tao of Alchemy Society sent him. Otherwise, no one would have arrived, Wang Jian declared with a sly smile. All his friends' eyes widened as they realized the depths of Wang Jian's political maneuvering. You're trying to woo the Jin clan away from the second princess's faction, aren't you? Tang Xiaolui exclaimed, unable to hide her surprise. Correct, Wang Jian confirmed, his voice calm and collected. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, winning them over won't be a walk in the park. I mean, the Jin clan won't lose faith in the second princess that easily. Perhaps, but we have to start somewhere, Wang Jian replied calmly. Luo Ying's voice trembled slightly, but won't we be making enemies with both the third prince and the second princess? Wang Jian sighed, I promise you that neither you nor your families will be targeted. If you trust me, then follow my lead. Wang Jian's friends exchanged uncertain glances, contemplating their next move. Xia Shiwei spoke up abruptly, his tone confident, I trust Jian. His friends looked at him curiously, wondering what made him so sure. Xia Shiwei explained his reasoning, think about it. Jian is now a king realm expert, which means he will inevitably contend for the throne against the crown prince and second princess. We can either sit on the sidelines and watch or join forces with Jian's faction. If he wins the throne, our fame and influence will skyrocket. It's a risk, yes, but one that's worth taking. His words carried conviction, and his friends couldn't help but feel persuaded. Tang Xiaolui nodded thoughtfully, he has a point. If we align ourselves with Jian now, we'll have a better chance of coming out on top if he succeeds. Lu Yu chimed in, and if he doesn't succeed, at least we'll have made some powerful allies along the way. Wang Jian listened intently, then spoke up. I appreciate your support, but let's not be too hasty. It's best if you continue to support me from the shadows. When the time is right, we'll reveal our alliance to the world. His friends nodded, understanding the wisdom in his words. With their minds made up, they began to plan their next move, ready to navigate the dangerous waters of imperial politics. Once he had concluded his discussion with his comrades, Wang Jian returned to his chambers to get some rest. Meanwhile, Fen Shuaying sat in front of Qin Yan, a mischievous smile on her lips. So, how is it going with Jian? She asked, winking at Qin Yan. Qin Yan blushed, it's going well. We're happy together. But have you too, you know, Fen Shuaying trailed off, looking at Qin Yan with an eyebrow raised. Qin Yan looked away, embarrassed. We haven't gone all the way yet, she admitted. Fen Shuaying gasped dramatically. What? You mean to tell me that Jian is still holding back? He must be crazy, she exclaimed. Qin Yan felt a twinge of worry in her chest. Was Wang Jian having second thoughts? Did he not feel the same way she did? Don't worry, Fen Shuaying reassured her. I know Jian better than anyone. He's just being cautious. He doesn't want to do anything to hurt you. But what if he doesn't want to take our relationship further? Qin Yan asked, her voice trembling. Fen Shuaying rolled her eyes. Don't be silly. Of course, he wants to be with you. He is probably waiting for the right time. Qin Yan nodded slowly, feeling reassured by Fen Shuaying's words. Listen, I have an idea, Fen Shuaying said, leaning closer to Qin Yan. Why don't you take the initiative? Show Jian that you're ready for the next step. Be bold, Yan. It's time to take matters into your own hands. Qin Yan looked at Fen Shuaying, her eyes wide with surprise. Do you really think that's a good idea? Fen Shuaying grinned. Trust me, it's the best idea. Qin Yan nodded slowly, feeling a new sense of determination. She would show Wang Jian that she was ready for the next step, no matter what it took. Fen Shuaying had a devious glint in her eye as she grabbed Qin Yan's hand and dragged her towards her personal room. I have a plan to make sure Wang Jian can't resist you any longer, she teased. Qin Yan's heart raced with excitement and nervousness. What could Fen Shuaying have in mind? An hour later, a flushed Qin Yan emerged from Fen Shuaying's room, her body concealed under a massive robe. She was heading straight towards Wang Jian's chambers. As she raised her hand to knock on Wang Jian's chamber door, Qin Yan's heart began to race with uncertainty. She couldn't shake off the feeling that she was moving too fast under Fen Shuaying's influence. But then again, she couldn't deny the excitement that coursed through her veins at the prospect of being with Wang Jian intimately. She took a deep breath and steadied her nerves before knocking on the door. The door soon opened, and there stood Wang Jian, looking surprised to see Chen Yan. Chen Yan asked nervously, "Can I come inside?" "Yes, most definitely," Wang Jian responded as he stepped aside and allowed her to enter. Once Chen Yan was inside, Wang Jian closed the door and turned around. As she saw the door close, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a rush of heat creeping up her neck. The air was heavy with anticipation, and she knew there was no going back now. Chen Yan's hand shook slightly as she lifted the hem of her robe, revealing a breathtaking dress that hugged her curves in all the right places. The dress was made of silk, with intricate embroidery of golden dragons and blooming cherry blossoms that shimmered in the candlelight. Its low-cut neckline exposed just enough of her bosom to tease and tantalize, leaving Wang Jian breathless. Chen Yan began to sway her hips seductively, the silk of her dress rustling with each movement. She closed the distance between them, her hand reaching out to caress Wang Jian's face. With a coy smile, she whispered, "Do you like my dress, my prince?" Wang Jian's eyes widened with admiration as he took in the sight of Chen Yan's dress. "You look absolutely breathtaking, my love," he said, his voice laced with genuine awe. "I had hoped to take our relationship to the next level, but never did I imagine that you would make the first move like this." Chen Yan blushed deeply at his words, her heart pounding in her chest. "Are you happy with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am more than happy," Wang Jian assured her, closing the distance between them. With a gentle touch, he lifted her chin, and their lips met in a soft, loving kiss. After the kiss ended, Chen Yan whispered, "I need to thank Sister Shuaying for encouraging me." With a grin, Wang Jian spoke, "Let's thank her together." His hands traveled along Chen Yan's body, tracing the curves of her waist and hips, eliciting soft moans from her lips. He leaned in to kiss her deeply, savoring the taste of her lips, which were sweet and inviting. He pulled back for a moment, looking deep into her eyes. "You are so beautiful," he whispered, his voice full of emotion. Chen Yan's cheeks flushed with pleasure, and she responded with a small smile. She could feel her heart racing as Wang Jian's hands continued to explore her body. She arched her back, offering herself up to him as he moved down to her neck, kissing and nibbling gently. She let out a soft gasp as he found a sensitive spot, and he chuckled against her skin. "You like that, don't you?" Chen Yan nodded, her breathing becoming more ragged. Wang Jian's hands moved up to cup her breasts, massaging them gently through the fabric of her dress. She moaned softly, and he smiled, pleased with her response. He leaned in again to kiss her deeply, his tongue exploring her mouth. As they kissed, he whispered more sweet words in her ear. "I will love you forever," he said. Chen Yan's heart swelled with love for him, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her. She could feel his body responding to her, and she smiled. They continued to kiss and touch each other for some time, lost in their passion. Chen Yan's heart was pounding with anticipation as Wang Jian slowly undressed her. She couldn't believe that she was finally going to be with the man she loved so deeply. As they both stood naked before each other, she couldn't help but stare at the impressive length of his hard cock. I don't know if I can do this," she stuttered, her voice trembling with nervousness. Wang Jian wrapped his arms around her and kissed her deeply, trying to reassure her. "My love, I promise to be gentle with you. We can take things slow and stop if you want to. Just let me know if anything is too much for you." With his words, Chen Yan felt a sense of comfort and safety wash over her. She smiled at him and nodded her head, indicating that she was ready to take the next step. As Wang Jian positioned himself between her legs, Chen Yan gasped as she felt his cock rub against her slick entrance. She could feel her body tremble with anticipation as he slowly pushed himself inside of her. Her pussy bled as it was forced to expand to take in that massive member. This made Chen Yan experience great pain, causing her to grip Wang Jian tightly. "Oh, Wang Jian," she moaned as she felt him fill her up completely. She had never felt so full before. Wang Jian leaned in to kiss her as he began to thrust slowly in and out of her. Chen Yan wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him in deeper with each movement. Read latest chers at n/VELBI.co/m. "You feel so good," Wang Jian whispered as he nibbled on her earlobe. "I love you so much, my sweet Chen Yan." "I love you too," she responded, her voice filled with passion. As their bodies moved together in perfect rhythm, Chen Yan felt her pleasure build. She moaned loudly, arching her back as Wang Jian's cock hit all the right spots. Harder, she begged, her hands gripping the sheets tightly. Wang Jian complied, increasing the pace of his thrusts as he brought her closer and closer to the edge. I'm going to come, Chen cried out, her body writhing in pleasure. Wang Jian's movements became even more urgent as he felt her walls clench around him. With a final thrust, they both came together, their bodies shaking with the intensity of their orgasms. As they lay in each other's arms, Chen felt a sense of completeness that she had never experienced before. She knew that she was meant to be with Wang Jian, and nothing could ever change that. I love you, she whispered as she snuggled closer to him. I love you more, he replied, kissing the top of her head. For the rest of the night, they remained intertwined, lost in their love for each other. They had finally taken the next step in their relationship. On the following day, Wang Jian dedicated his time to his beloved wives, Fan Shuiying and Su Xian. He had been away from them for quite some time, and he knew they must have been eagerly anticipating his return. It was only fitting that he made up for lost time and showed them the affection they deserved. As Wang Jian indulged in his life with his beloved wives, his enemies were busy plotting their next moves. After returning to her personal palace, Wang Ying wasted no time and summoned her most trusted subordinates. Summon Yichen immediately. I need to speak with him. As her subordinates hurried to obey, Wang Ying leaned back on her throne, a wicked grin forming on her lips. And while you're at it, gather all the information you can on him. His family, friends, and lovers. Everything. She knew that Yichen was a skilled warrior, but more than that, she sensed a ruthlessness and cunning that could serve her well in her bid for power. As her subordinates scurried away, Wang Ying mused to herself, this brat dared to harm even Jian. He can be very useful to me. With a devious smirk, she began to hatch a plan to recruit Yichen into her ranks and turn him against her brother. Wang Lei was consumed with fury upon hearing the news of Wang Jian's advancement to the King realm. This sudden development had created a ripple effect within the royal family, causing significant changes. The emperor's favor had shifted towards Wang Jian, and he had been aiding in the development of Wang Jian's faction. The third prince, who had previously been indifferent to Wang Jian, was now acutely aware of the emperor's commands to the Church of Divine Light and the Heavenly Blade sect. The knowledge of the resources and the weapon at Wang Jian's disposal had sent a chill down Wang Lei's spine. He knew that Wang Jian's newfound power could cause trouble for him and his faction in the future. The thought of being eclipsed by his younger brother made him seethe with anger. Furthermore, Wang Lei was seething with anger towards Wang Jian for ruining his plan to obliterate the Jin clan. His relationship with the Jade Serpent SEC had taken a significant hit since the incident. Wang Lei could sense that they were hesitant to make their next move, and this only added to his frustration. It was clear to Wang Lei that the Jade Serpent sect had lost faith in his abilities, and he was no longer considered a contender for the throne. This realization opened his eyes to the harsh reality of the world, where strength was the only thing that mattered. With a newfound determination, Wang Lei ordered his subordinates to gather as much information as possible about law fruits. He was desperate to acquire one by any means necessary to reach the King realm and show everyone his true strength. Yichen wandered deep within the dense and perilous Crimson Canopy woods, his senses attuned to the rustling of leaves and the sounds of ferocious beasts prowling nearby. He had ventured into the forest for several days and had already slain a multitude of beasts at the Lord Realm, their lifeless bodies left to nourish the powerful chaos essence bead that glowed vibrantly in his hand. With each feeding, he felt an invigorating surge of pure energy pulse through his body, reinvigorating him for the next hunt. Yichen wasn't content with just growing stronger by slaying beasts, he was driven by his true purpose of finding legendary herbs. However, despite his perseverance, he had not been able to spot any signs of the elusive plants. As he was contemplating whether to explore another section of the forest, he heard a shrill cry in the distance. Yi Chen's senses sharpened, and he quickly identified it as a woman's voice, which seemed to be in distress. Without a moment's delay, Yi Chen unleashed his fastest movement technique and darted towards the source of the sound. The thrill of a potential encounter with danger was surging within him, but he had no intention of backing down. In another part of the woods, a group of stunning women, dressed in delicate pink robes adorned with lotus flowers, were making their way through the treacherous terrain. They were the disciples of the renowned Lotus Blossom sect, and their beauty was matched only by their formidable martial prowess. Suddenly, the peace of the forest was shattered by a series of blood-curdling screams. The women had been ambushed by a horde of vile demons, their bodies surrounded by a thick, sinister aura of demonic energy. The creatures had vicious, razor-sharp claws and gnashing teeth, and their eyes burned with an otherworldly glow. The elder of the Lotus Blossom sect was a mature beauty, with years of experience as an elder-ranked figure in the sect. She fearlessly charged towards the King Realm demon that led the pack, determined to take him down. The disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect fought valiantly, their weapons gleaming in the dim light of the forest. But even with their skill and courage, they were no match for the ferocity of the demon horde. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies broken and bloodied. A few disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect couldn't help but scream aloud. This was precisely the scream that Yi Chen had heard. In a flash of lightning, a figure appeared before them. It was Yi Chen, his eyes blazing with righteous fury and his fists crackling with power. He wasted no time in engaging the demons, his movements swift and precise as he dodged their attacks and landed devastating blows. Yi Chen tapped into the energy that he had gathered from the Chaos Essence Stone, channeling it into his heavy sword as he charged towards the King Realm demon. He unleashed a devastating attack, imbued with the laws of sword, and simultaneously pulled out a talisman with the power of a King Realm expert. But before he could use the talisman, his sword struck the demon's shoulder, piercing it. This gave the elder from the Lotus Blossom sect an opening to unleash her most powerful technique. She conjured up hundreds of leaves, infused with her mastery of the laws of wind, and sent them hurtling towards the demon. The leaves sliced through the air, slashing the demon into 1,000 pieces. The disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect let out a cheer of triumph as all demons were soon exterminated with the combined efforts of Yi Chen and the elder. After the fierce battle, Yi Chen finally had the chance to meet the group he had saved. They were a team of talented warriors led by the renowned elder Hua Qiao, a woman of exceptional beauty from the prestigious Hua clan in Jinhua City. Her delicate features were concealed behind a veil, but Yi Chen could sense her elegance and grace from the way she carried herself. Elder Hua expressed her gratitude to Yi Chen for his timely intervention, recognizing that without him, more disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect would have fallen in battle. Yi Chen modestly accepted her praise, but he couldn't help but feel drawn to her captivating aura. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect expressed their excitement at meeting Yi Chen and introduced themselves eagerly, thanking him for his bravery in slaughtering the demons and saving them. "What brings you all to these parts?" Yi Chen inquired curiously. A young disciple from the group quickly stepped forward and replied, "We are on a quest to find the heavenly moon blossom." The mere mention of the legendary herb sent a jolt of surprise through Yi Chen's body. He had heard of its existence but never thought he would encounter anyone actively seeking it. Elder Hua's eyes narrowed in disapproval, and she cast a sharp glare at the disciple who had let slip this valuable information. Yi Chen couldn't help but ponder intently on the knowledge he possessed about the heavenly moon blossom. It is a rare and highly coveted plant in the world of cultivation. The plant only blooms once every 100 years, and it only grows in the most remote and inaccessible places. Its petals glow with a soft silver light, creating an otherworldly aura around it. The plant has two unique abilities that make it a treasure for cultivators. The first is its ability to enhance one's spiritual energy, making it a popular ingredient in spiritual pills and elixirs. Consuming its petals can increase one's cultivation speed by tenfold, allowing for rapid advancement in the martial arts. The second ability of Heavenly Moon Blossom is its power to purify and refine spiritual energy. Its petals can absorb impurities and toxins from the body, enhancing the purity of one's spiritual energy. This allows cultivators to achieve greater heights in their cultivation and reach realms that were previously impossible to attain. With its rare blooming cycle and unique abilities, the Heavenly Moon Blossom is a prized possession among cultivators, with many willing to go to great lengths to obtain even a single petal. Yi Chen was consumed with a fervent desire as he thought to himself, "This medicinal plant is of the same caliber as the Holy Blossom fruit and the Phoenix Flame fruit. I must obtain it and use the Chaos Essence bead to cultivate it. With dozens of these blossoms in my possession, I can even placate the fury of the Church of the Divine Light." As he gazed at Elder Hua, his eyes betrayed his intense yearning, and he couldn't resist thinking, "If I offer 2 of these flowers to her, it will surely enhance her impression of me." Without hesitation, Yi Chen implored, "Might I have the honor of accompanying you on this expedition?" Elder Hua let out a resigned sigh, knowing that this request was inevitable. Any cultivator who learned of the existence of the Heavenly Moon Blossom would be irresistibly tempted. Read latest ch at n/v-e-lbi.co/m. A bit pressured by the gazes on her, Elder Hua responded, "All right." While he was on the way, Yi Chen was informed of the guardian of the Heavenly Moon Blossom, the lunar tiger. It is a massive white tiger with black stripes that stands at over 20 feet tall and possesses incredible strength, speed, and agility that far surpasses any other beast at the King Realm. The lunar tiger is said to be able to move faster than the speed of sound, and its claws can cut through even the hardest of materials. It is fiercely protective of the Heavenly Moon Blossom and will stop at nothing to ensure that no one else takes it. It is also highly intelligent and can communicate telepathically with those it deems worthy of its attention. However, it is notoriously difficult to gain the lunar tiger's trust, as it is highly suspicious of outsiders. Despite its fearsome reputation, the lunar tiger is also known for its sense of honor and loyalty. It will always keep its word and never back down from a challenge, making it a formidable opponent in any battle. Yichen realized that triumphing over the lunar tiger would prove to be quite a formidable task. In fact, he recognized that it was imperative to vanquish a few beasts beforehand and subsequently place their corpses into the Chaos Essence bead in order to reinvigorate the pure essence of the bead. As the sun started to set, they arrived at the entrance of the cave, shrouded in darkness. Due to the lack of visibility, they decided to postpone exploring the cave until the next day. The disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect, relieved from their journey, gathered around a bonfire to chat with Yichen. However, Elder Hua stood a little farther away with a watchful expression, disinterested in the small talk. Although Yichen was eager to approach her and start a conversation, he knew that it would be inappropriate to do so in front of her disciples. He sensed that making a move at this point would only worsen his chances with her. Yichen continued chatting with the disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect, enjoying their lively banter as they sat around the crackling bonfire. However, as midnight approached, it was time to call it a night and retire to their tents. Just as Yichen was about to turn in, Elder Hua approached him and offered to show him a spot to set up his tent. Yichen was surprised, as he had been considering pitching his tent right there. However, it quickly became clear that Elder Hua had other ideas in mind. Without showing any annoyance, Yichen followed Elder Hua to the spot she had chosen for him. It was a peaceful area about half a mile away from the Lotus Blossom sect's camp. While Yichen felt a twinge of disappointment at being excluded from their group, he didn't let it dampen his enthusiasm for the expedition. All of a sudden, Elder Hua's pupils dilated as she detected an unusual energy signature. She could feel a colossal spiritual power rapidly approaching their camp, and her expression turned grave. "Quickly, follow me," she ordered Yichen urgently, her tone laced with anxiety. "The lunar tiger has sensed us and is on its way here." Yichen didn't waste a moment and immediately ran after her, their feet pounding the ground as they dashed towards the camp. Fortunately, when they reached their destination, they found that the lunar tiger had not yet arrived. Elder Hua's eyes widened in shock and alarm as she saw a massive burst of light blue lunar energy hurtling towards them with tremendous force. Reacting quickly, she stepped forward with a determined expression and conjured a powerful barrier imbued with the laws of wind to intercept the incoming attack. However, the sheer power of the blast was overwhelming, and the barrier she had hastily formed was incomplete. In a blinding flash, Elder Hua was thrown back by the explosive impact of the attack. Meanwhile, Yichen was utterly taken aback as he witnessed the sheer force of the lunar tiger's attack. He could hardly believe that a beast could possess such power. It was evident that the creature was far more formidable than a typical king realm beast. As they recovered from the shock, a thunderous voice echoed in their minds, sending shivers down their spines. It was the lunar tiger, and it was clearly not pleased with their presence. "How dare you humans invade my territory? You will all meet your demise." A majestic white tiger with black stripes emerged before them, standing over 20 feet tall. Its eyes held a peculiar calmness, belying the ferocity of its appearance. Elder Hua stood firm, brandishing her sword with determination etched on her face. "Respected lunar tiger, we humbly request a single petal of the heavenly moon blossom flower. We mean no harm and will leave immediately," she spoke with a composed and imploring tone. The lunar tiger let out a disdainful sneer, its powerful voice echoing in everyone's minds. "The heavenly moon blossom belongs to the lunar tigers. We have been its protectors for generations, and we alone are entitled to its benefits." Its words were laced with a fierce determination that made it clear it wasn't going to give up the prized plant without a fight. "Then fight we shall." With a loud roar, Yichen leaped into action, unleashing his powerful whirlwind-slash attack from a safe distance. The attack was a stunning display of swordsmanship that launched a deadly flurry of razor-sharp blades towards the lunar tiger. But to Yichen's surprise, the lunar tiger effortlessly countered the attack with a blast of pure moon energy that obliterated the blades in an instant, leaving Yichen vulnerable to a deadly blow. Just as the lunar tiger was about to strike Yichen and kill him, Elder Hua stepped forward and intercepted the attack with her sword, her eyes blazing with determination. "I won't hold back then," she declared, her spirit activated and ready for battle. Her spirit was in the form of a skyblade wolf as it appeared with an intense blue light. The lunar tiger roared and charged at Elder Hua, but she was prepared. She jumped out of the way and unleashed her first attack, Thundering Fang Slash. Her sword glowed with lightning energy as she slashed at the lunar tiger. The lunar tiger countered with moonlit claw, as its claws glowed with moon energy and slashed at Elder Hua. But Skyblade Wolf leaped into action, attacking the lunar tiger with Sky Shatter Bite. Its jaws glowed with blue energy as it bit into the lunar tiger's side. The lunar tiger roared in pain and fury and retaliated with Lunar Blast. A blast of pure moon energy shot out of its mouth, but Elder Hua was quick to dodge it. Elder Hua and Skyblade Wolf worked together, executing Windstorm Fong Slash and Blade Hurricane. The combination of their attacks created a fierce windstorm that pushed the lunar tiger back. But the lunar tiger was not deterred. It countered with Moonlit Fury, a series of powerful slashes with its claws that glowed with a silver light. Elder Hua and Skyblade Wolf leaped out of the way, avoiding the attack. Elder Hua then charged forward with Stormbreaker Slash. Her sword glowed with blue and white energy as she swung it towards the lunar tiger. The lunar tiger responded with Moon Shadow Dance and disappeared from sight. Elder Hua and Skyblade Wolf searched for their opponent, but suddenly the lunar tiger reappeared with Moonlight Pounce, a powerful attack that sent them both flying back. As Elder Hua and Skyblade Wolf stood up, they realized the lunar tiger was preparing its most powerful attack, Moon's Wrath. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. A massive blast of pure moon energy that could obliterate them both. But they refused to give up. Elder Hua and Skyblade Wolf combined their spiritual energy to create the ultimate technique, Skywolf's Fury, a powerful attack that created a massive storm of wind and lightning. The attack collided with the lunar tiger's Moon's Wrath, and a massive explosion erupted. As the intense battle between the lunar tiger and Elder Hua's Skyblade Wolf raged on, the surrounding landscape was left in ruins. The ground was torn apart, and the air was filled with the sounds of clashing swords and roaring beasts. In the midst of the chaos, Yichen led the other disciples of the Lotus Blossom sect to a safe distance. He knew that they would be no match for the lunar tiger and Elder Hua's power. But Yichen wasn't going to sit idly by and watch the battle unfold from afar. He had a plan, and he was determined to see it through. With multiple talismans in hand, he rushed back to the battlefield, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he approached, the lunar tiger's attention was solely focused on Elder Hua and her Skyblade Wolf. It was a fierce and unrelenting battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. But Yichen was not deterred. All he had to do was get close enough to use them. Once he was close enough, Yichen unleashed a bunch of his talismans at the same time. These talismans included Death-Dealing Sword Talisman, Celestial Blade Talisman, and the Phantom Sword Talisman. The lunar tiger was caught off guard as hundreds of shimmering swords suddenly materialized and raced towards it, glowing with an intense celestial energy. The lunar tiger reacted quickly, setting up a powerful lunar barrier to protect itself. However, the swords effortlessly phased through the barrier, causing the lunar tiger to realize it had been deceived. Meanwhile, Yichen had reached the lunar tiger and unleashed a fierce attack with his heavy sword. The blade, infused with the power of the Celestial Sword Talisman, sliced through the beast's flesh, causing it to roar in agony. But the lunar tiger was not defeated yet. It shook its massive body, unleashing a tremendous burst of lunar chi that sent Yichen flying through the air, crashing to the ground several meters away. Elder Hua's eyes gleamed as she saw an opportunity to end the battle. She swiftly moved towards the lunar tiger with Skyblade Wolf by her side. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her most powerful attack, the Storm Piercer. The Skyblade Wolf transformed into a stream of pure lightning and wind energy that enveloped Elder Hua's sword, imbuing it with incredible power. The lunar tiger sensed the danger and launched a massive blast of lunar energy to block the attack. However, to its surprise, the lightning and wind energies took the shape of a half-wolf, which effortlessly endured the attack and charged towards the lunar tiger with great speed. The lunar tiger tried to evade the attack, but the half-wolf made of a mix of spiritual energy and chi was too fast. It exploded upon the collision with the lunar tiger, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire battlefield. As Elder Hua and her disciples made their way towards the cave where the heavenly moon blossom was said to grow, Yichen trailed closely behind, deep in thought about how he could persuade Elder Hua to relinquish the coveted flower. But as they approached the cave, their eyes widened with wonder at the sight of numerous glittering treasures scattered throughout the cavernous expanse. LL new rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. Glinting gemstones and glittering crystals adorned the walls and floors, while rare herbs and exotic plants sprouted from the rocky crevices. The group's eyes widened in amazement as they ventured deeper into the cave. They found not only the highly coveted heavenly moon blossom but also an array of other valuable medicinal plants like the rare thunderstorm vine, wind whistle leaf, and frostbite grass. The ocean pearl coral, mystic wind fern, and soul mist mushroom were on par with the heavenly moon blossom in terms of rarity and potency, sending the disciples into a frenzy of excitement. As they scanned their surroundings, they realized that the cave also housed piles of ancient bones, which sparked curiosity about the cave's past. The tomes they discovered were filled with secret techniques and ancient knowledge that could unlock unparalleled power for the wielder. Among these techniques, Yi-Chen came across a body cultivation technique known as the divine bone transformation art. It requires a profound understanding of the body's inner workings. To cultivate this technique, one must first find a suitable place to cultivate, preferably somewhere with abundant natural energy. The technique has a total of 9 levels, with each level unlocking a new ability that enhances the cultivator's body and increases their strength. The first 3 levels focus on enhancing the bones and muscles, granting the cultivator the ability to wield heavier weapons. The 4th and 5th levels heighten the senses, boosting reaction time and detecting even the slightest movements. The 6th level is a crucial milestone, where the bones become denser and harder, making them impervious to most attacks. The 7th level enables the cultivator to recover quickly from fatal injuries. The 8th level, known as the divine transformation, is where the body reaches its zenith, and the bones become almost indestructible, enabling the cultivator to wield their bones as weapons. Finally, the last level, the heavenly transformation, empowers the cultivator to transcend human limits, granting tremendous strength and the ability to manipulate their body's density to move at unbelievable speeds and withstand the most formidable attacks. It was a pity that the divine bone transformation art that Yi-Chen had acquired contained description only until the 7th level. There was no information on how to cultivate the technique to the 8th or final level. As Yi-Chen delved deeper into the secrets of the divine bone transformation art, his confidence swelled. With this technique, he felt like he could take on any foe and emerge victorious. His attention was suddenly drawn to Elder Hua as she had made her way to the heavenly moon blossom and was poised to pluck its flower. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen called out to her. "Please, Elder Hua, wait." The elder turned to him with a dark scowl etched onto her face. She knew that Yi-Chen coveted the blossom as well and was loath to relinquish it. However, Yi-Chen was the one who created that opportunity which allowed her to kill the lunar tiger so that she couldn't show blatant disregard for his words. "I must request that you let me have the heavenly moon blossom," he implored. Seeing the elder's expression grow even more sour, he quickly added, "I understand that the Lotus Blossom sect has a pressing need for it, but I humbly ask that you allow me to keep the flower." "Why?" Elder Hua demanded, her voice dripping with disdain. Undeterred, Yi-Chen answered gravely, "I have a unique technique that can allow us to procure more heavenly moon blossom flowers. But it requires me to hold on to this one for an entire day. And not just that, I can even multiply all the herbs and medicinal plants in this area." As Yi-Chen spoke, his words dripped with such an infectious confidence that it seemed to mesmerize Elder Hua. Her initial ruthlessness began to waver, and for a moment, she found herself wanting to trust him. The tension in the air was palpable as her disciples watched with bated breath. They knew that the heavenly moon blossom was a rare find, but they also felt that trusting Yi-Chen would be the right choice. As if on cue, the disciples began to speak up for Yi-Chen, their voices rising in unison as they vouched for his trustworthiness. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Elder Hua hesitated for a moment longer before finally relenting. "Very well," she warned, her voice laced with caution. "But you will not leave my range at any costs." Yi-Chen's eyes sparkled with triumph as he accepted her terms with a wide grin. "Agreed," he said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "I wouldn't dream of it." As the day passed, Yi-Chen fulfilled his promise to Elder Hua by presenting her with dozens of herbs, each of which was of exceptional quality. The herbs were brimming with energy that even surpassed the levels he had exhibited in the cave. Elder Hua was left stunned and gazed at Yi-Chen with newfound admiration. His reputation as a skilled cultivator was solidified in her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder about his true potential. Maintaining his composure, Yi-Chen projected the image of a seasoned expert and capitalized on the opportunity to impress Elder Hua even further. After the group left the forest, Yi-Chen parted ways with the Lotus Blossom sect and began his journey towards the Church of Divine Light. Yi-Chen made a swift return to the Church of Divine Light, and the Pope was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his energy within the church's boundaries. Just as the Pope was about to dispatch a deacon to investigate the situation, a bishop frantically barged into his chambers, bringing news of Yi-Chen's arrival. The bishop informed the Pope that Yi Chen had arrived with a bountiful donation of rare herbs, which he wished to present as a token of gratitude to the church for their hospitality. Furthermore, he also wished to express his deep regret for any inconvenience he might have caused them. The Pope was taken aback by Yi Chen's magnanimous gesture and was impressed by his noble character. Intrigued by this sudden turn of events, the Pope immediately ordered the bishop to escort Yi Chen to his chambers. He was eager to hear more about Yi Chen's journey and how he came across these treasured herbs. It had been a couple of days since Wang Jian settled inside his new palace. He had been rather busy for these past few days. His primary task was to spend time with his wives. The secondary task was to send a servant with the petal of golden lotus to the Tao of Alchemy Society. He had already informed Xia Jiwei to concoct a thunderbolt lotus pellet for him. Xia Jiwei had responded that it would take a couple of days and Wang Jian was fine with the timeline. Meanwhile, an esteemed alchemist of the Tao of Alchemy Society had already been sent to the Jin family to cure Jin Meixiang's uncle and grandfather. This matter had been completed perfectly as Wang Jian received thousands of points from Jin Meixiang. She was extremely touched by his actions and had thanked him profusely. Actually, now that he had opened the notification center of the system, he began to check out the other notifications he had received. These notifications dated back to the time when Wang Jian was still on the way to Arya City, and he had tormented Xiao Ling, Bishi Shuyan, and Lady Zhuoran. All in all, he had acquired 290,000 destiny points from the three. This was a rather impressive number. Most points were actually provided by Lady Zhuoran. Well, it did make sense as she held the highest luck among the women who regained their heroine status. Status. Name, Wang Jian. Age, 20 years old. Destiny points, 321,346. Cultivation, first stage of the King Realm. Cultivation technique, Soaring Dragon Technique, level 4, requires 500,000 destiny points to level up. Skills, Origin Fist, Beam of Destruction, Mystic Force, Divine Shielding Iron Body, Enhanced Strength, Spiritual Sensitivity, Moonrise Fist, Lunar Shield, Moon Shadow Step, Shadow Manipulation, Dark Fog, Eclipse Domain Annihilation, Tranquil Mind Divine Mantra, Black Castle, Elemental Genius, Dragon's Prestige, Enchantment Ability, Level 1. Ocular Abilities, True Eyes, Level 2, 200,000 Destiny Points. Bloodline, Blue Moon Eclipse Devil Bloodline. Second level, next level, 500,000 Destiny Points. Insight in Laws, Flame, mid-level, 2 million Destiny Points. Lightning, Nil, 300,000 Destiny Points, Dark, Nil, 100,000 Destiny Points. Physique, Chaotic Yang Body, Dormant. Spirit, Dark Flame Double-Headed River Dragon, 7-star Spirit, Mutated. Weaknesses, Holy Attribute. Solar Attribute. Wang Jian in his private chambers while utilizing the True Eyes. He had noticed that Kong Huiyan's loyalty was merely 30, and Han Shifeng's loyalty was even lower and was set at 26. He could understand the reason behind their dwindling loyalty. They were planning to use the growing strength of their respective tribes to escape his grasp. Wang Jian was naturally not going to allow that to happen. He had a plan that involved breaking them both physically and mentally. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the two girls to his chambers. They appeared in front of him, both dressed in maid uniforms he had designed especially for them. The dresses were seductive, with short skirts that barely covered their thighs and tight bodices that accentuated their curves. It was clear that the dresses were designed to be both humiliating and arousing for the two heiresses. Kong Huiyan and Han Shifeng looked at each other, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They knew what was about to happen, and they knew that they had no choice but to obey Wang Jian's orders. The prince's voice was low and dangerous as he addressed them. "I know what you two have been plotting," he said, his eyes blazing with anger. "You think that you can escape me by growing your tribes? You are wrong. You belong to me, body and soul." Kong Huiyan and Han Shifeng hung their heads, shame written all over their faces. They knew that they had made a mistake, but they had not realized the consequences of their actions. Wang Jian's demeanor softened, and a small smirk appeared on his lips. "But, perhaps, we can come to an understanding," he said, his voice honeyed. "I am willing to forgive your transgressions on one condition." The two maids looked up at him, their eyes wide with hope. Perhaps there was a way out of this after all. Wang Jian leaned closer to them, his breath hot against their skin. "You must learn your place," he said, his voice low and menacing. "And I will teach you. I will show you what it means to be loyal." With a wicked grin, Wang Jian's eyes roamed over Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng, their bodies glistening with sweat and their expressions a mix of fear and pleasure. "You two can't resist me, can you?" he taunted, his voice low and commanding. "No matter how much you try to fight it, your bodies crave my touch." Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng exchanged nervous glances, their minds a haze of conflicting emotions. But as Wang Jian approached them, they found themselves unable to resist his magnetic pull. He reached out and grabbed Kang Huiyan by the hair, pulling her towards him, and she let out a small whimper. I can't," Kang Huiyan stammered, her eyes filled with desire as Wang Jian's lips crashed onto hers in a demanding kiss. She melted into his embrace, her body responding to his touch, her nipples hardening as he groped her breasts. Han Shifeng watched, her breath hitching as she felt a pang of anger. She had been through this with Wang Jian before, but seeing him with Kang Huiyan ignited a fierce longing within her. She tried to suppress her desires, but her resolve crumbled as Wang Jian pushed her to the ground, delivering sharp spanks to her backside. She moaned, her body arching into his touch despite her protests. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Wang Jian's dominance was intoxicating, and the two women found themselves losing control of their carnal desires. He positioned Han Shifeng on her hands and knees, thrusting into her with primal force, and she couldn't help but gasp at the sensation. Her body responded eagerly, her moans growing louder as he pounded into her relentlessly. "Master, please!" Han Shifeng cried out, her eyes glazed with lust. "Harder, faster, I need more." Wang Jian obliged, increasing the pace of his thrusts, and Han Shifeng's body convulsed with pleasure. Her inhibitions vanished as she begged for his seed, her voice filled with need. Kang Huiyan watched, her own body aching with desire. She tried to resist, but her body betrayed her as Wang Jian turned his attention to her, taking her into a doggy-style position as well. She moaned as he yanked her breasts, a mixture of pain and pleasure coursing through her. Please, master," Kang Huiyan gasped, her voice filled with desperation. "Take me, use me as your own. I'm yours." Wang Jian smirked, relishing in his control over them. He pounded into Kang Huiyan with unrestrained force, her body yielding to him completely. The two women's inhibitions were shattered, and they fell deeper into depravity, their expressions twisted with pleasure as they begged for more. This was just the start to the next dozens of rounds that Wang Jian spent with them. In the evening, he stood up while gazing over the two women triumphantly, their bodies spent. He knew he had claimed them completely, and they were now at his mercy, obedient to his every command. "Remember," Wang Jian said with a sinister chuckle, "you belong to me now. Your bodies, your desires, everything. You can't resist me, and you'll come crawling back for more." Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng nodded eagerly, their eyes glazed with submission. They had fallen into a dark, carnal world with Wang Jian as their master, unable to escape the intoxicating pull he had over them. After indulging in some fun with Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng, Wang Jian decided it was time to have a conversation with the two women. He didn't seem to care that they were still naked, as he sat on the bed in the middle of them. Their voluptuous bodies hugged him as they laid their heads on each of his shoulders. "Now then, ladies, let's have a little chat. I want to know why you had the foolish idea of thinking you could escape from me," Wang Jian asked, a sly smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Han Shifeng spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "We received a message from the third prince 2 days ago. He claimed to have conducted a thorough investigation on us and learned that our tribes were once esteemed clans in the empire before they were banished to the remote Jingguan region." Wang Jian's eyes narrowed, a sneer forming on his lips. "Is that so?" he muttered. "It seems that third brother Chen did not reach out to the Night Dagger clan, or else Fen Shuang would have informed me of it." However, as he pondered deeply, Wang Jian soon realized the reasoning. The difference in social standing between my wife, Fen Shuang, and my maids, Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng, must have been the reason why the third prince didn't contact the Night Dagger clan. He probably assumed that persuading the two would be a simpler and less risky task compared to convincing my wife. I must admit, he is quite astute in his approach." Kang Huiyan whimpered, her fear palpable. "Yes," she murmured. "He said he would help us restore our clan's reputation and even elevate their status to what it once was in the empire." Wang Jian's lip curled into a sneer. "And what did he want in return?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. "He requested that we join his faction in his campaign for the throne," Han Shifeng replied, her voice barely audible. Wang Jian chuckled darkly. "I see. So the third prince thinks he can use you to further his own ambitions. How amusing." So, what did you say to him? He asked. We have yet to give one, Kang Huiyan replied, sensing Wang Jian's mistrustful gaze. We plan to contact him in a few days with our decision. A sly smile crept up on Wang Jian's face as he asked, so, what will be your response to him now? Han Shifeng rolled her eyes as she whispered softly, whatever you want it to be, my lord. That is a good answer, Wang Jian responded as his smirk widened. Wang Jian leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Han Shifeng and Kang Huiyan. Here's what we'll do, he said, his voice low and serious. You'll send a message to my third brother, letting him know that you can't join his faction, but you'll offer your support within my faction. Kang Huiyan looked up, eyebrows raised. And how should we explain why we can't join him? I have leverage over you too, Wang Jian replied, his tone cryptic. That's all he needs to know. Han Shifeng nodded in agreement, her expression composed. Understood, my lord. Wang Jian placed his arms around the two, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Good, he said. Let's see how my third brother reacts to that. Yes, my lord, the two women muttered at the same time. Soon, Han Shifeng asked Wang Jian with a worried tone, will you be angry with us for a long time, master? Wang Jian chuckled at her question and brought his arm down from her head while caressing her waist. Her soft skin was just lovely to touch and play with. He spoke with an amused tone, angry? I have never been angry at you two, my dear. In fact, I am glad that you would do this. This shows that you have thoughts, ambitions, and the courage to take risks. It shows that you have a strong personality. And I do like my women with strong personalities. Han Shifeng and Kang Huiyan seemed rather relieved to hear his words. Kang Huiyan promised, I would never think of betraying you again, master. Han Shifeng repeated that promise. Then let's have another round to commemorate your vows. Wang Jian spoke with a sly grin on his face. The day following the incident involving Kang Huiyan and Han Shifeng, a most unexpected visitor arrived at Wang Jian's palace, the esteemed saintess of the Church of Divine Light, Hong Meilin. Although taken aback, Wang Jian granted her and her entourage entry into his palace. They were escorted to the main hall, where Wang Jian was already seated on his imposing throne, perched atop a raised platform. Hong Meilin and her companions took their seats on chairs positioned below. A respectful bow accompanied by the sound of rustling robes interrupted the silence of the hall. Priest Pan, one of the teachers in the church, stood up and addressed Wang Jian with a formal tone. Your Highness, he began, the Church of Divine Light humbly offers gifts as a gesture of seeking your forgiveness regarding the matter with Yichin. He continued with an impressive oratory that could sway even the most skeptical, we implore your Highness to comprehend that the saintess was restrained by her moral code. As an accomplished practitioner, your Highness must be well aware that to attain expeditious accomplishments, one must remain steadfast to their convictions. Wang Jian's eyes narrowed in contempt as he turned his gaze towards Hong Meilin. Why do I hear a parrot's words instead of the one who truly committed the offense, he hissed. Is this your idea of sincerity, saintess? Making your lackeys beg for forgiveness on your behalf? The followers of the church, including Hong Meilin and Priest Pan, were taken aback by the disdainful words that escaped Wang Jian's lips. Priest Pan tried to defend himself by saying, Your Highness, I am a priest dash. Wang Jian's icy voice sliced through the air, cutting off Priest Pan's defense. Silence! Your prattle is but fuel to my anger, he declared with a chilling tone. He then turned his eyes towards Hong Meilin and spoke with a razor-sharp tongue, if the Church of Divine Light truly wishes to seek my forgiveness, then it is you, saintess, who must beg for it. Prostrate yourself before me and show true regret with a kowtow. His words were like a whip that lashed out at the followers of the church. They immediately erupted in protest, and the hall was filled with the sound of their angry voices. How dare you insult our saintess with such demands, you heretic? Your insolence is insufferable. Our holy saintess is above such humiliating acts. Blasphemy! You are no one to demand such a thing from the Church of Divine Light. The radiant God shall strike you down for your arrogance and lack of respect for the church and its followers. Such insolence! Our holy saintess only kneels before the Pope and the radiant God. To think that he would be greedy enough despite the fact that we have brought such wonderful treasures as his gifts. Truly, a royal prince's greed is insatiable. Wang Jian remained unmoved by their protests and continued to stare at Hong Meilin with an icy expression. Do not presume to school me on the intricacies of your customs and beliefs. You have committed a grievous offense against me, and I demand nothing less than a genuine apology. Your attempts to placate me with mere trinkets are insulting to my intelligence. Do you think I am so easily swayed by material possessions? The Church of Divine Light claims to uphold noble principles, yet your actions suggest otherwise. Follow stories at n/velb/in.com. His words elicited a wave of shock and anger from the church's followers, but before they could voice their protests, Hong Meilin intervened. Silence, everyone. We are here to seek forgiveness, not to provoke His Highness. Turning to Wang Jian, Hong Meilin spoke with conviction. You are mistaken, Your Highness. The church not only claims to uphold noble principles, but we also act upon them. If it is your wish, I will humbly kowtow to you and seek your forgiveness. Hong Meilin, unlike her followers, understood the gravity of the situation. Having been scolded by the Pope, she knew how vital it was to obtain Wang Jian's forgiveness. To that end, she believed that kowtowing to Wang Jian in his palace was a small sacrifice to make. Wang Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Hong Meilin's compliance. He had anticipated a heated argument and fierce resistance from her, but her sudden submission caught him off guard. The scheming side of him had hoped to incite her and push her to commit another offense. In due course, Hong Meilin completed her act of deference towards Wang Jian, and he watched as she rose from her kowtowing position. Without hesitation, Hong Meilin issued a command: reveal the gifts. In response to her directive, a bishop who was accompanying her took a step forward and presented the gift to Wang Jian. It was a spatial pouch, a highly valued possession, and it contained the offerings. Such tremendous wealth. 3 holy blossom fruits. 3 phoenix flame fruits. Oh, wait, there is also a pendant. He muttered. Turning his gaze towards Hong Meilin, he asked inquisitively, what is this? With a foul expression, Hong Meilin explained, this is the Holy Aegis pendant, one of the most treasured items of the church. It has 2 uses. The first ability allows you to conjure a powerful holy barrier that can block all attacks under an Emperor Realm expert, while the second ability allows your chi to gain or empower the holy attribute temporarily. In Your Highness's case, it will allow you to gain the holy attribute. Wang Jian raised his brow in interest and asked, interesting. What are the limitations of this pendant? The pendant must be recharged by someone possessing holy chi, preferably a priest of the church, Hong Meilin responded calmly. Wang Jian was deep in thought as he listened to her words, considering, this will be perfect for Han Shifeng then. It will also allow her to maintain the illusion in front of everyone that she can still use holy chi. Also, she can recharge this artifact by summoning her spirit, as she can still use holy chi through this trick. Very well. This matter is hereby concluded, and there is no longer any grudge or animosity between me and the church, Wang Jian declared. He was aware that prolonging the issue would only bring him harm. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the followers and members of the church upon hearing Wang Jian's words. They had been on edge, anticipating that Wang Jian would continue to make things difficult for them, but he had surprisingly let the matter go. I would be honored if you all would join me for dinner. Wang Jian cordially extended the invitation to Hong Meilin and her followers. Despite Hong Meilin's desire to leave the palace as soon as possible, she knew it would be impolite to decline the prince's gracious invitation. With a beaming smile, Hong Meilin graciously accepted the invitation. We would be thrilled to join you. The group made their way to the dining hall, and as they entered, 2 tables caught their attention. One was opulent, adorned with exquisite tableware and glittering gold, while the other appeared shabby, with chipped plates and stained tablecloths. The sight of the luxurious table was too tempting for the group, and they gravitated towards it. Wang Jian's words cut through their excitement like a knife. The Saintess will sit with me here, he declared, gesturing to the opulent table. His finger pointed towards the dingy table, and he barked out, the rest of you can make do with that one. Hong Meilin's eyes widened in shock, and her followers began to murmur amongst themselves. One of them spoke up, his voice tense with anger. Your Highness, is it not disrespectful to segregate us like this? Wang Jian's expression hardened. I think differently. I believe you are extremely insolent to sit at the same table as the Saintess and me when you are not equal to our rank. Do not forget your place. Hong Meilin couldn't help but mutter as she stared at Wang Jian with a stern gaze. We are all equal before the eyes of God, Your Highness. Wang Jian's lips curved into a sardonic smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Ah, the elusive concept of equality, he chuckled. It's quite intriguing how the church preaches it yet fails to practice it within its own ranks. The group looked on with quizzical expressions as Wang Jian continued, Tell me, Saintess, how can you preach equality when you have created a hierarchy within your own organization? Surely, that creates disparity among your followers. Hong Meilin bristled with anger at Wang Jian's accusations. The church's ranks serve to organize tasks and responsibilities, not to create inequality among its members, she retorted. Wang Jian raised a brow, a look of amusement in his eyes. Is that so? Then answer me this, Saintess, how many of your followers are entitled to the same resources as you? The question hung in the air, and for a moment, Hong Meilin was flabbergasted. Even the most devout followers of the church were left stunned, their eyes fixed on Wang Jian in shock. Despite their deep-seated loathing for Wang Jian, they could not help but acknowledge the weight of his words. His logic was unassailable, and his argument struck at the very heart of the church's teachings. The expressions of shock and disbelief on the faces of the church's followers did not go unnoticed by Wang Jian. He savored the moment, relishing in the uncomfortable silence that had descended upon the group. The church preaches equality, but it's nothing more than a facade, he said with a sardonic smile. Even the Pope recognizes this truth. If he truly believed in equality, why would he have sent you here with these gifts to appease me? The room fell silent, the weight of Wang Jian's words heavy in the air. The church's followers exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond to the seventh prince's pointed criticism. Wang Jian continued, his voice low and measured. Let's not pretend that we're all equal. The reality is, I am the seventh prince of the empire, and even the church cannot afford to offend me. A moment of tense silence followed as the gravity of Wang Jian's words sank in. The church's followers shifted uncomfortably, struggling to reconcile their beliefs in equality with the harsh reality of power and influence. Wang Jian's expression remained unchanged as he regarded the group before him. Remember this, he said, his voice cold and hard. In this world, there is no true equality. There are only those who have power and those who do not. And I, for one, will always be among the former. Wang Jian's impassioned speech left a lasting impression on the group, and not a single follower of the church dared to make a fuss about the seating arrangements or the food that was served during dinner. Despite the luxurious spread laid out before them, the air was thick with tension and unease. The followers of the church ate their food in silence, stealing wary glances at Wang Jian every now and then. It was clear that his words had struck a chord, and they were all grappling with the implications of what he had said. Meanwhile, Wang Jian sat at the head of the table, watching his guests with a smug expression on his face. Once the dinner was over, the group quickly dispersed, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the dining hall throughout the meal. As the group dispersed, Wang Jian made his way to the treasure chamber, where he retrieved a selection of exotic fruits and a few treasures. He soon headed to his private chambers, eager to relax after the tense dinner. As he entered his quarters, he called out to his maids, instructing them to gather Su Xian, Fin Shuang, Chen Yan, Kong Huyan, Han Shifeng, Xiao Ling, and Bishi Shuyan and bring them to his chambers. The maids scurried off to carry out their orders, leaving Wang Jian to settle into a plush armchair. Wang Jian's women arrived promptly, each one radiating a powerful aura. Wang Jian wasted no time in getting down to business, addressing his ladies with a serious expression. F0 Lo New Hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. You have all made remarkable progress, but as you know, the road to cultivation is long and difficult. To aid you in your journey, I have brought with me a selection of exotic fruits that will infuse your bodies with powerful qi and help you advance even further. He reached for a tray of succulent fruits, each one infused with a unique type of energy that corresponded to the elemental affinities of his women. With a practiced eye, he distributed the fruits among his ladies, ensuring that each one received the perfect fruit for her cultivation needs. Xian, these 3 Arctic aurora fruits are for you, he said, handing her the plump, icy blue fruit. Shuaying, these nightfall bloom fruits are for you, he continued, passing her a trio of dark, velvety fruits. Ian, I have saved these phoenix flame fruits for you, he continued, placing 3 fiery red fruits in her hand. Following that, Wang Jian distributed fruits to the rest of his women. Kong Huyan was next in line, receiving 3 crimson blaze fruits. These fruits contained pure flame energy that was on par with the phoenix flame fruits, except that they lacked slight insights of laws of flames. Han Shifeng received 3 holy blossom fruits, which were the same fruits that Wang Jian had acquired from the church. Following them was Xiao Ling, who was handed 3 frostbite blossom fruits. These fruits were known for their icy cold energy, much like the Arctic aurora fruits. The relationship between these 2 types of fruit was similar to that of the phoenix flame fruits and the crimson blaze fruits. Lastly, Bishi Shuyan received 3 whirlwind gust fruits. As she possessed the wind element, these fruits were perfect for her. The gust of wind energy contained in these fruits could be absorbed and used to enhance her cultivation. After Wang Jian finished distributing the fruits to his wives, he dismissed everyone except for Su Xian, Chen Yan, and Fin Shuang. He then handed each of them a life-saving treasure and a weapon to enhance their power. Su Xian's eyes lit up with excitement as she accepted the gift. "Thank you, husband. It is a wonderful present," she said. She had received ice attribute bangles known as the glacial frost bangles. One of them possessed the ability to create an ultimate defense that could seal the user's body in a special ice possessing laws of ice. To break it required the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. The second bangle possessed the ability to launch a powerful ice blast that could freeze the opponent. This attack would possess the laws of ice. The only disadvantage was that each of these bangles required a month to recover their essence. Chen Yan couldn't contain her happiness either. "This weapon is amazing. Thank you so much, Jian," she said with a big smile. She had received a fan known as the Inferno Control Fan that could shoot off and control flame tendrils. This was its normal ability. However, this fan had a secret ability through which the user could easily burn all their surroundings with intense fire possessing laws of flame. Considering that this fan had no method to protect her, Wang Jian had attached the flame barrier talisman that could utilize the fan's essence to create a protective dome around Chen Yan if she ever required it. Fin Shuang also expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, hubby. I'll make sure to use this treasure to protect our family," she said with determination in her voice. Last, but not the least, Fin Shuang had received a pair of boots. These were known as the wind-drifting boots. The ability of these boots was rather simple. It allowed the user to walk on the wind as if they were walking on land. The more chi they infuse within the boots, the higher their altitude would be. These boots also held a secret energy source possessing laws of wind that could greatly boost the flying speed and allow the user to traverse 1,000 miles in under 1 minute. Naturally, the energy would be exhausted after that. However, since these boots didn't actually enhance Fin Shuang's offensive capabilities, he handed her a pair of gloves that could greatly boost her strength. Wang Jian jokingly responded, "Well, you need to become a hell lot stronger then, Shuang." "I will," Fin Shuang replied resolutely. Chen Yan then couldn't help but add, "I feel a bit sad that I can't reciprocate with something of equal value." Wang Jian gave her a loving smile and added, "It would be best if you use these treasures to become so strong that I don't have to fear for your safety ever. This will be the greatest gift for me." He was soon lying on the bed, surrounded by his 3 wives. Su Xian and Fin Shuang were positioned on either side of him, while Chen Yan took place behind him, gently cradling his head in her lap and stroking his hair with tenderness. As 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, Wang Jian asked his wives to leave. He had somewhere else he had to go. Once his wives left, Wang Jian ordered the maids to summon Kong Huiyan and Han Shifeng. "I summoned you here to hand you a couple of treasures that can save your lives and also enhance your strength in battle," Wang Jian spoke seriously. Kong Huiyan was gifted a pair of firestorm earrings that had unique abilities. The right earring had the power to summon a raging storm of fire that could annihilate all her foes, while the left earring granted her the ability to conjure a formidable flame barrier that could keep her safe from any harm. Meanwhile, Han Shifeng was gifted the Holy Aegis Pendant. In the meantime, Han Shifeng was bestowed with the esteemed Holy Aegis Pendant. As the explanation unfolded, Han Shifeng's eyes welled up with tears, and a look of profound shock crossed her face. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and embraced Wang Jian tightly, burying her head in his chest as she wept. Kong Huiyan observed Han Shifeng sympathetically, understanding the turmoil of emotions that she was experiencing. The pendant was a source of immense relief for Han Shifeng, as it would enable her to harness holy qi. Since unlocking the fallen angel bloodline, Han Shifeng had lived in constant fear of being discovered by members of her tribe. The truth of her bloodline would lead to her denunciation, an outcome that she had been tormented by in her dreams. But with the gift of the Holy Aegis Pendant, Wang Jian had put her fears to rest and granted her a newfound sense of ease. After a couple of minutes, Wang Jian pulled away from the embrace while speaking seriously, "I want you to remember that you are indeed important to me. I know that my actions must have traumatized you. And honestly speaking, if I had a choice, I would still do it all over again. Do you know why? Because I want you to be mine. And this is my twisted way of getting what I wanted." With a solemn tone, he added, "You both need to make up your mind whether you want to be my maids forever or would like to have a chance at becoming my wives someday. You should have noticed how I treat my wives. You treat them so nicely, so respectfully," Kong Huiyan replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes. It's because of their genuine feelings that I treat them differently. I want to treat you the same way, so don't disappoint me, he whispered with a smirk. Wang Jian soon heard Han Shifeng's whisper, I don't care about what happened before. This gift is like a light that has illuminated my life. I will never betray you in this life, master. She then jumped up and kissed Wang Jian on her own accord. Even Wang Jian was a bit startled, but he soon enjoyed the kiss. Once the kiss ended, Wang Jian stared at Kong Huiyan and bought up something. He spoke, I will let your father leave the dungeon. However, I will keep an expert on him at all times to ensure he wouldn't do anything stupid. This time, it was Kong Huiyan's turn to embrace him and kiss him passionately. That's all for this part, truckers. See you all in next part.